Do you want to be a part of the CoCo community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, CoCo thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, CoCo commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or CoCo Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, its siblings, cousins, and red-headed stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation show, episode 361, where we are still hungover.
362.
Dang, you're right.
This is
why you need to
Boy,
come
yeah,
to
you are
rehearsal.
hungover.
That was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me fix that real quick. Over
Yeah,
here.
it's good. This is only the pre-show, right?
That's right. Go over
Wait,
there.
we're live?
Hit okay there. So I forgot
Yeah.
a detail.
Whoa, there we go.
We'll fix it in post.
Forgot a minor little detail.
Minor.
But hey, I got the titles right on YouTube.
That is true.
So episode 362. Yeah, I'm still trying to recover.
Me too.
I'm still sick, so.
You were patient zero.
Yeah, I think you gave me my cold back, which I was getting rid of.
Yeah, well, no, actually, I think you gave me your cold because I was feeling fine until you showed up.
Well, was it a metric cold?
It covered both sides of the border, so.
Okay.
Yeah, didn't you get sick too, Rick?
Oh yeah, I got knocked down bad this week, so
Yeah, same here.
still bags under me eyes. So,
And actually, I'll be honest with you, I think I started getting sick on Saturday because when we
Right.
were doing the auction, Mark is over here saying it's cold in here, and I'm like sweating. So I think I was coming down with it at that point.
okay. So I crashed at the buffet.
Yeah, I'm really glad I
Saturday
didn't
night,
hang around with you
that
very much
was-
this time, Grant.
That was so yeah, it was a special time.
They call it, what is it called? Fest crud or
Yeah,
Convention
the
crud?
convention crud? Thank you. That's what I
or
was
what
thinking.
have you. Yeah.
It seems to be rather common.
Well, it's the first time I've ever gotten it, so
Well, the last couple of years we've all been masked off, and it didn't happen. But
Well, I
No,
came
we're-
home from VCF at Midwest in 2022 with the big C19.
right.
That was fun.
oh, that's right, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
just
quite a
the-
few people did.
But just the normal convention flu, we haven't gotten it for the last 3 years because precautions.
Yeah, I think that
So-
my precautions were staying away from Grant.
That's just a general precaution. That doesn't,
Yes.
and not specifically about catching anything like that.
It just
I mean,
it just
it's-
worked out.
It's good to get the familiar old.
It's good for your
diseases
mental
again,
health.
though,
That's what I'm
you
trying
know?
to say.
Yes.
All right, let's go over the panel introductions here. In
If we
the upper left-hand corner, you got yours truly. We'll do it different today. So straight down from there, we got Rick Euland.
We're back.
And next up, we got Sloopy Malibu.
I survived.
You survived. And next over, we got David Ladd.
Why, hello everyone, and thank you for joining us after the very interesting and fun-filled CoCoFEST.
Okay. And next square down, we got Bob Emery.
Howdy, everyone, and welcome to the show.
Okay. And we got Jason, CoCoMAN.biz.
Biz indeed, and I have your CoCoFEST hangover cure right here. Diet Dr. Pepper and water, preferably
David
served at
Ladd.
room temperature.
David Ladd, I'll take one.
I cannot
And
stir.
let's see if we can catch the next person off guard here. Brian Weasler.
Hello all, welcome to the show again.
And next row up to the top, we got Ron Delvo.
Hey, how many of you guys can actually say that your wife bought you a Coco thing at a CoCoFEST?
Yeah,
Mine did.
My ex-wife did once.
Well, first
Oh,
I have
that's
to
cool.
get married.
Well, we can
Alright.
next
Maybe like that,
CoCoFEST.
worth it.
Yep.
We'll have the wedding.
Well, we've had those already.
Yeah, we did.
All right, next up we got Henry Gernhardt.
Hi folks, welcome to the CoCoNation. My name's Henry, and today I'm still tired.
That's the theme of today. Let's see. Next up, Nick Marentes.
Good day, everyone.
I didn't go to the fest.
You were
So
there
what's your
in spirit.
excuse for the hangover?
Because
It
it's
was
too
too,
long.
too long to swim.
That's right. That's just
Too long to stand on your head.
I put Neutroid on my laptop at the show just for you.
Sorry,
Oh,
Ron.
thanks.
All right.
Sorry for
That's
the
why
Next
show,
up,
people were avoiding that table.
next up on this order, we got L. Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
All right. And up in the last row, we got Mark Overhoser.
Hi there. Glad to be here and glad I survived. And I'm still recovering.
And Ken Waters.
After almost 50 hours in a car with Curtis, I've been brainwashed to say Nitrous 9 EOU is the greatest operating system ever invented.
I'm so sorry.
Of course it is.
More enthusiasm next time, please.
Oh, sorry, sir.
And last but not least, we got Grant Leedy.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, the showrunner. Glad you're here.
Okay, let's see. In the chat, scroll. We got Kevin Holloway, Sloopy, Sixy, Peter Willard, David Croker, Marco, Mark Siegel, Tom Eric Gunderson,
Mark and Charlie.
Brian Walsh. What is that? Joshua Turbo. Purple on blue doesn't go well. Doesn't contrast good. Let's see. Peter
Or they use
Willard.
black on green.
PortaCoCo.
Mark and Charlie.
Tim Gilbert. Frederick Pravancha. Tim Franklin. Lee Perkins. And we're back down to the bottom. All right.
Speaking of David Croker, which was in there, his father, I think, was working with his son while he was playing a game, and he was asking him questions about dinosaurs, which I got a real education sitting next to him, and he's drilling him on all kinds of things about dinosaurs. It was pretty interesting. And what a great family they are. It was neat to see, neat to meet them and all.
Oh, let's see. Did anybody put together a slideshow?
There's a few of them on Facebook. There's a few video summaries on Facebook. I know Bob Emery did one of them.
I did too.
I've got the videos kind of queued up. Some of them have background music we'll probably have to nullify. But I was hoping that maybe some of the people on the panel had their own sections of photos to share or
Did the YouTube
comment
channel
on.
come out okay? Were they speeches, presentations?
Where are they? Why don't we have
Yeah, that was one thing. Like when we get into discussing things we can improve for next year, one thing is that it wasn't really clearly communicated that the CoCoNation channel would be live streaming just the cameras, and that the actual seminars were on the Glenside YouTube channel, because Nick completely missed them at the time because he was checking the wrong one. So I think we have to communicate that better next year.
Yeah, those are always on the Glenside channel because.
Yeah, but we have to actually announce that on the show like a couple weeks ahead so people know that, especially new people that haven't seen it the previous year.
Yesterday on the Color Computer Facebook page, I posted links to all those videos on YouTube if anybody's looking for them. If they're not a member.
Curtis, just be happy that you have them this year.
I'm happy I'd sound.
Yeah, but you still sound like crap.
Yeah, I do. I'm kind of sick. No, I just want to make sure, for people that join the CoCo community new each year, they won't know any of this backstory that, okay, it's over here for the seminar, it's over here for the live stream. We have to announce it on the show the few weeks ahead of time to make sure people know. Or simulcast it on both or something. I don't know.
Or maybe put like a little if we have like a lower, something on the CoCoNation stream that the seminars.
Yeah, you need a blurb on the bottom. You want to see the seminars, go check out over here.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Because
No,
there
it's
was
a good
some
idea.
space down there in the bottom. We'll probably
CoCoFest is always a work in progress, and because it keeps getting bigger and bigger, I mean, Grant has more to keep track of on his own just to keep the show going. So I think some of us have to pick up the slack on the show here and kind of communicate some of these things that we can directly help with.
Yeah,
I
I
think
agree.
just
It's
more
starting
work
to
for
get it's getting to the point where it's getting hard for a one-man show. I'm probably going to have to start getting some more help. Not like it was back in the days where Tony can run it by himself. This
This is gonna be more like the Rainbow Fest years where you had like a whole committee.
Yeah, exactly.
I also encourage people to subscribe to the Glenside YouTube channel too, if they do go visit them.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time the Glenside channel is club meetings and stuff, which I'll be honest, a lot of people really don't care that much about, except the people that are active in the club.
And the like.
But for
Robert's
this
Rules
type
and
of stuff,
Orders.
yeah, we definitely need to get the word out.
So just to let you know, I did have a conversation with Jim Brain about that, and we are going to be making some adjustments to the bylaws where we may not have to go through the secretary report and the treasury report every single meeting, which eats up valuable time to do the other stuff that we really spend time on. So, but we have to change the bylaws to do that first. So,
what? The secretary report's the highlight of the meeting. Is it not?
I'm sorry, Brian. By the time I fall asleep, that you put me asleep within 5 minutes of the meeting. So, no, but I just think it's a waste of time. And I
Well,
think
at least
Jim
it's
does
not
too.
induced long-term coma like the treasurer's report. So that's
Oh, that's even worse.
So basically, the news that Curtis does.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is
I'm the final club on the head to knock you out if you haven't already been knocked out by the other two.
So is there any statistics yet on the
I know Jim Brain had
Jim Brain
announced
put
one.
some-
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. I think Jim Brain put it out. That's the only last ones I know.
Yeah, and he did say that's the unofficial number. There was definitely more that came in and didn't sign up. I'm guessing just from the number of people I saw that weren't on the list, it's probably between 150 to 175.
I would say that's about right.
Good deal.
Which is definitely an improvement from last year, which was an improvement the year before. So we're going up. They're going in the right direction.
So that includes the people that were set up as a part of the show.
Yeah. Well, the vendors were way up too. I mean, we've never had to need a second room before. It kind of tells you even the vendors are up. That's a good sign too.
Yeah,
Or the
in fact,
hallway.
Well, next year we're probably going to be having both rooms used as vendor setup rooms, and then the hallway, and then we're looking at maybe renting the king suite across from the presentation room to put the auction items in there. So it's two big rooms. They're going to move out the couches and the beds and put the auction items in there, and that will help with the video issues we had too this year. So
Yeah, that was pretty bad. I tried I never attended the auction, but I went and I tried to watch the stream, and like I could see even Jason was getting kind of frustrated because the video kept kicking out, and you'd hear this, mystical voice of Mark there describing something. And as you can see here, this has got this chip on it. We're just looking. There's a picture of a I can't hook up to the net thing the whole time type thing. So it's
Yeah, that was unfortunately ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on. I guess the whatever repeater he had in the little bag underneath it just kept cutting out on us.
Yeah, it's like it was losing signal. I mean, your audio is always there, but I mean, aside from that little hiccup with the video, though, I think the video was much better, and the streaming was also much better. So I think we got those things checked off. We can just kind of get the video improved. I think we're going to have a winning game.
So
the audio. How much was paid for the? I mean, if you look at like doing HDMI wireless stuff like that, what I've noticed is if you pay less than about $500 for your remote device, it ain't gonna work worth anything.
Yep, and we spent about $250 for the device.
Yeah, so that's why you need to buy something that's about $600
And this is like 2.4 gigahertz.
2.4, 5.5. I've got
2.4 is like incredibly congested. Yes.
Yeah.
So
because I've got a unit that I use at work that I was using this past week, as a matter of fact, for a rover position. It's $500, $600 unit, and Grant, I can email you the specs on that one if you're interested.
Yeah, do, and I'll forward over to Randy so he can look at it, and hopefully maybe we can purchase that. Keep in mind too, we're going through the elevator shafts, and we're also going through the cement brick walls of the swimming pool area too. So we have those two things that are working against us as well. So hence why we're looking at maybe getting the room across from the
presentation
room as the auction item room. So
yeah, because if you get that might very well mitigate it, because that way you're not going through as much stuff.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're thinking as well. And if there is a problem, I can just run across the hall and we're there.
Yeah.
So
otherwise, I would suggest some kind of directional antenna system.
Right.
Yeah. So my
fantastic.
My audio was
Yagi.
My audio was Zoom that I was connected up with my laptop. So that was a whole separate stream.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
and I think that's why
held
Jason
up.
could hear you most of the time versus the cutouts in the video, which were constant.
Yeah, the video was its own little repeater.
And I also want to thank Henry Streichfeld and Thomas. I can't think of his last name, but they they set up the 5G network throughout the hotel. One network for streaming, and then the other network was for the general Wi-Fi use. And
You mean Henry Strickland?
that really helped a lot.
Yeah, Henry Strickland, not Henry Reichfeld.
And,
Yeah, I'm
and
sorry.
Tom Shanks. Yes.
Yep.
So
There's too many Henrys now, and there's another one on the panel here. So
There were like 5 of us.
but that helped
Right.
a lot too this year. So, and I know
Yeah,
they're going to tweak it a little bit as well to make it a little bit better.
That was one of the success stories for CoCoFest, is we upped our Henry quota.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
yeah.
In a very positive direction too.
We need more Dave count.
Are we kind of going
Mr.
through
Dave,
some
where are
suggestions
you?
for improving the show right now? Because I know Ken and I had a few we discussed in the car on the ride back. Does anybody else have any things?
Is there going to be a survey, Grant, like for people
That'd
who
be a good
attended?
idea.
Yeah, maybe we'll have one later. Jim didn't want to do one off the bat. He wanted to let it settle for a little bit.
I don't.
So
think
would you
that's a
prefer
good
that we just
idea, but-
email a list to you and him or something instead of talking about it on the show?
No, you can tell me right now what your ideas are. and I can shoot them all down and tell you that's not possible.
I'll tell you what.
Well,
was
the only thing
good.
I'm thinking about as a survey is you want to do like a survey, or for lack of a better term, a post-mortem on some type of event or anything like that. It's close to the event as you can, so it's still fresh in everyone's minds, because people are going to.
Yeah, if you let it percolate for too long, it percolates right out of your head, and then you don't remember anything.
Mhm.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, what
It's
was
like
real
at work
good
where-
was tablecloths were black and they weren't plastic. That was good.
That was
And,
good, yeah.
Name
Indeed.
tag, the name tags on each table was a premium paper. It looked pretty darn
Yeah.
good. Had the
Fine.
Radio Shack letter style on them, and it looked great. Then all the electrical outlets seemed to be enough for everybody.
Yeah, I didn't have electrical problems this year like I did
No.
last year.
No,
Exactly.
and so all that was real good. I appreciated all that.
Yeah, there's definitely improvements. Most of the stuff that Ken and I were talking about were regarding the presentation room and its setup.
Oh yeah,
Ken,
it
did you
got
want to talk
hot
about
in
some of
there.
that? Because you noticed some of it.
Sure. Basically, what we're talking about is just flipping the presentation room around so that the sound is, or like, what's the guy's name?
Randy Weaver.
Randy is in the alcove, because having the screen back in the alcove, there was like 40% of the room couldn't see it.
Oh, because
So
it was
if
too
you had the
far back.
screen-
Too far back, yeah.
Yeah, because if you watch, like, so for example, on the couch one that Boise did, people were coming in late and they couldn't see Boise. They couldn't see the second person being talked to because there's a wall in the way.
Yeah. So
they'd
if
have
you
to come
flip it
leaning in front
around-
of everybody else to take a look.
If you flip it around, then Randy can see the presentation that's going on right in the middle of the room, and then everybody from every vantage point would be able to see the presentation.
But Boise's voice and the whole thing was great. And it was
Yeah,
a
you just
really-
couldn't see them if you were one of the 40% on the outside sides.
Okay. Hey, in the chat, let's do a little bit catching up on there. Ken Reichert. So he's saying the person who bought the Robo Nightmare from him on at CoCoFest Sunday, contact him through Discord, as the email address is he had trouble with it. And that person might only be listening and not reading, so announce that. What else we got here?
I think Ken and I had some other points too, but go through the chat first because they might have some points as well.
Right, working through it here. Thanks for being a great fest from David Croker. The guy asking my son Joshua about dinosaur questions was my older brother.
Oh, I didn't know who
Don
he
was his name.
but he was great.
Mhm. Let's see.
Lee Perkins says no one got stuck in an elevator. That was a definite plus for me.
Well, we did have the visit from the fire department, like we usually do.
Yeah, but that was on the Thursday before people really started getting there, so that was
Oh.
good. That was a good thing. Get it out.
And that is a good
way.
thing for some people to get there early and get that fire department thing out of the way before most of us get there.
And
That
Ken
was
and I
literally
avoided it
right
all. It was
beside
awesome.
mine and Curtis's room.
And we weren't even there.
And it
Now we
really
need a
Room
bird's
stunk like
nest
smoke
game.
after that.
and it really shows you who causes the fire department to come.
Yes, Curtis was really there. He was trying.
I
to
seemed to be a
solder.
common factor, but I wasn't there. We were coming back from Flint.
Mm,
But it was your
Our
room.
Yeah, I
stuff
think that's
was
just
there,
your
though.
cover.
Yeah,
No,
our
we
stuff
weren't.
was there.
We
That
were-
was weird. Maybe we got the reports because Mike gave me X's there, and that's not.
No,
a-
we were at the- we were
You'd
at the
been
warehouse,
there. Your
Curtis. It was the
spirit
night
still
before.
lived. Right.
It was the night before when we were at the warehouse.
Oh,
Thursday
right,
night.
right. Yeah, right.
Right.
Thursday.
So I
So
think
it's-
I think next year we should have like a panel where we teach Curtis how to solder and watch
Nope.
the sparks fly
No.
and hair burn.
Ooh.
We cannot.
It's going
get
to
the
take too long,
approval
and
from-
B, it's not going to resolve anything.
And that will really call the fire department out.
Yeah,
Yes.
It would be fun entertainment though.
we're not going to be able to clear that with the fire marshal. Let's just face it.
Yeah, there's
Like,
there's
yeah.
safety
Gonna
regulations.
It
I
would not
tried.
be fun entertainment because all of our stuff would burn up in the fire that Curtis would cause.
Yep.
So
I
I guess
tried,
we need to get
but-
some better ventilation in the auction room, as it was hot.
It was a
and
bit
farty.
stuffy in there.
Now, by auction room, are you speaking of the room where the auction was held, or the room where the auction items were held?
I believe they mean the presentation room.
Yeah,
Well, you guys,
part of the presentation.
one of the things I don't like, I popped my head in there in a couple times, but what you could have done is opened up the outside door and the hallway door, and then air would have flowed through.
Blue.
Yeah, but it's still supposed to be climate controlled in there, and it wasn't.
Well, because the air
Yeah.
conditioner was off so that they wouldn't be picked up on the audio.
So
Wow.
all the air conditioning is where the stuff was stored.
No, there was
Unless
an
you
air
regret.
conditioner in there, but it was during the auction it was off.
Disabled so he wouldn't pick it up as background noise in the mic.
So yeah, I would just prop each door open and then you'd get airflow coming through the thing.
Yeah, and plus keep in mind too, that room is not designed to hold that many people that we had in there either. So
Yeah, each person.
technically,
is
if we had a fire marshal
300
come in, they would probably shut that room down.
Each
Oh, fun.
person gives off 300 BTU.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah,
Also,
that's-
just to go further on the presentation room, because we talked about just flipping it around to give people easy view of everything, and then Randy also has a better view, I think, as well. The other thing was that the table that we had to put, say, the Deluxe CoCo on, as Brian did, or Ken and I had to put my Gimme X on, was so small. It was right beside the projector lamp, and all the hot air was blowing right into my CoCo, and actually crashed mine during one of the demos. And I know Brian was having problems with it too. He had a fan and they're trying to cool it off, but it was too small, this little round table, and then B, with the projector right there. Now, flipping the room around, like Ken has suggested, should allow for a much larger table because you're going towards the bigger side of the room, and then that would solve that problem at the exact same time. So,
Yeah, but we set it up that way so we could try to melt the Deluxe just to watch everybody's horrified
or the
faces.
Gimme X. That was
Oh,
we
right.
tried to melt both of them. That was a dumb idea.
Do we need to switch the rooms? With the
How are you going to switch the rooms? Because the other rooms are smaller than that one.
Okay, I wasn't sure if the like the room next to the overflow room where I was in, if that's bigger or smaller than where we had the presentations.
the
I think
pool
it's
area
smaller,
was
but I
large.
think everybody would be much more comfortable if it was flipped around.
Just
than-
flip it 180 degrees. That's all
Yeah.
you do. Is
Yeah.
flip the
Okay,
seating.
everybody
Well,
would be able to see the presentation. There'd be nothing blocking it. 'Cause, like Randy doesn't need to see out and into the wings. He only
Right.
needs to see right in front of him where the presentation is happening.
Don't you mean 90 degrees?
180.
Nope, 180.
180.
Yeah, put him back in the little
Opposite
alcove, and so
Yeah.
he's looking out.
And where Randy was, that would be the presentation table or couch or whatever.
Ooh, presentation couch.
Is that like a casting couch?
No,
I hope
not at all.
not.
Well, it's like what cars hit on the way to the show.
Brian, what do you think of that? Because you had to deal with trying to put the Deluxe balanced on that table with part of it hanging off the edge, and it's an unstable beast to begin with.
No, I like the idea of flipping things around, and where the screen was at, that would be a good spot to put Randy, and he could just be kind of in there and out of the way, and then we could put a longer table right there. We could still have the projector.
Yep, just
maybe
on bigger tables here.
Yep. Or put the projector kind of in the middle of the crowd and kind of leave a gap in the middle, and people could be on either side, and the projector could project larger onto
Well,
the
that's
screen.
what. Yeah, that's what you'd have to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then
Well-
we could still be in the front doing a presentation. So
Yeah. I also want to mention, like, I know when some people were showing up a little bit late, like they were crossing in front of Randy and behind Randy because he was in this wide open space, and that was getting distracting for him because he couldn't do anything because he had to like get out of the way to let people walk by, and that would solve that problem as well.
Yeah, this way they'd just be walking in front of the presentation.
Yeah.
Or they
But
can
if the projector's halfway through the room, it shouldn't even stop that.
Yeah,
But he literally
Wow.
had to get up and like get out of the way to let people get to the back row seats. So
yeah.
if he is the back row and that's the only thing there, then that prevents him from having to do that. I'm not trying to sound like negative about the show. I mean, I think so many things improved this year compared to last year that it's a huge improvement. This is just kind of like the last few things to try to iron out for the next show or two.
Well, it's only the second year in that location, so there's going to be a few. There were less bugs this year that need to be ironed out than there were last year,
And that was with more people and more vendors. So I mean, yeah. Any other suggestions while we got Grant here and can pick his brain a little bit?
I don't know if I could really.
I think we need to utilize the PA system in the main ballroom.
Or
Yeah, I
turn the
think Grant's
speakers.
checking into that already, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm checking into that.
Or we could just turn the speakers so that people could actually hear the announcements.
Yeah, that was a
there was a lot
complaint.
of the announcements. I just
all of
heard
the
womp,
all the
womp,
announcements
womp,
were
womp.
going to 3 people, and nobody else in the room could hear it.
Yeah, I think there's an announcement. I hear want, 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 want.
Yeah, I don't know why those speakers were aimed to the corner where nobody was. And, you know, like at our end by Brian and Ken and me, half the time I couldn't hear the announcements at all. I could just hear.
Couldn't we have hooked that up to Brian's setup with this?
It was hooked up to Brian's setup, I think.
But it was all facing the corner.
But he had it
so-
all facing him.
Oh, I see what you're
And
saying.
we told him several times, can you just turn one of the speakers around so people in the back?
Well,
and he
plus
said, just speak louder. That was his
Right.
solution.
His system was
And
a
then you
little
get
dated.
feedback.
Yeah.
Also, I was proud of myself. I didn't insult the entire Canadian nation this year.
Oh, we just
No, no.
ignore you anyway, Sloopy. It wouldn't
Your
matter.
existence pretty much just insults us.
Well, Sloopy, you obviously are in good relations with Trina, and she's a Canadian.
Yeah, but she didn't know about me insulting the entire Canadian nation.
Until now.
Until now, yeah. But yeah.
So as far as the way that like the tables and stuff related to the main hall, I thought we had more room between tables this year, so that was nice. I don't know if that was on purpose or, but that definitely seemed easier to navigate. So I definitely like that.
The setup of the room of the main hall was good.
Henry, since you were the only person here, I think that was in the auxiliary room. How was the setup there for you?
It wasn't bad. I mean, obviously there wasn't much in the way of traffic, but it was nice and open. There was probably room that Forgotten Machines had their stuff over against the wall. There was probably room for a bit larger, maybe like 3 tables right there. If you got some.
Yeah, you
people
could put
were
a
really
couple of
friendly.
tables in the middle of that room because all the
Yeah,
tables
you
were
could
just
prob-
around the outside.
Yeah, you could probably get away with that. The only downside to the way it was laid out is if like with my branding, for instance, if I were to put up my branding, then my branding blocks off. If you've got the L pattern happening, my branding and my table blocks off a couple of feet of the person who's sitting next to me. So
They'll get smaller branding.
it's a 6-foot table.
So get a 6-foot branding.
I've got a 6-foot branding. That's the problem. The way that it's set up, I've got 6 feet, but when you bump that other table against it, they've only got like 4 because 2 feet's taken up by my table.
Oh, they're crossover. Yeah.
Yep. So which isn't a big deal if you're a 2-table setup to begin with, because you can go ahead and take that L. But if you're a 1-table setup, you want to make sure that you're not in an L if you can avoid it. So that way you're not cramping somebody else's style.
Yeah, so what's going to happen next year most likely is if you are actually physically displaying something or you are actually selling something, you're going to be put into the main room. If you're just going to be getting a table for a place to call home and you're not really doing much, then you're probably going to be kicked over into the overflow room. It's the only way we could really do it.
So I think we need to have an easel out in the hallway, pointing out that room. So like, here's what's happening in this room.
Little map shows left to right.
Yeah, like a mall map, where these vendors are over here and these.
Yeah,
a big sign at the
And
entrances
presentation
to
room.
point people where to go for the other room. And
Sorry.
and also for the presentation room, because at the beginning I had a lot of people asking me if I knew
Where
the
is it?
presentation
Yeah,
room
they couldn't
was.
find it.
Yeah, where's the auction at?
How about those tripod signs? The ones that you can get and you fold it out and then you set the sign on the tripod.
What about a blinking LED sign? That
I
would
think
be
we should
annoying.
just hire somebody that does the sign spinning.
Yeah,
They
there
just
we
stand
go. Right there in the middle of the lobby. Whee!
If only we had someone in our group here who was a professional sign person.
Yeah.
Yes. Conundrum.
Well, I can't think of anybody.
Me neither.
Yeah, I don't know. How about the digital versions of the signs?
Actually, we could put runway lights in pointing people. Just put lights all the way down the hallways and blinking for people to follow.
Be careful with that because then you'll attract the RC modelers, and there will be all sorts of crap happening with the precision ILS approaches.
So just two things for that. So keep in mind that the overflow room was a last minute addition. So we had no clue, and I was relaying completely off of the hotel of how many tables we can set up in there because we didn't really take measurements or anything like that. So next year, now that we have an idea, we'll have a add to the map for that overflow rooms for people to book that, and those will probably be the cheap tables. So just to let everybody know. So therefore, the people who just want a place to call home will go into that room instead of taking up tables in the main hall. And then plus also we'll have Rick Euland make the map and with the names of the people in there too as well. So that will help.
Yeah, thank you. And then better signage for the
yep, and that was something Jim brought up too. So yeah, we'll come up with some better
proper
signage as well.
Yeah. You know the guy that did the singing in the beginning? Was it
Bruce? Bruce Moore.
Bruce Moore. Yeah. What did you hear him very well? Because he was perfect in sound.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah, but he's a professional singer.
Yeah, that's his job.
If he would have done the announcements, everybody would have heard them, just like he sang. He sang wonderful. I mean, you could hear it all the way back.
Yeah, but he has to watch his own table. I mean, he had products.
And he has like
also,
a life and stuff.
Don't forget, while he was singing, everybody was quiet and listening.
Yep.
Well, he was loud. That's why.
It's quite a big difference when you're quiet and listening and projecting your voice over, trying to project your voice over everybody talking.
Yeah.
Well, he did a good job.
Yeah, he always does. But he sings at baseball games and stuff too. I mean, that's his vocation.
And he's
actually
also
got a
teacher
compliment
too.
from another professional singer, as Ken found out a little bit later too.
We woke up some guests with O Canada.
That came out okay.
Oh, really?
We didn't wake anybody up at 12 p.m. or a.m. on Saturday with the guitar playing, and they said
no, I
shut
think that
the doors
stopped at midnight.
Yeah, we were done by midnight.
Yeah, we stopped at midnight.
Oh, okay.
But as soon as they started playing, yes, people from the hotel started coming in and closing all the doors to the room there. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's no rooms above the.
They were just trying to help our acoustics. They were being nice.
That's right.
Yep. That's it. No, they were just trying to spare everyone outside the room from that performance.
So, who did we hear that sang that did really well? Mr.
Bruce?
Thayer?
Yeah, Thayer can sing somewhat, but I can't.
Yeah.
Any other suggestions? I mean, I think most of them seem to be presentation room, which is just simple stuff like orientation. Hooking into the sound system of the hotel itself would definitely help because then you have speakers, over your head all throughout the room instead of all aimed at Brian Schubring's head.
Yeah, I mean, if that room has a PA system, then that would be awesome. That would help.
Now, I do have a question, Grant. I don't know if you know the answer to this. Is there the ability to have the PA, if we're using it for the main room, also go to the secondary room or the presentation room in case it's a big announcement that everybody should hear?
No, that I do know. That is not possible.
Okay. Let me check. So you might need a runner to run over and tell them, oh, this is happening or something.
And just let you guys know, we have, we're probably going to be signing a 2-year contract with them. So we'll probably be there at least for a couple of years.
So technically next year won't be a last CoCoFest?
Yeah, that was my next question. Do we have to technically change the name of the show temporarily until the 2-year contract?
Yes, it will be the first penultimate CoCoFest.
Yeah, there you go.
The last CoCo.
Yeah, I like that.
Just take the word last and just have it strike it out with a line.
And you will be amazed how many emails I get every year. So this is the last CoCoFest? I always get those emails every year.
Well, see,
we can call the next one the first penultimate CoCoFest, and then if the contract isn't renewed again yet, then it's back to the 33rd last CoCoFest.
Right. So you've always put it off for 1 year. Yeah, I like it.
We'll just alternate between penultimate number whatever and the last one every 2 years as the contracts are signed, just to cause more confusion.
Well, just because we have a contract doesn't mean we have to have a show.
Well, true, but we better. Otherwise, we're just wasting.
I'll go there and just use the room myself.
Otherwise, we're wasting about $7,000. So
We should have
Well-
named this show May 4th was with us.
So what about the dinner? Because I heard good things about the dinner, and then just a while ago I heard a couple bad things. So was there issues with the dinner or something, or
Price.
Well,
it felt rushed. It
Yes.
felt like half of us weren't even like barely started eating, and they're already shoving the desserts in our face.
Yeah, I
The
still
food was
felt
good.
rushed, and I had to bug somebody for my dessert. They took my plates and never brought my dessert.
And
yes.
in my opinion, the brisket was tough as shoe leather, but I was also getting sick at the time, so I don't know.
I
Could have been me.
I mean, the food was
Tasted
okay.
It just it
was
felt
okay,
felt
but
rushed.
For
Felt
the-
like they
I
just
felt
wanted to get
rushed.
us out of there.
For the price paid, there should have been the opportunity for all attendees to make a second trip through the buffet line, and there was not. They were good about keeping the buffet line stocked, but there wasn't enough time. That we were not given enough time to make a second for everybody to make a second trip through the buffet line. And I will agree that it was rushed. It happened very, very quickly. I think they gave us like an hour for a group of our size with the with the price point paid. We should have at least an hour and a half to get everything taken care of. That's
2 hours.
my
2
thoughts on
hours.
it. Otherwise,
2 hours, I would say.
I liked the food. I liked the arrangement. The buffet line could have stood to be a bit more spread out, but they're using what they've got.
right? Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll take that feedback to them. Because we were only given an hour, so I'll see if we can get
'Cause,
that stint for an
like-
hour and a half. Because we had an hour last year, and that was
Yeah.
enough supposedly. So
Well,
I'm
we had less
surprised that-
people though too, so
Right. And
We
with
only
like
had
bigger
4
lineups,
people
so
this year.
longer lineups.
Like at my
No, so with that-
table, we got through. I got my food. I sat down, and I had just started eating it. And they were already putting the dessert in front of us.
Mm.
So
Yeah, because I was one of the last to get food, and desserts were coming out.
Yeah, I had dessert when I sat down too.
Okay.
basically,
So I think Grant,
I'll bring that up
Grant,
to
what
him.
you what you want to look at is like how many signed up for the dinner 2 years last year, and how many signed up for the dinner this year.
So I could let you know that was only 4 more additional people from this year to last year. So
Okay.
Wow.
So something
Yeah.
changed. Something changed that made it more difficult for people to get through or something like that. But yeah, it definitely would have been a lot better, I think, if we'd have had that extra half hour.
okay, I'll let them know that next time.
Was it meatloaf last year?
Because we have looked we did have meatloaf last year. And I think more people like the meatloaf than they did the barbecue. So we may go back to the meatloaf next year.
Mm.
So, and the other thing too is that I was brought up, why can't we go to a restaurant? Well, as we have found out in past, whenever we if we get a big group going to the restaurant, both last year at the Mexican restaurant and the year before at the pizza place, they will not split tickets. So one person is paying for everything, and then that person, like remember Jim Brain had to go to person to figure out everybody, and they had to use Venmo or something like that.
Yeah, and you had to use his like company credit card to cover it or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Now that
And
last
we don't want to do
restaurant-
that. And then the other problem is that may take 3 hours on a Saturday night to find a place, because most places do not take reservations anymore. And then don't forget too, Chicago is notorious for adding more fees to their
tips for bigger
right.
crowds.
And it's Chicagoland, so it's gonna take you 3 times as long to get to your venue than you would think it does. Than you would think it would.
Right,
Oh, yeah.
right.
Now that restaurant we had, was it Sunday?
Sunday night?
Sunday
after the
Sunday
show.
night? Yeah, after the show.
Anyways,
they split they split the
they split
ticket
the
up,
check
and they
for us.
had the patio that would held everybody, and then some.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I probably will not do the dinner next year, and I probably will go somewhere like Anyways or something instead. And that's nothing against Grant or Glenside. It's just that I think it's kind of reached a price point where I don't feel that I got a good value, and then the social aspect of it was kind of wrecked by getting rushed out. So I probably won't do
I
it
agree
next
with that.
year.
That's
That was really the only
reason
reason I was doing it, was the social aspect of it, because the cost is high to begin with, and has
Yeah, that's
been
why
for a
I was
while.
doing it too, was the social aspect.
Yeah,
Yeah, and unfortunately, hotel food is always high, no matter what. Bars and restaurant food at the hotels are.
I think we should seriously think about talking to Anyways about maybe doing something, or see if there's even any possibility, like somewhere like Anyways.
Like getting a whole patio.
Again, we do not do the dinner. Glenside doesn't do the dinner. It's just something that if you decide to do, you can do it on your own. If you want to go someplace else, you can go do your own thing. So if you guys want to try to set up something on yourselves, then be more than happy to do that.
Great.
Well, I don't want to necessarily be like a competitive dinner to the, because that's
Oh,
kind of
no,
the
not at
official
all. Not at all, because it
CoCoFest
doesn't
dinner.
cost us any money. We're just the middleman. We're funneling the money from you straight to the hotel. So
yeah, see, that's the other thing is that now you know, Glenside is taking the money for it, but Glenside's not seeing a dime from it. It would be better if you know if maybe Glenside was seeing some of that money, but they're not even seeing it. So
no, we don't want to. I mean, we could definitely charge you $10 or $15 extra on the plate, but I mean, heck, it's $43 already. It's it's going up $1 next year. So that's what they
Grant,
just quoted me.
if you're signing up for 2 years, did you have any leverage to ask for any certain things, you know, for the 2-year thing?
Not really, because everything's pretty much set in stone. They have a formula for the next 2 years already. So basically, the venue goes up about $300 each year is what it goes up. So, and then the food prices will be locked in at today's rates. So if the food prices go up quite a bit in 2 years, you know, we save money that way. They're not charging us for a lot of the labor stuff either. For example, you know, trash, we don't get charged for trash. But as you find out from VCF Midwest, they are getting nickeled and dimed for everything. Like for trash, they're getting charged, you know, several $100s for cleaning out the trash receptacles and stuff like that. That's why they're having to do a lot of volunteers. So, but you know, they have it pretty much down to science now. It's not really much of a negotiation really on prices anymore.
Well, this isn't Trash 80. This is a Color Computer Group.
Yeah, really.
Well, and the other thing too, Grant, is for the prices that hotels, and you've looked at a lot of different venues, this really is about our best value that you've been able to find so far.
Right.
I mean,
I think,
aside from the food and the cost and everything, we could easily be paying twice as much for the venue.
Exactly.
You know?
In fact, I think if we was to lose this venue, we probably will not be having it at a hotel in the future. We would probably be more or less looking to go to a university or college and then having to go to a hotel, you know, off-site. It's just the prices in Chicago are just getting so expensive. You know, I mean, just for example, the old VCF Midwest, they wanted, you know, $10,000, and we can't afford that. If we have one bad auction, we will be done. So, you know, and unfortunately, we're probably going to have to raise table prices next year. I'll be honest with you. We're not going to probably raise them much more, but you know, we're probably going to have to raise them a little bit because inflation prices are going up. So we have to, you know, raise our rates as well too. So, but we'll talk about that when time gets closer.
I have one question concerning, like, if we pick Anyways, and that was a good venue, and if we can get that whole, you know, deck area or whatever we want to call it, that would be great. The only worry I have, and maybe you guys can tell me better than I know, is how many people drive to the fest and have a vehicle to get to this versus the ones that fly in. Do we have enough spare people and spare room to haul everybody there, or are people going to have to start paying for taxis and things to get to the venue or get to the restaurant, I should say? I just want to have people kind of excluded because it's all of a sudden they got to pay for a cab on top of it.
Well, I usually, I fly in, but I usually rent a car and can take another 3 or 4 people.
Okay, and Ken and I, as long as we clean up my backseat, we can take a couple in mine. But I'm just kind of curious, like, what's the balance of people that fly in versus the balance of people that either drive in or do it like you, Mark?
I would say there's probably enough cars to get people to wherever they need to go.
I would think
usually.
So.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I just don't want to exclude people.
Yeah, but
how
many
enough
people...
cars to get people to lunch? So I can't see why there wouldn't be enough cars to get people to dinner. And I being one of the people that drive, because it's not practical for me to fly to Chicago.
Yeah, I always drive myself because I can't fly. So
well, and I'll counter everything you guys are saying, because once I'm there at the fest, I like the idea of eating lunch at the restaurant and eating supper at the restaurant. I don't have to leave, because once I'm there for the fest, I want to participate in the fest. I don't want to get up and leave.
Right, and keep in mind too, if you leave, because we are probably going to have more evening presentations next year. I'll be honest with you. So, you know, we'll probably start that presentation about an hour and a half after the dinner starts. So you might miss out on that.
So what restrictions does the hotel have? Like, let's say we wanted to order 50 pizzas.
Oh, that won't happen. No.
Okay, I didn't know what sort of restrictions.
There is no outside food allowed unless you keep it in that little private room that we keep the coffee in.
Okay,
but,
I didn't know what sort of
but then
restrictions
they will
have.
probably pick up on that, because then they start charging us cleanup fees and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I didn't know what the that's why I was asking. So
Yeah.
And I have to agree with Brian. I mean, the whole reason I've been pushing on having the dinner at the show is like the old CoCoFest back in the 90s stuff. We always had the entire hotel restaurant to ourselves, and everybody stayed there. Everybody stayed visiting. We'd visit between tables, but we didn't have these restrictions like you have to be out in an hour. It was like you could stay there right till closing because they knew they were going to get a lot of money because people would stay and have desserts and coffee.
So
and
did they
drinks.
actually tell you you have to leave? Or is it just that they were pushing
No,
up
it
the,
was just
I didn't hear anything.
like bringing the desserts out when we were barely started eating.
Yeah, we did.
It just made it feel like they wanted to get rid of us.
I could have swore last year we actually got to go through. We actually got to go through a second time if you chose to do so. But this time it was like, here's your dessert, and it was kind of implied, eat your dessert and get out. So in my opinion, and this is my opinion only, and my brother may share it with me, but I mean, just at that price point and being rushed out, and I'm only paying that price for the social aspect, that it's not a good value anymore. And
so did they take the food out of the buffet, or was the food still in there when they brought the desserts out?
No, they still left the food in there.
The food is still there because I went back for a second plate.
So I was ready to say, 'cause I went back for seconds as well. So, and I
What
hadn't
I
had
noticed,
dessert, so that's why it's kind of confusing.
If your plate looks somewhat empty, they're ready to take it away.
Oh
you
yeah,
know?
and
one time I growled
sister-in-law-
at the one lady, and she goes, "Oh, okay, I'll leave it."
So they should have put the desserts in the buffet.
Yeah.
And we go get them ourselves. That would have eliminated the rush feeling.
That would have helped, yeah. And they did last year. They had the desserts off to the right, if I remember, didn't they?
Yeah, I think that's true too. I'll bring that up to them and let them see. But like I said, just keep in mind, if you do go off site, you might miss out on the next presentation, that starts later and stuff like that.
Well,
So
Randy will
No,
be
it's only
streaming them,
Curtis. So
if it
depends on. And to be honest, I mean, people make their own decisions. Like if some people's not interested in that particular one and they want to, break from the whole show or type thing, they can go off and do whatever they want.
Yeah, because Eric, you could go eat with their Canalist. I mean, he goes gets a steak on Saturday nights. So
to me, since I know that things are going to be taped, I'd rather talk to people. Roam around and talk to people, and especially people you don't ever see.
See, that burned me last year, Ron, because a couple of presentations that I was in, never mind some ones I wanted to see, the audio was shot, so there was no tape to go to. I was just watching people mime.
Yeah.
So that kind of, I tried to attend. The only one I missed was Mark's this time because I didn't want that to happen again. Now I realized, Randy's kind of fixed all the problems that he had last year, and not everyone does have good sound this time, so that's not a concern now. But yeah, I was a bit leery about it this year.
But the thing is, though, is that we estimate there was 150, 175 people that were at the fest, and how many did we have tickets for dinner? 65, 75?
Oh no, we only had 44 plus.
Right.
2.
So here we are. We're talking about 1/3 of the attendees, with the dinner and stuff like that. So I mean, the price. I do agree, the price is high. I'm not going to disagree with that one, but I guess I just look at it as the convenience of not having to leave. But but it's hard.
The meal is actually $35, but by the time they add their 20% service fees and then their taxes, Chicago taxes onto it, that's where it goes up. So,
well, then it's $45. It's not even $35. I wouldn't even throw that $35 number out there because that's not the real number.
If it's a mandatory fee, then it's part of the fee.
Yeah, it's just part of the
price.
fee.
Yeah.
So I mean, it is what it is, and at this point, I will probably not participate in that next year, and that's fine.
Yeah,
But
and obviously,
that's
another 80 people didn't either if they only sold 40 some odd tickets. So
yeah.
I agree with Brian. I like the whole staying together because that was really popular at CoCoFest in the 90s and stuff, and that worked quite well. But the hotel was a lot more accommodating and cheaper too. So
there was I think that at one point the dinner was like 25, and now we're up to 45.
Well,
I get it. A different hotel. I get it, but I'm just saying in the big span of things, some people, there's a breaking point for some people, and I think between the food was and the cost and the bums rush we got, I think I'm done.
You hit that point for yourself.
I've hit the point for myself personally.
So keep in mind the reason it's more expensive at this location versus the other one, because at the one at Elk Grove, the food money that we spent went to take off to the price of the hotel rental. So this hotel doesn't do that. And then before that, we brought in the outside barbecue. So,
and that's fine. I'm not blaming you or anyone at Glenside. I'm just stating my opinion.
Yeah. Like I said,
I'm not
I don't
blaming
care because
anyone.
we're not making money off of it. So
right. And I think it would be different if
Glenside was benefiting from that $45, I may feel differently about it. But since Glenside's not seeing a dime, and now I'm not saying raise the price so Glenside gets some money, but that none of that 45 is going to Glenside, and that's just another, that's just another check in that column of no.
No, and I agree. $45 is expensive. I mean, keep in mind, Jim Brain, the president, he doesn't eat there either. So it's more or less the older crowd that keeps on wanting to do the dinners. So
I say we have a lot of takeaways, and we have plenty of time between now and then to hash it over. So
maybe we can go over to White Castle.
Good luck with that.
Then you can peel your burger apart like Taylor does.
That's a bad White Castle too.
You better get some toilet paper.
There's such a thing as a good one.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Well,
I'm being facetious with White Castle.
I'm not
a fan either.
Relativity is relative, but that's a bad White Castle.
So, Curtis, did we take care of the coffee situation this year?
I was plenty caffeined up this year. I was quite happy with the coffee situation. The only thing that threw me off is the two inside the main hall there. I didn't realize the left one was hot chocolate because I was groggy from the drive and stuff, and I just walked up and filled from the first one I was nearest. And I took a big swig, and what the hell? And this is hot chocolate.
Hey, Curtis, there's a tall tell that it's hot chocolate when the marshmallows are right in front of it.
Yeah.
Well, also the marshmallows was sitting in front of it, and
the marshmallows were sitting in front of both, so that's not fair. But no, I was groggy. I just picked out. I thought, oh, good, they got two barreled coffee for me here. Awesome. The one that's nearest me when I grab my cup, that's where I'm filling.
Another good
and then
thing
I discovered it was hot chocolate.
They had ice water things with cups. Where
how much were we paying for that?
I don't think it was anything. Yeah,
that was free.
Okay.
I got my money's worth of that stuff. That's for sure.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah, luckily
the coffee was great. I had no complaints compared to last year.
Yeah, so
there was definitely sufficient coffee.
Lemonade and iced tea is it's very cheap. So it's like $18 for the 5 gallons. So
and even the hot chocolate, once I got used to the fact that was hot chocolate, I did go back and get 1 or 2 more later on just to have a bit of a break from the coffee. So that all worked out great for me.
Now the iced tea was already sweetened, wasn't it?
Kat, what are you doing?
Oh,
I didn't see any sweetener, so I just assumed it was already sweetened. But
I didn't try it. I don't know.
I missed that.
Not nice tea.
I saw the lemonade, I saw the iced tea, and I was just like, well, if it's, I don't know. No, Ken says no. I'm not sure what he said no about. With all the people,
they kept the bathroom fairly clean too. That was
they cleaned it multiple times a day. Okay, there was sweetener. I guess it was unsweetened iced tea. I didn't try it.
Okay, so you're in Chicago, which means that you're up north, which means that there is no sugar in the tea.
Right.
Oh, if you go further north, there is.
Yeah, but people, I mean, I asked for some sugar in my tea once when I was visiting my second wife's family up in Wheaton, and they looked at me as if I'd grown 2 extra heads.
Right. Well, and if you just put sugar in the tea, it doesn't dissolve because the tea's cold now. You need to sweeten it while it's hot and then cool it.
And then some people like lemon and sweet, or just lemon, or just sweet, or nothing, neither of them.
If we get to showing the pictures and stuff, we can probably see a lot of other stuff we'd want to say.
Oh, I want to talk about the tea and lemonade for at least another 20 minutes.
Okay. All right.
I mean as far as here goes.
Jason, you're sweet enough already.
Oh, thank God.
Ooh.
But as far as the tea goes, I mean, like here, I guess it varies where you're at, but I can get sweetened or unsweetened. Now, sweet tea is a whole nother thing. That's like diabetes in a cup. That's just way better. That's it's more like
proper sweet tea
than it is tea.
Yeah, if it's proper sweet tea, then yes, you should be going to the hospital immediately after taking one sip.
Black is coffee with caffeine and enough sugar to.
I definitely don't like sweet tea. I don't like to try to put sugar in cold iced tea, but I have no problem putting like some type of like the pink or the blue stuff in cold tea. That seems to work okay, but I didn't even try it. So
Nick Marentes doesn't have anything to say about this.
He says, "Crikey, he went to sleep."
Ron, he eats Vegemite. That should tell you enough about his taste.
The Brits would call Southern sweet tea a builder's cup. It's enough caffeine to wake you up and enough sugar to keep you going. So
we're getting asparagus.
I think we are. Yes.
Yeah.
It's time.
I guess
asparagus tea from Ryan Walsh in the chat.
Asparagus tea.
Oh, asparagus.
Well done, sir.
Nice.
Well played. Well played.
Okay, on to the lemonade then.
So
I think we've solved this food situation. Obviously, there's some discussions that we'll have to have with not feeling rushed and stuff.
And I think it's important that a survey gets out sooner than later. But again, that's my opinion, just so it's fresh.
Yeah. Maybe have the survey out in the next week or two and then report it on the next meeting in June.
No one saw my WEFAX demonstration. I was a little put off, but it's okay.
Oh, I wanted to see the demonstration. I was just pulled in many directions.
I know.
Yeah, I had the same problem. I went to go visit Henry on Sunday, and by the time I got to go talk to him, he was already packing up.
So, and that's another thing too I wanted to bring up. We're toiling with the idea of having a Friday, Saturday show. What's your feelings about that?
I mean, I'm for it because like the next place I have to be on, if it's going to be the same weekend-ish, the next place I have to be is going to be New York State. You know, and I have to be there on Monday.
You know,
I originally did not like the idea, but actually, as I've been talking to people, it's starting to grow on me a bit, to be honest.
Yeah. So basically, what it would be that we would have the show on, start maybe around, early afternoon on Friday, go all day, have a Friday night and Saturday night, and then everybody packs up and it's out by noon on Sunday. Because what happens is, whenever everybody's got to check out of the hotel, that's when everybody's packing up and checking out of the
and they're
show
gone,
too.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So 11 a.m. in the morning on a Sunday, and that's why people are shutting down.
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of like the same thing. Like when I go to when I would go to Hamvention on Sunday. Sunday was just dead.
Yeah.
And everybody either was packing up and leaving, or they didn't even show up that day.
Right.
But my only concern is if we're going to do a Friday Saturday thing now, so then we're going to have to tear down on Friday.
Huh? You still tear down on a Sunday morning.
Okay, we can still that was my other than that I like it. I just didn't want to have to be there Saturday night tearing down.
Yeah.
No, it'll be a Sunday. You have to tear down by noon on Sunday.
Oh, yeah, that's fine
reasonable.
then.
Yeah,
that's reasonable. Yeah, that's fine then.
Which is
the only concern I originally
anyway,
had was people getting an extra day off on a Friday, but you don't have to show up Friday. You can actually come in, Saturday and catch the whole day.
Well,
show
and
too,
the vendors can kind of have a little bit of time to ourselves early on Friday before the
exactly.
public comes in.
Come in.
So
yeah, we come in. We set up on Thursday. Friday, people haven't shown up yet, and so we're talking to each other. Saturday, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, and then Sunday, let's get out of here.
But hopefully by Saturday morning, the demo finally works because we've been messing around with it all Friday. And it'll be a good public show that way.
Yeah, Rick, actually your CoCoIO worked pretty well for that network game that was set up, because I had it running on mine, Mark had it running on his, so that was fun.
It was all accidental. I missed half of it running around.
Yeah, I like the idea. Since I don't have to pack up on Saturday night, I like the idea now.
Yeah, that was what sold me on it too, actually.
Now, would the dinner still be on Saturday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, do you guys have any thoughts about expanding it to other TRS-80 platforms?
Yeah, I think Grant had mentioned that. Then when they're talking about ways to try to get extra people to help pay for the higher cost of tables and stuff. I'm not totally sold on that, because then we were just becoming Tandy Assembly basically.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's redundant.
Yeah, I think
and our numbers are going up anyway. So do we need to start doing that? I don't know.
Well, I think the reason that we're doing it is because, again, it's harder for us to find auction items. So you got to keep in mind that, when the auction items dry up, then we have to find new ways to.
Well, I would think that the interest levels of everybody who goes to this are varied enough that you don't. I mean, if you have like a CoCo central item of auction items, then hey, you're good. And I would think it'd be okay to have auction items that branch out from there. So if you happen to have somebody say, hey, I've got a Tandy 1000 that I want to see what it hits in the auction, sure, it might not get as much as it might get like a Tandy Assembly or something like that, but there's still somebody who's going to be interested in it.
Hey,
Yeah,
we
we have
sold a
sold
bunch
those
of
before.
Sinclair last year.
Well, last year,
we-
those Timexes sold for a lot of money.
There was an Odyssey 2 last year, so yeah,
There was a
we've
Tandy
definitely had
2000 system a few years back.
Oh, dude, you want Tandy 2000 will bring some cash.
There was a
If you're a Tandy
C64
person.
tape recorder this time.
So and just the reason that has been brought up about adding the Tandy is because I guess there is some some interest in the Chicago area for a Tandy show, according to Jason. But the problem is that Tandy assembly is too far away into Iowa that the people don't want to go that far. So that's why it was brought up. So
I mean,
not for sure if we're going to do it yet, but and actually I heard that maybe somebody mentioned to me that they're trying to get Tandy assembly to move to Dallas, so that might help things too. So
I mean, we're not going to turn anybody away that wants to come exhibit with their CoCo.
Well, technically yes, because we've had turned away people before. So
well, you can't turn away CoCo people for Model 3 or 4 showing up.
I don't think we've actually. I don't know if I'll have to ask Jim. I don't think we've actually turned away people from displaying non-CoCo items, but I don't remember anybody trying to do that in the past.
Well, there was a gaffer table. It was interesting.
A who?
You'll see.
What?
A gaffer's table?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you mean.
You'll see.
Okay.
Okay.
So anyways, I don't think that's something we're going to look at doing right now, but that's something we might look at down the road. So
yeah, if it becomes financially necessary to do that, just to, you know, make it affordable or to keep it going, then maybe I consider it. But for now, I think with our numbers growing, vendor numbers growing, etc., I don't know if it's necessary.
We don't want to have a Tandy leather section, do we?
No.
No.
Right next to the Clecos.
I have a Tandy leather store here. I can just go there if I want to pick up a belt or something. I think that's it about the actual, you know, fest improvements and, you know, the things about the fest as far as, you know, running it type thing. But did anybody take any good pictures or videos or stuff of the actual attendance of the fest?
I did.
Or maybe some talk about what you guys thought about the seminars if you attended them, etc.
The pictures I took are already scrolling in the corner of the show here.
Okay, so everybody just squint real good there.
Yeah,
down
because there's
there.
a postage stamp size here inside of a postage stamp. So
Yeah. So
I have tons of video, but it's all still sitting there. It hasn't been touched because it's.
Well, if you put me on, I'll run through a little. I got a 6-minute.
yeah,
video.
you got some photos you took, right?
Yeah,
So
and pictures.
Do we want to do a Ron's Garage segment or?
Oh,
Sure.
of course.
Wind it up. Let's see. Here we are at Ron's Garage. I don't know if you can see everything. I guess I'm showing it. This was really interesting, wasn't it?
Oh, the Alice.
Can you see it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And they had it out of the box. I was thinking of going over there and putting my MC10 in the slot, see if it fit and how it looked, but I didn't. Anyway, I was able to secure this CoCo for free. And when I got it home, I made it into this one. So I had time for that. And there's my old one. But anyways, guess what that picture's of? Anyone?
Is that when we did the special song, or is that just part of the general jam?
I think it's general jam that's late at night, I think.
Yeah, that was pretty late.
Yeah, someone picked that out and commented here. That's why it's there.
As a bit of an aside, did anybody record the song we specifically did for CoCoFest?
Which song was that?
No, I didn't.
That was the parody of Jenny's song by Tommy Tutone.
Oh, I think I have most of that. I will be getting all the musical footage together in its own separate video, and I'll put that out when that's done. But, yeah, like I did last year, where I just took all the video I had for the musical performances.
Yeah, because we made a 6309 based parody song of the old Tommy Tutone classic 8675309.
Oh no!
Can you hear any of this? I didn't enable sound, did I?
No. It's Godzilla. It's We Must Flee. No, that is your. Grant's never sounded better.
I just click through, and you want to stop, we'll stop.
I think you already cycled through, didn't you?
This lady showed me a rock that glows with the light, so I just included it. And this is that computer I got that was rough shape. And there's my WEFAX demonstration.
Oh, I did see that when I walked by.
Yeah, this is the
Deluxe
advanced color
balanced precariously on our display table right beside the massive heat generating lamp.
You'll have to figure out which when I did this.
Here's
action
fan.
photos. Yeah, you can see the
But
wall.
see right there, that shot, that wall I'm standing beside there.
Right here's the wall.
Because the entranceway, if you saw that shot there, anybody to pass me coming in that side couldn't see a darn thing around the corner.
Yeah.
Yep.
And look on the floor, there's a cup with junk in it.
Hey, Frederick?
I told Frederick, it looks like we've been friends for years. Never noticed the lights until I took that picture.
Someday, Ron, we're going to have to teach you how to take landscape photos.
Yeah, really.
Right.
You take your phone and you rotate it 180 degrees.
90.
Or not 90. Yeah, do 100. Yeah, do 180. Then they'll be all upside.
So Jason just wants them to show them all upside down. Gotcha.
Well, that's for Nick Marenti's benefit.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's Doug Maston's dad and John Lurie.
That was our dessert.
There's that dessert. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I know that beard.
I found the made to order menu cheaper than their buffet menu.
Now,
Right.
did you want me to that is the broadcast of was it 5
Yeah, it's a
frames
streaming
second?
video audio that Henry Strickland had set up.
Yeah, do you want to hear it, or would it be bad because it's a Beatles singing?
If it's,
if it's copyrighted, don't do
it'll
it.
get copyright dinged in 5 seconds.
It's Yellow
Okay.
Submarine in
So I
all
guess
glory, so don't do that.
I guess I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah, rule of thumb,
Yeah.
Ron, is do not just show anything that's copyrighted.
Especially the Beatles or
Yeah.
Michael Jackson.
Or the Eagles.
Right.
They're worse
Or
than
Metallica.
Nintendo. Yeah, Henry had a lot of stuff that was really, really cool, which I hopefully
Really
it's
cool. Even those
technical-
little monitors he got for $60 a piece, they were real nice.
I don't know if anything that the Coco plays actually gets copyrighted. It's almost a badge of honor.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Well,
like when we had the jam session, they actually dinged us, a couple copyright strikes because we played the song close enough to the original they could recognize it, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I know you were happy when I uploaded that last year. You were happy, like, oh, it actually got recognized. So that was a badge
Yeah,
of honor.
I was chuffed, man.
Oh man,
God
I guess.
dang.
Hi, Kitty. Yes.
They recognized what I played. Awesome.
There's Command Central there.
Yeah, with all the speakers aimed at his
Music
head.
Man.
And here's the bling. Let's see if I can.
Yeah, it's
zoom in a little
Elizabeth Hayes, pink Coco.
And that's the Neil Blanchard controllers, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah. There's
Actual wood.
There's glitter here and glitter across here.
She told me she's going to be working on a Coco 3 one soon too.
Yeah, and this is purple.
And I've tried to get her on the show, but she's too shy to come on the show. So
We need a bedazzled Coco.
Oh God, here we go.
Okay, and this is Ghidorah. You know what that is?
that's Boise's networking.
Yep. And this is
thing.
what the sign-in looked like. And I think it worked really well. And are we to thank God right now it wasn't the Coco that we had to do it through like before?
I don't know. A properly
Yeah,
written
it's-
Coco program could work.
You
Right.
think?
I
Yeah, it
did
was
find a way
easy.
to crash this once, though. So that was
Oh,
good.
gee.
I don't know. I think I crashed it too, and I don't know how I managed to crash it. It worked after I like
Before
Well,
and
Randy
after,
did say
yeah.
this was whipped up in a day or two before the fest, so it was
Well, it looks
probably
good.
not thoroughly debugged.
It looks good. Okay. Jason's who I got that computer from. Now this is the good stuff.
Yeah, Brian, if you're still on, you might as well describe what these are since it's your booth.
That's right.
Go back one, Ron.
Okay.
Is Brian
Better
still here? I
one,
guess I
better
should have
two.
asked that first.
Yeah, what this here is that in the upper left-hand corner
over here,
those are these ROM boards that Robert
Robert
Kilgus
Kilgus,
used.
yeah.
One of them has Scriptsit, the top one does. The other one has a debug program on it that he probably used. These were some cards that were designed by Radio Shack that had potentially four ROM sockets on it, so you could have up to 4 2K ROMs on it. Beside that is the trackball, or not the trackball, but the single button mouse.
Yeah.
What was unique about that one is it said that it has a sticker on it saying ALPS. So we're kind of wondering if maybe they may have done the initial design for Radio Shack.
Yeah, because the date of the mouse, there's actually a date written on it on the sticker too that is way earlier than the mouse went on sale.
Right.
Like almost half a year or 3/4 of a year early or something.
Like
And
a
then to
prototype or something?
It might have been a prototype, or it might have been like their initial design. It does say Tandy on the bottom, if I remember right.
That may
but
be
it
a
just had those
production
stickers.
sample.
Yeah, it just had those stickers on it, so that's what made us kind of wonder if they didn't do that. Aside that is the Black Beauty joysticks that we're familiar with.
But the thick handle one, which I'd never seen before, you found those.
But we did look in the catalog and we found out that that was the first design style, which kind of makes sense because right below that is this single button joystick. That's kind of the light's kind of shining on it though. That was a
handle.
joystick that Robert Kilgus was initially sent by Radio Shack for him to do testing with. And I don't know if we have the picture of the newspaper article, but there was the Detroit News did a interview of him, and they took a picture, and you can see Dino Wars is in there, and he's holding that joystick in his hand. So he would have used that prior to the release of the CoCo, because the release of the CoCo would have had the black joysticks. So, and actually on the bottom of that one it says Coleco. So it might have been some sort of a Coleco joystick that they modded to work with the CoCo. And then below that, and that was the one thing that we were kind of holding out on. And just as a future note, I'd like to schedule a time with Curtis for us to do a special show like we did with the Deluxe to show the board that's below that right there. There you go. That is a pre-production CoCo. Based on the chips, we estimate that it was probably around the second quarter of 80. So that would have been, 4 months, 5 months before the actual release of the CoCo. There is bodge wires on it.
And several months before the announcement.
Right. And so what we're kind of piecing all together is that in conjunction with the exotherm that you saw on my table, that Robert would have sat in front of the exotherm, did his coding, and then via a serial cable, he would have sent it to this board. And this CoCo was literally, in one of the emails that we have with him, he said it was literally laying flat on his table, on his desk, just like this. And so he would have just sat there and worked with that joystick. So that was really cool that he still had this with his items there. And so I tried to make a nice...
this is the second one. This is the first sort of assembly line version he would have received. The previous one he had, which he has several pages of notes from Van Chandler on.
Right.
The SAM chip wasn't ready yet, so there was a satellite board to simulate a SAM chip. It's the same ones that the image producers talked about, which is like 4 little boards all half wired and bodged together on plywood. So that would have been his first one he would have got, and this would have been, when he was kind of starting to clean up the programs for the initial launch titles, which is closer to the original board, but it is different. And you can see the PP for pre-production. The keyboards even got some differences too.
So, all the ceramic chips and everything. For most part, if you look at a CoCo1, the layout is very, very, very similar to like a D board.
Is this an adjustable?
Yep. Yeah, that'd be a potentiometer.
Resistor.
Yep.
Yeah. A couple of things you can notice right here, right the way we're showing right now, is that the ribbon cable connector did not have the card edge connector that the actual release CoCo ones did at that point.
Stuck in there.
So in this case here, it was soldered directly to the board.
Oh.
And the keyboard, you'll notice, like we've got those little hooks on the left and right to go on the posts. This one has ones on the top and bottom too, which no other keyboard I've seen has that.
Okay, let's see what else I got here. That's the keyboard that was on it.
Yeah, and then you can see the 4 screws on the side.
Yeah.
They're 2 on each side. That's the way it was normally hooked up. But those 2 on the top, 2 on the bottom, did that mean they had an alternative case design that they were thinking where they were going to attach up there, and they just made a keyboard to cover both?
There's some Model 1 keyboards that have those extra fingers on it. They don't get in the way of anything, so it doesn't matter, but I've seen those.
Okay, and then this is
this here is the Deluxe, which we have been talking about. So
quite a bit.
Yeah, people had a lot of interest in that. So people were really excited to see it, and I was glad to be able to share it with everybody.
Yeah, I think I have multiple.
I'm honestly looking forward to when the board repro happens.
Yeah, Pedro's already indicated he's willing to help do that. So we just need to figure out some of these extra bits, like where that other IRQ is coming from, what that extra control bit on the control register is.
And what's with that? It says
I don't know if it was just a sticker that was on there. Boise's, if you look at Boise's pictures on his blog site, his also has that on there. So that might have been just something internal to Radio Shack for tracking purposes.
Yeah.
It says his also says 852.
Exactly. Yes, this is 852 as well.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No, it has it's different.
It has a
number,
different number.
Same
Okay.
stuff. Yep.
Gotcha.
It's the number on that one is 8675309.
Cute.
That was later.
All right, this is just stuff, you know. This happens to be my stuff.
Yeah, Paul Shoemaker's little Star Wars demo.
There you go.
Yeah, that's when we were rewriting a couple of lyrics because I discovered I was looking at the wrong line and counted the syllables wrong, so I gave them too many words to fit in.
Stevie was singing also, I believe.
Yeah, he ended up singing it because Paul and I were trying it on our own, and then like Paul can sing and he sings backup in his band, but that song's complicated enough he couldn't keep the tempo quite right at certain spots. It got a little bit too much to handle. So he asked, could we bring Stevie in to sing it? Because he doesn't know if he can do it justice, and I can't sing, so I said sure.
And this is next to the Ghidorah thing. And what's this?
So what's 9 something or other? Oh, that's the one that Boise's working on, that 6 or 8 megahertz 6809 based.
Oh, okay.
Turbo 09 or the.
And there's Marco
hardware.
and Rick.
Yep. I think this is the beginning of that. So
okay.
We went through it all there. And what else do we have? Okay. I have a video. Let's see. Someone commented on this one. That's why it's there, I think. And these are the machines out in the hallway, which 2 of them had some issues, and I had Mark Bosley didn't you come out and look at them?
Yeah, I put some time into trying to figure out what was wrong with them.
Yeah, this one and this one here. I was banging on the CoCo and he watched. And let's see, I had these couple pictures here, and Simon says, yeah, 5 years ago. He was there. Yep.
Yeah, that was Heron Point.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, which is not that far from this venue because I mistakenly drove past it on my way home. It's just on the other side of I-355.
Yep.
There's my key fix that my wife got me.
That's a Rick Ulan product.
Yep.
Great parts,
Then
good parts.
And I put this here for Mr. Marintes and whoever else might be watching from Australia. That's the flag off of the,
Yeah,
MC10.
but the problem is it's upside down.
Is it really? Sorry, guys.
Well, maybe for Nick it is.
And then look what I had.
I'm standing on my hand.
You see this? It was at the show.
Yeah.
Detroit.
There you go.
Yeah.
He was there.
So how much did he bribe you with, Ron?
The check has cleared. I got everything he ever made.
All of it's good except for that, but
Okay, so let's see some more pictures. Tables with goodies. You just love to stand there.
Now, is
and
this the auction
stare.
or is this stuff getting sold?
No,
He was selling stuff. I
I
bought
don't
one
know.
of
You
his
guys tell me.
FD 500 cartridges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's I got a shirt from him, $20, and it was 4X, the size I take, and he had to dig through he had a big box underneath there of all these shirts, all different sizes.
Oh, I wish I knew that because I would have bought one. I didn't even know he was selling shirts.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know he was selling shirts either.
Huh.
He didn't make it obvious.
Well, I guess not.
AJ, if you're watching, make it more obvious that you're selling shirts next time.
Yeah, I'll buy one next year.
Yeah, AJ's a great guy. I've
Oh, yeah,
actually had
absolutely.
lunch with him in Des Moines. We met up. So he's a great guy.
Yeah, he is. There he is.
There's a perpetrator.
There's Rick Adams.
You
There he's contemplating his rewriting his OmniStar since he found the half-done code for the original version.
Oh,
yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
He said he
I
forgot
saw him
about
in-
some of the things he was going to put in it.
Yeah.
First thing he tells me is, "I want to thank you for helping me last year bring my stuff in." I said, "I guess I missed you this year. You're already set up." He goes, "Yeah, but he thanked me. He was a very nice guy."
Absolutely. Great guy.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, there's Forgotten Machines again. Oh. Ooh.
There's Marco's table.
Right.
Yeah.
That was part of the CoCoIO multiplayer game demo.
Yep, that's the SpaceIO.
There's
And
one of the shirts.
I think he's one of the guys that came up to me and got me the CoCo Fuginet card thing.
Brian, is that the guy that was handing them out?
I think so. Maybe
I've seen
not.
him at other
No.
CoCoFests, but I can't
that's not
remember his
him.
name.
No, it's not him.
That's not the guy that was handing out the Fuginets. No.
All right, so I was wrong. Sorry.
Oh.
Look at that. That
Look
is
at that
rare,
door.
isn't it?
That's that
Really?
Tandy
Is that a
multimedia speaker system, isn't it?
Very
Oh, I
rare.
was looking at the
MC10.
door on
Yeah.
that CMA.
Okay, let's
Nice.
move in.
Or MS10.
Even
That's got to be
penalty
Photoshop
out.
the door, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get close in on that door. Enhance.
No, that's an MS20 because it has the equalizer on it.
That's right. You're right.
Ah, nice. There's Marco. Oh, there's
Yep.
David Ladd. You
Yeah.
can tell because it's a brightly colored shirt.
Really?
Yes.
It's
David, there's
reflecting
nothing
on the-
subtle about David's. You can always spot David at one of these shows.
There's John Strong, who had a whole bunch of 3D printing cases, include some that glowed in the dark with UV.
Oh yeah,
Ooh.
he was real proud of that. He'd shine his little light on it, and it would light up.
Also makes Cocoa Pie cases
Yeah.
and stuff too.
These are the PortaCoCos.
Oh,
You might notice your keyfix connector glows in the dark. Just saying.
Oh, does it?
Oh,
I
and
used up all the plastic I had.
well, there was that PortaCoCo, or with PortaCoCo, they had the MC10.
yeah, the MC10
that was
portable one.
rotating.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
kind
it
of
was
a
cool.
smaller version of what Taylor and Amy ran around the front yard with.
Yeah. So
Okay, so this is
David Kraeker.
Kraeker, yeah.
Yep.
And his son.
Yep.
And his son was an artist doing all kinds of stuff over here.
And David, of course, was selling the replicas that he's made of the Dicom phaser light gun adapter for the Sega Master System light guns for the Dicom games that used it. He sold out of his first batch of 4. I think he's got a second batch that's already sold out. And then after that, he's going to release the plans and hopefully another manufacturer can pick them up.
And because we have a tag, we know that this is Mr.
Oh, Damon
Beal.
Beals.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
I know
Wow,
the name,
those
but I
things do come in
never
handy.
read the tag, so I actually talked to him very briefly, but I didn't know who he was.
Yeah, I got to talk to him a little bit.
Name
You
with
know,
a
some of
face.
these guys come up to me and they go, "Hey, Ron, how you doing? How's your wife? And how's Vicky doing? My dog." And I'm going, "Geez,
Who are you?"
nothing sacred anymore." No, I got
That's
trouble.
what you call that's the CoCoNation effect.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Right?
yes,
Yeah.
people come up to me, go, I like, oh,
'Cause now
okay.
you-
I look at the tag, I'm like, I recognize that name. How
Yeah.
are you?
Yeah, because now you're world famous to like 200 people. So
Yeah, that's right.
Right?
That's right. In
Yeah,
my
in
own
a very
mind.
specific situation with a very specific crowd, someone may recognize you that you don't know.
There's the
There's Rick.
man.
Ah, I know that beard anywhere. Oh, that
Ta-da!
guy.
Yeah. Then look, ease of use.
Patient 0.
And as usual for the show, I was nowhere near my table.
There's some more secrecy.
Right.
I noticed.
Ooh.
If you want to go back one picture, Ron, can you?
Overnight it was empty.
So this
Disappeared.
machine here, this was just one of the CoCo ones that Robert Kilgus had. This would have most likely been after the CoCo. Does anybody notice anything unique about that picture?
I noticed the keyboard has the top and bottom hooks on it.
What are
Yeah.
I noticed it's worth 50 cents more.
Look at the arrow.
What are
Yeah,
these?
what are those?
He had glued 2 quarters on top of it as a heat sink on top of the SAM chip.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right.
really? So it's worth whatever it's worth plus 50 cents.
Right.
If it's
And
red
what-
quarters, it
They
might
were
be
probably
worth more.
quarters from the 80s, too. I
And
bet.
what's this one here?
Just another CoCo one that he used.
Oh, okay.
I was just trying to show all the different equipment that he used. Some of it was nothing special. Just this is
All right.
just this was his work environment.
He had
And
the
now-
well worn wrist stereo that turned the scraped the silver paint off and turned black. That's exactly what my D board CoCo one looked like.
Huh.
Yeah, and his F board is the same thing.
Oh, and there's that terminal he used,
Yeah.
the development system there in the background.
Yeah, the
It
extra term.
says- Yeah, that's for the Deluxe.
That's the Deluxe itself. That's the
There's that
prototype.
joystick.
And who is this?
I think that's the
Oh,
is that the
PortaCoCo.
PortaCoCo?
guys. Yeah, that's right. I just snapped the pictures and left. He was doing the sign thing like somebody just mentioned about having
Yeah.
somebody do a sign.
Yeah, he was doing some good sign spin there
Yeah.
for a while.
Yeah, this is pretty genius right here. You can take it all off and it's just a regular.
Yeah, my favorite part is
pen.
none of his Porta stuff, CoCo or MC10, requires any case mods. It just
Yeah.
clips on, doesn't damage the case at all.
Isn't that awesome?
Well, I think the MC10 had like a shim, didn't it? It's a little thicker.
Yeah, the
Yes,
CoCo
that-
VGA one that Brendan does.
Yeah.
I think that's in there.
You guys see the guy
Okay.
right above the Radio Shack hat there? If you go back
Where?
one run,
Okay.
the guy in the background there that's standing there
him?
talking to. Yep, that's who was handing out the Fuginets.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. You're right.
Yeah,
Does
looks like
anybody
I was
remember his
probably
name?
looking at my phone.
Bill Athing.
Bill
Okay.
Athing? Okay.
Athing.
William Athing? Is that who that is?
Yeah,
Athing.
okay, that's right.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
was like, I was drawing a mental blank, and it's like, oh, who is that? And I felt bad because I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget, and then I can't find my note. So
Yeah, he comes right up to me and he goes, Ron, yeah, and he goes, I got one of these for you. And I said,
Yep.
oh, thank you very much. Because I was on the list if when they come available. I
Yeah,
wanted
because he
to
gave
buy
one to Brian and me too, and we
Yeah.
were both busy at the time, so we didn't talk, and I
yeah,
didn't know who it was. I just kind of got handed to it while I was talking to somebody else too. So a
Yeah,
big
I
thank
spoke-
you on behalf of all of us that
Really?
got the Fuginet from William. Like, thank you very much.
Yep. yeah, I mean,
And-
super nice guy. Him and his wife stood there and talked for a while, and just really nice man.
Yeah, now this is what mesmerizes you as you walk by. Now, you look, you're checking prices. What's this got in it? What's
I need that. I need that.
Yeah,
I need that.
there's that stack again. Oh, and those are the shirts that were for sale.
We didn't know
And
about.
Are we back at the beginning?
I think we are.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. That's Jim Brain.
Yeah, but
I think
it's
cut off.
yeah, it's close up.
Oh, you
There's
were.
Jim's
Oh,
brain.
extreme close up.
Yeah.
There he is. Now we can see him.
Now let's see if I can get the video that I have next here. I have a walk around video. It's a
By the way, Brian, in the chat, William Athing says you're welcome. So thank you,
Good.
William.
Great.
And I apologize for not remembering your name. So thank you.
Ditto.
I have a hard time remembering my name sometimes.
He's actually one of our
Right.
sponsors on the Patreon, so thank you for that as well.
Yeah.
Well, so his name should be coming across the bottom there when we
This
have
is
that.
the
up.
one that was too big to post.
Yeah, I need to build one of those Fuginets.
I
Okay, this is a video.
It doesn't
so
take that long to build them.
it's 6 minutes long and it goes by itself. And I'm sorry that I rock back and forth.
oh, that's my table.
And you're talking away about your composite mod.
Could be. Yep.
Yeah.
Composite.
I
I've
had
heard
a
of
CoCo2 there that
composite. I
Oh yeah,
regret it.
I had a CoCo2 there with a composite or composite mod.
Look,
But-
Popstar Pilot.
Oh no.
At last, a good Nick game.
Finally a good game. Too bad it wasn't the other game that Curtis hates so much. New Droid.
I bought some coasters from this guy. Talked to him a while.
Yeah, those are people that we had on the show a couple weeks ago. I was able to get them into the main showroom.
Yeah, I got a coaster, I got a magnet, and I got a joystick, so I haven't even had a chance to try them yet.
Yeah, they will. They told me they definitely will be coming back next year. So, and keep in mind too, we had a lot of cancellations for vendors right at the last minute due to family emergencies here the last about 3 or 4 weeks. So
Yeah, at least 4 vendor tables shut down because of that.
Yep.
Well, let me know if you want me to stop while we're going. Okay.
Yeah,
Stop.
Michael and Diana are very nice.
I was just testing it there.
Yeah,
Big bucks. Oh, whammy! Stop. Oh, look at that! One of those Joey controllers, one of those Joey high reses. Look at that.
Beautiful screen displays we have now. We don't have to worry about fuzz.
I can't believe Stevie sold everything he wanted to sell.
He pretty much did.
Oh, did he?
Yep. He
I
sold
think
the.
he went home with one CoCo2 or something. It was one CoCo. I think he didn't sell.
Is he brought what, 4? I think?
He definitely. Well, yeah. Then the Tandio and the. What was the other thing he had? The that video game system. What's it called? Starts with C.
ColecoVision.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sold everything I brought too.
Yeah, I think most people.
Okay,
Most people have sold everything that they had pretty much.
This is the gaffer
I did
table.
not sell out. I will say that. I did not sell out, but I probably brought too much. But I didn't want to disappoint anyone.
This is the gaffer table I was telling you about.
What?
How are those clamps supposed to do anything? They're
See?
insulated. You can't connect anything with that.
Yeah.
Gaffer
What is
table.
that? I don't understand.
Well, it was sold.
What table
guy-
was that?
Yeah.
That's kind of an odd thing.
All these were for
Ooh,
sale
Cocoa
for like $130.
Mm.
Complete pies.
Mm,
Come and get your pie.
Buy 400 with a case.
Check that out.
RGB M&Ms.
Oh yes, it's like ooh, piece of candy.
Darn it, I didn't see that. I didn't get any of those.
Yeah.
It was near it was opposite of like kind of catty cornered and opposite of David Ladd's table. So
yeah.
I know I munched a few of them.
And this is Fuginets table.
That's Henry Reichfeld.
So what?
There's
what do you
no
need for
Fuginet in
Fuginet? Is
there.
there like a card or something you have
Yes,
to
there
build?
is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got mine.
Yeah,
that
I got
can
one
show
too.
you.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what? I missed the Fuginet episode. I wasn't on that one, so I don't know.
I
anything
wonder if
about
they're
it.
showing it here somewhere.
I'll have to go back and watch that one. It was probably a couple episodes back.
That's a few episodes ago, but you know, it hooks you up to Wi-Fi, but it also handles a lot of the heavy lifting so that you can go ahead and get onto services without the CoCo having to worry about running the back end of the service. The CoCo acts more as a terminal. Now, given if you're running a multiplayer game, the game code is going to run on the CoCo, but all the processing as far as getting everybody onto the same page is done on the remote server. And for some of the stuff, the heavy lifting is done actually in the ESP32 itself. So it's not like a CoCoIO style raw getting on the internet. It's more along the lines of an appliance that gets you where you want to go and run some things.
What do you guys think he uses that peanut butter for?
Food?
Eating.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can think of it more along the lines of using drive wire, but you actually put the PC in your CoCo as opposed to having it sitting on a desk next to it.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
And
Yeah,
then
there we
you
go.
Also have additional capabilities that that drive wire doesn't have, like allowing you full net usage.
This is
Yeah, you
software
mentioned
by
it.
Looks like I need to go back and watch episode 360. So
Yes.
that's I wasn't on that episode and I haven't watched it, so that's what I need to do.
Yeah.
These are the games that Kilgus made, right? And
Not just games. He did a lot of stuff with them.
Yeah, this is the not everything's laid out yet, but this is all of the software that he contributed to the code.
Oh, he did Spectaculator. Ooh.
Right.
And the disc version.
Ooh, and script set. Oh, look at that.
Actually, it's 9 scripts, which never got released, actually looks pretty good. We're going to try to get that up and running again.
You get that on the
Does it exist? Oh, that's cool. Is that one of the things he didn't get paid for?
Yes.
That's a bummer.
After going back and forth with changes too with Tandy.
Right. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
So that's a 6809 machine there.
Is that the extra term?
It could, yes, it could be a.
That is not a
bunch of different
6809.
ones.
That is a 6800, and it's meant to be a cross assembler. It was the
right.
Motorola's very early system when the 69 was first released. That's how you wrote programs for it.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at
At
that
the very end, there was Paul's setup next to me. I think right.
Althayer's?
There. Yeah, he was doing.
Yeah, he's working on his combat game.
He started on working on it a while, and then he turned the monitor around, and everything went off. Oh, gee. I felt bad for him. Yeah, he was not a happy camper.
No.
Okay, so I believe that may be all I have. There was another video that was a short one that I stopped because I was talking to. I think I'll just stop anyway. That's it.
So Ron,
Ron, I thought you might cover my table, and I didn't see my table.
That might be on the other video I was just talking about. It's a short one, maybe a minute and a half or so, and it covers what I didn't cover here. And it was the very first thing I did, but I stopped it because I think your brother Jason introduced me to his wife there, and I stopped it, and that's when it ended.
We'll blame Ken.
Yeah.
Oh, here, just because you asked earlier, Ron, this is just for you. Here's some Tandy leather. Here's a checkbook cover in Western double loop stitching, and here is a credit card holder with just a running straight stitch.
Great.
Both examples of the fine products you can buy from Tandy Leather.
And welcome to our Leathercraft segment here on the CoCoNation.
Well, it is Tandy.
Yes,
Right,
it is.
Right. It's
So,
not Coleco.
Any of your other
Medical
guys
leather.
that got stuff, let's see it.
Oh, Ken said
I
to
didn't
blame
get
his
this
wife.
from the fest, but I got this. I had two things.
Where are you, Bob?
I don't know.
Wave your
Where am
hands.
I at? What am I doing? Who are these
Wave your
people?
hands
Mystery
in
Man.
the air.
There
Oh,
he
wait,
is.
there.
Just a
Okay, I see.
There.
You got a Coco there. Gotcha.
There's a random Coco.
So I was lucky enough that I didn't get either of these. Well, I got this CoCo2 at the fest. We'll talk about that in a second. But this was waiting for me when I got back, which is my mini
Is that
MPI from Zipster.
That's a T1, isn't it?
That is a T1 CoCo2. And if you look at that case, I mean,
It's white.
Beautiful.
it is super white, super clean.
All right,
I'm
you're
under the
selling it how
impression-
much?
Nope. I was under the impression that this had something like maybe 10 hours of use on it.
Ooh,
Even the
Steel is
bottom
still
is
intact.
like pristine.
I can almost smell
And
it.
it's never been opened by look at the warranty sticker.
Never been
Mhm.
opened. Probably
You're-
never
you-
will
what
be
are you
opened.
going to hack into it then?
Nope. This will be the one machine I will probably never open.
Unless the
Which will be-
keyboard whacks out, right?
Yeah. We'll see
There
if
we
something breaks on it, then I may have to, but it's
Yeah, if it was
Looks
only
like the
used for
view-
10 hours, I mean, even the keyboard miler should be fine for years to come.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, unless it
definitely
was stored in the attic.
By the looks of it, I would say it was probably stored in a sealed bag in a vacuum room or something. It looks really good
yeah.
shape.
Yeah,
I
it
think it
is
was in a
beautiful.
closet in a bag.
Right from the time warp, huh?
Yep. But that was the main thing that I got that I'm happiest about. And this
Yeah.
joystick, of course, is actually a good playing joystick. So thanks again to Tech Dungeon for showing up.
Neat.
Did you use it on the Game On Challenge yet, or?
Actually, I did. I was playing Thursday night with it. So yeah.
I haven't had a chance to try mine yet because I purchased one of those as well. How'd you find it?
I like it. It plays pretty good. Obviously for the Crystal Revenge game, that was actually a really good joystick to use. Doesn't work for analog, obviously, but on Crystal Revenge, the feedback on it, because it's clicky, is just, it really helped you with the aiming for the ships for some reason. It works pretty well for that game.
Because I'd like to get some of the people that actually picked up one of those joysticks to maybe come on a future show in the next couple of weeks and actually kind of do a review of how it worked. And I do know from talking to them, because they've got Apple analog joysticks using arcade buttons, etc., that they're talking they might actually consider doing a CoCo analog with proper arcade style buttons and stuff.
Wasn't there a joystick that had a feature that you can make it, shoot the button really fast or something?
Yeah, rapid fire circuit.
Use
Yeah,
a
there's a few.
timer.
Are there?
Yeah, you can build that into an Atari interface too, like
Is
this.
Yeah, Paul Fiscarelli made one too that actually even plugs into a PC so you can run it in MAME or BCC or XWare.
Got my Atari to CoCo adapter here. Would be very trivial to throw a 555 in there with it and have auto fire.
That's how you
Yeah, I'm really glad they came out. It was kind of last minute that Grant got them into the venue room and into the hotel. They actually got the discount rate too, but they were happy enough with the way sales and stuff went, especially on such short notice, that they're planning on coming back next year.
Nice.
Yeah. And I had the extra fun that I had on my day that I showed up on Friday. The hotel had no record of my reservation.
You do not exist. We're sorry.
Yeah, he sold me a room for that night and told me that Saturday night I'd have to either find one or something. And then I started setting up in the hall, and luckily he called me back after about an hour and said he found my reservation. So all was good there.
Wow.
So you did hit the save button after all.
They put an A for my last name instead of an E.
Oh, oops.
Yeah.
That's the CoCo2 that Tandy released in place of the Deluxe, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's where they actually put the T1 chip that the Deluxe kind of had an early version of.
Yeah, and it's a 64K one, which is to replace the Deluxe 64K.
So if the reason they didn't come out with the Deluxe is that Motorola couldn't oh, okay, never mind. It's because this was going to come out. This one came out not
In
so much
85 or 86. It was a bit later than the Deluxe would have been.
Okay, because it was supposed to be Motorola couldn't supply enough for both the Deluxe and a CoCo2.
And the MC10 for the VDG chips.
Wasn't there a short time when they were selling a 2 and a 3 at the same time?
Oh, that overlapped for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thought so. Would this be one?
Yes, it could be. I mean, not necessarily. It could have been one just before the CoCo Theories release, but yeah, it could have been.
This is probably
so
right.
They had enough T1s for these CoCo2s, but they didn't have enough for the Deluxe. Is that the way it was?
Well, my understanding is the T1 that's actually in the CoCo2Bs here is actually came out at full year after the Deluxe would have been out.
Interesting.
If Mark's in the chat, he can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that's my recollection.
Because we got everything that the Deluxe has there, except the sound chip and the
F1
serial
and
port.
Yeah, the keyboard, the sound
And
chip, the composite out,
video.
Basically everything in the Deluxe is not in here except for the T1.
Well, and
It's got the keyboard. It's got 60K.
No, the Deluxe had more keys.
Yeah, the Deluxe had the F1, F2, and Alt control.
Yeah, the Deluxe has the CoCo3 keyboard, but the other thing too is the T1 that's in the Deluxe is not exactly the same as the T1 that's in this one here. It has some of the same features, but Curtis and I have been doing some testing and some of the features that do work on this CoCo2 don't work the same way on the Deluxe. So it's like the T1 that was in the Deluxe was is either not fully developed yet. I can't remember. Mark had a comment about it. I don't remember exactly how he worded it, but it either was custom for Tandy or it just wasn't fully developed yet.
Well, since the part number was totally different on the ones that came out on these, it may have been an enhanced version of the original T1.
Or a prototype of the upcoming T1, but then they didn't put it in production for another year.
Some of the border features don't work the way.
Yeah, the border feature doesn't work. I can't remember if the inverse video one works. Obviously, the upper lowercase works, but the font's different too. Like if you look at stuff like a pipe symbol, it's totally different than the original VDG or the T1.
Yep.
There's a few other keys like that as well, or characters, I should say.
Did you say that the MC10 is what took all the T1s?
No, the MC10 never had a T1. It was the general production of VDGs, both the combination of the T1 and I suspect because the T1 is a bit different, even the pinout's a little bit different. I think they just basically said we can't do both where we have to switch the tooling over. And that's why the T1 itself was not released for another year until Motorola could actually produce enough.
Hey, Bob, can you flip that over?
Yeah, he did already.
When you flip it over, I was going to show you the little box that's molded in there. You know, the concave area
under the cartridge slot.
Yeah, right there on the left. Mine has both. It has sound and video, or video composite, and then it has a switch on the side there for black and white or color.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, which is an interesting mod. I showed it to Paul Barton back in the day when we opened it up and looked in there, and he goes, "Yeah, someone made this from a mod that was in the magazine back in the day."
Yeah, composite was a fairly, and inverse video were fairly common mods.
It's nice to have it though in that box area where you can hook the wires up and it doesn't, hang out the back or.
Yeah, I think that's why Tandy put the RGB port kind of like that on the CoCo3.
Yeah, what do you know what this is for, and why it has two little?
That's where
for screws.
That's where the ROM cartridge is at. That's the two screws is where the two screws that hold the ROM, the 40, the edge card connector for the ROM.
Yeah,
on the other side.
Yeah,
on the inside. Yeah.
That was just a stud to hold those.
So there was no other use for that box area. Huh?
No,
okay.
Just a flat spot for the cartridge to set on and a spot to put the two screws in.
And what's the deal with that pass sticker? It's not on all the color computers, is it?
Probably just testing.
Yeah,
it passed the
they
testing.
Turned it on and made sure the screen was green.
Probably unique to that particular factory.
And look at how long the serial number is, just like a CoCo3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now that one's made in Korea. Were all the CoCo2s made in Korea?
No.
I have ones that are made in the U.S.
Yeah, my first CoCo2 was American.
So
but it has a melted
one
keyboard.
This is obviously one of the later CoCo2s then.
Yeah. Obviously, yes. Because it says Tandy on it too, because the earlier one said Radio Shack at least.
Radio Shack.
Yeah. It went basically, you had Radio Shack melted keyboard, then you had Radio Shack full travel keyboard, then you had the Tandy full travel keyboard, then you had the Tandy full travel keyboard with the T1. Roughly in that order.
And not to go too far down the rabbit hole, but I seem to recall a comment, maybe it was from Mark. Didn't they run every CoCo for a certain number of hours before they boxed
burn-in
it up?
period? Yeah, I think so.
I don't know.
Because basically, if your chips and connections were going to fail, it'd be in the first so many hours. Usually would show up, so that would be a way to make sure it would be stable.
I seem to recall a picture that showed just like racks of CoCos all plugged in or something like that.
I mean, everybody used to do that, so makes sense.
I have like 20 CoCos and they all work. I've never had one that wouldn't boot up or that's gone bad, except one CoCo3 that Paul Barton put in a transistor for me. One of the colors went out, so I only had blue and green.
Yeah, they're pretty stable machines. I mean, you hear about all these horror stories about cap kits and stuff you have to put into Amigas because stuff will break down and cause problems, or batteries will leak and destroy the circuit board. And Well, we didn't have a battery in ours, but CoCos were generally pretty well constructed. It's pretty rare that you need a cap kit or any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice machine, Bob.
I had
that's
both
pristine.
Yep.
I had
Thanks for sharing it.
On Sunday, I had two of my cousins come and meet me because we were going to go out and eat and talk. I haven't seen them in 40 years, you know. And I took them through the show, and most of it was still there. And I tried to not bore them and say about everything that's going on, but I did show them the rare CoCo, you know, Brian had, and explained, you know, that all these machines are really old, and they were, I guess they were surprised that they were on new monitors, because you always think of old computers as having the boxy ones like the CM8s, you know. And they said it was really interesting, and these people, you know, they have no clue. I mean, they have a PC and they mostly use their cell phone, so they're not into any of this old stuff, you know. And so I think they were really impressed. I got that idea that.
So they're coming next year?
I doubt that severely. Although they may come just to see me. I don't know if I come.
Should we take a break there, Mark?
Huh?
Henry says.
Yeah.
Henry says we should.
We've gone so long. Mark has wandered off.
Yeah, well, I wondered. Okay, so that's project updates. So anything else we need to talk about on the fests?
Well, I've got a couple videos. I'll show little clips of kind of the fest stuff too. But we can have a commercial break because it's been almost 2 hours.
Sure. And then do you want to come back to that, or do hit the game on?
Well, I've only got 2 or 3 videos, and I won't show the whole thing. I'll just show little clips of it so we can do that quickly and then onto the game on, which they can talk about the live version of it, the show.
Okay.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCoNation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello everyone, it's your good buddy, your good pal Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons: Alex Gayer, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Karen Ascom, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederick Segard, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Binman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., and William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons.
Hey everyone, I'm TJB Chris, and I'm watching the CoCoNation live show, and so are you. And probably shouldn't be pointing that thing at you.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Speakles says, your name? Michael. Your systems? Tandy 1000, Tandy 1000EX, and a messed up Tandy CoCo 3 I found in a barn. How do you retro? I like any withered technologies. I like to rescue stuff from landfills because I'm kind of broke and that's the only way I can enjoy retro stuff. Ha! Where did you hear about us? Atari Age Forum. Looking for? I like to use vintage computers for word processing. But I want to rescue my CoCo 3 to try the games. Wild169 says, your name? Kimball. Your systems? CoCo, CoCo2, CoCo 3, waiting on it to be delivered. How do you retro? I use them frequently. Where did you hear about us? On Reddit, I believe. Tech Cowboy says, I'm Norman, and I've been programming on various systems since the late 70s. Back in the day, the only Tandy I ever owned was an MC10, with its cassette interface and too sensitive to touch 16K RAM pack. Now I'm big into retro computers and want to start programming on CoCo computers. Kask Jostvsvs says, James. Came to CoCoFest in 2024 and talked to Mark. I had a CoCo 1 as a 12-year-old and still have fond memories. Nodnarb says, hi all. I'm Brandon, and am currently at my second CoCoFest. My first childhood computer was a CoCo 3 and I had many fond memories of it. It got me started in computing, which led to a career in IT. I learned about CoCoFest a few years ago and am so happy there's such a community still thriving around these machines. Thanks for having me. Improviser says, hi. My name is Ed O and I've been a CoCo user since 1981. Getting back to it after making the mistake of letting my job as a software developer eat up my free time for a couple decades. I just attended my last CoCoFest, and look forward to bringing the skills I've learned in my career back to the CoCo world where I can have fun programming. Ray J says, my name is Ray, and I'm interested in the complete line of TRS-80 CoCos, peripherals, hardware hacks, etc. I'm new to the retro computing community and didn't know such a thing existed when I began a project in January, to reacquire the pieces/parts of a CoCo2 64K setup I had in '82. I was at CoCoFest 2024 this past weekend, my first. Barlow Straker says, Mark A., long-time CoCo user out west in Arizona. Followed the Malted Media site for years. My brother and I were featured in the 3rd and 4th Rainbow Book of Adventures. Interested in the talk about the CoCo Deluxe this past weekend. Happy to be here. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Boysen, Glenside Computer Club, Micro Hobbyist Frederick, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCoNation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
And we're back.
Yes, we are.
So
I'll do some brief shows of a couple of the videos I found that people, and obviously there's probably still more coming out. I don't know, some of the people that here that have their own channels that haven't posted them. Bob, you already posted them, and I'll show a bit of that one here. But people like Jason and Ken, etc. I'm assuming you guys are working on some summary videos of the fest as well.
What fest?
Fest. Was there something that went on last weekend? Did I miss something?
Did I?
No.
I think I missed something.
So I'll ask somebody important to me, like Rick. Then, are you planning on doing it?
Gee, thanks.
Could have been why we didn't have a show last week.
It's mass amnesia. We all forgot.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. No, I have plenty of footage to go through. I'll probably end up with a day 1, a day 2, and then a jam session video.
Cool.
I did
Sweet.
the only thing I've done with the footage so far is that D. Bruce asked if anybody had footage of him singing the anthems, and I went ahead and quickly chopped that out and sent it to him. He wanted to have that, but that's as much as I've done with it yet. But
okay. I
later
know, Ken,
today,
you've got a
tomorrow,
double barrel
hoping.
thing because you got a fest summary thing to do, but you also got the whole Kilgus interview to split up into 18 one-hour chunks.
Yep.
Ooh, 18 one-hour chunks.
Yeah, it's going to be the next 6 months of my channel is all going to be the Robert Kilgus interview.
Kilgus interviews.
It'll be his complete life story in real time.
The R is going to stand for Robert Kilgus.
So here's the thing for the people in the chat. So we spent during the whole show, we broadcast a couple of stationary cameras. How did that work out for you guys? I know we probably need to do some better placements, better camera placements, but was that just a 10-hour stream useful?
And Nick, I think you had some comments on that.
Yeah, I mean, I missed out all the seminars because I was only looking at the other live ones, and I thought that was it.
We talked about the beginning of the show. We need to announce that there's two
Better
separate sets of
communication.
streams going
Yeah.
because we
have,
didn't
like,
pre-announce
something.
that to anybody, so that's our fault.
Yeah. Well, the streams were the stream I did was kind of last minute. ish.
Now, were you sending sound to? I haven't had a chance to watch them yet, Mark. Were they mute or were they sound?
No, they had sound. One of the I just had the audio from one of the camera that was pointed the farthest across the room. I was using the audio on that, and then later I realized that all it was getting was you talking to other people. And
yeah, you don't want that.
I switched it to the pointing the other direction for a while.
So in other words, people tuning in were going, "Oh God, more Nitrous 9." Ah, man.
Well, they were lucky because I was never at my booth, so that was only 5 minutes. I'm guessing.
So.
So Nick, any comments on it? Like, what would you improve? Like, one thing I did see, like Wayne Campbell and a few others tried to like talk, but I think we need to put a sign up. We've did this in the past, where if you have a live feed like that, please invite the people walking by to look at the display of the cameras running the live stream and say you can chat to people in the chat that are actually watching you live right now, and say hi to them, because there was like Wayne and Nick and a few others in there that basically were. I don't know if anybody interacted with them at all.
No, I was throwing abuse out there, but no one responded.
Oh no, we saw it, Nick. We just didn't want to respond.
But I know in the past we've actually put a little sign saying, chat with the people in Australia and Europe and everywhere else that or people couldn't make it, and that actually worked pretty well. But I think, Mark, you were kind of rushed getting that whole thing going this time, weren't you?
Yeah, and I really couldn't put any. I didn't have the time to actually spend time with it. It's like I set it up and then I had to go off and do other things.
Right. It got pretty boring pretty soon. So
every now and then I went and moved the cameras. So
we need a drone.
I watched Ron walking around all the tables. I followed him around. I could see him going around, quickly slipping stuff into his pocket. When no one was watching.
Well, how else do you think he fills that garage?
Yeah, you think he pays for all that stuff?
Someone said to come with a large jacket with big pockets.
So. Ron, you're from Arizona. Why do you own a trench coat?
Just reading some comments here about the live stream on the chat.
Yeah, the roaming would have been good, but I only had about 2 feet of cable.
Yeah, because some Americans said the live stream was good. It would have been even better if someone took the cam for a walk around a few times, which is what you were just talking about. Tim Gilbert says, I struggled to find anything, so just fast forward it after the fact.
And the biggest problem you have, again, with walking something around like that, you run into the problem of now we've got to have a wireless connection, HDMI connection between.
It's going to break up.
It's going to break up. So unless you pay like $500-600 for a reasonable, reasonable unit, you're going to have that problem. So, which, don't get me wrong, I think that would be an amazing value add. Put a couple of remoted GoPros on some people's heads and watch where they go.
Right.
I mean, that was 2 webcams on a laptop.
Yeah.
How about a drone?
You can't fly those. You can't go over people with those.
Why? I think what would be more fun is find the youngest possible volunteer to wear a GoPro on their head.
That would be pretty shaky cam. That would be.
Yeah, just make sure you don't give it to Grant because he would forget to shut it off in the bathroom.
You need you need like a construction helmet with a well-stabilized GoPro on it at your table, and people can just put it on. And...
Now there's a thought. I like it.
Now here's another idea I have is there's features that you can use your cell phone as a webcam. And I figure if you put it on the same Wi-Fi network as the laptop that's doing the streaming, you could add that phone as a webcam, and then someone could walk around with that as well.
That's right. Yeah.
I've got a year to practice with that. I'll see if I can make that happen.
See, this is why these things need to be discussed while they're fresh, just like that survey that should be fresh.
And we need to. I think we need to label it. This is another communication breakdown where we should have put something up. This has a live active chat on it, so anybody walking by the table where Mark's system was set up could actually chat with the people, answer questions like Nick might have asked. How many people bought Neutroid, and the person would go, "What is Neutroid?" It would have worked out better.
Well, there was one year where I hear Nick Marentes, and there was actually voice.
Yeah, that's right. They were actually broadcasting the.
Yeah, the voices as well.
Yeah, we were doing
2019.
Yeah, I think we set up a Zoom on that one, didn't we?
Okay.
It's 2024 now, and it doesn't seem like we've advanced any in that.
Maybe we can do a Discord video.
Haven't.
Well,
Gotta have a
that's
virtual.
mainly because most of us are not really fluent in those types of technologies and making
I would
them
agree with
integrate
that.
well. So if we had like three or four people amongst us who were like wicked good at doing this kind of live event production and everything like that, then we'd probably be done. But we don't have that. Instead, we have a bunch of people who are relatively fluent in a 40-year-old computer.
Well, we do have Henry with a
Oh, and
great
that kind of
voice.
stuff's like a lot of work too. So when you do something like that, that's a lot of work. And
Like somebody's gonna have to dedicate themselves to keep
You
this
said
going. and-
doo-doo.
Right. And I was busy
Good night,
with the-
everybody.
So anyway, Curtis.
Yeah, I'll show a couple of bits here so that people can see.
And
No,
then we
I don't
have
want to
2
share the
weeks worth
actual
of
stream.
news.
That would be kind of boring. Okay, so first of all, this is the Glenside site on YouTube, and you can see that's where the auction and the 4 seminars are, including Mark's. Mark, did you want to do a brief little explanation of what yours was about? Is Mark still here? No, he's away from his desk. We'll come back to him if he comes by.
Oh, one comment. The only ones I've watched so far is the OS9 one and one other one there that Curtis was babbling on about.
Why would you want those two first? Why don't you pick something with some class and actual information?
And one thing I thought with the screen, the second screenshot there, see how big the screen is on that one. It didn't need to be that big. I wanted to see the speakers and maybe to see.
Oh, come on, Nick. Nobody wants to see me and Brian or me and
Well-
Ken prattle on. They want to see the actual deluxe or the actual OS.
I wanted to laugh at you. I didn't.
What were you were missing a week laughing at him? Is that it?
Yep, he was.
The screen could have been a bit smaller because it's also showing behind you in the real video anyway, and it was only outside, so it's not.
Yeah. I mean, you could free up a bit of screen real estate too. Like I know Randy put on that kind of template of the CM8 with a door.
Right. We know what those
we didn't
look
need
like,
that. You could have shrank it,
that's
half
what I
and
mean.
half.
We either didn't need it or it could have been a smaller one in the top corner and showing more of the room while the seminar was going, because I was looking at that little window on the side, so to look at the person who's actually talking, the screen wasn't talking, so I got sick of looking at that.
Yeah, I think it depends on what you're doing. Like especially on, let's say, Boise, where you're actually just interviewing people for 20 minutes each. That definitely makes sense.
He didn't have a screen to have a look at, but
yeah. But in some cases,
yeah.
you're trying to demonstrate something new, whether it's hardware or the deluxe and what some of the basic commands do. In that case, I think the screen is more important than the speaker because you want to see what they're doing, not him staring off in the distance.
Yeah,
I think it depends on the presentation.
Yeah, that was the one thing that I appreciate is some videos people do where their screen is small. It's hard to make out the text on the machine. So it's nice to be able to read what's being demonstrated. So that's my opinion. It's nice to be able to see the actual screen, where the projector, if you look in the back, even if it was bigger, sometimes those projection screens, it's hard to see.
Yeah, especially if you're watching like on a phone or something because you're on the road or whatever. But obviously these are recorded. You can go check them later. So if you couldn't see it that close and you want to see it, you can just go watch it at home. Project it on your TV or put it on a large tablet or a bigger computer screen. But for the live stream, the other thing I would like to change add would be some way for us to see a chat. Like maybe we just have a little tablet or something set up beside the presenters and they can kind of monitor the chat. Because I would like to be interactive with the people that can't make it to the shows, the people that are overseas. Even Nick, even though he's obviously just going to lambaste me the whole time. But I would like to be able to, react to the chat, react to questions that maybe the audience didn't think of asking. That would have been pretty interesting. Just like we do on the regular show, like we check the chat constantly and try to, include their questions on stuff we're talking about during the show. I don't know how easy that is to arrange, but. Hey, right, if you go to the Glenside Color Computer Club site on YouTube there, they've got the 4 seminars. The 4 seminars in order of presentation was Preserve Your CoCo Legacy by Mark Oberholzer, who's still not back yet, so I can't throw to him to talk about it. Ken and I did the Nitrous 9 EOU updates, and since I'm going to be talking a heck of a lot during the news here, Ken, do you want to kind of explain what that seminar was about? Don't tell me Ken left too.
Ken, wake up.
They're all gone.
What the hell is wrong with you people?
He's there.
Okay.
He's supposed to be here.
He's there. He's moving.
He's ignoring.
There's supposed to be people here.
And he just shut off the camera, so I don't know what's going on. The next one up after that was CoCo on the Couch. This is a new series that I think Boise is planning on taking regular, where he's going to have several guests, and they'll kind of introduce each guest and give them about 10, 20 minutes to talk about themselves, kind of introduce them to the community, then ask them some questions, and then there's a general Q&A at the end there. You can ask all the guests. So this year, for the inaugural version of the show, and I thought this is a really good idea, actually, you had Henry Strickland, of course, who was doing a lot of the development for Rick on the CoCo.io for getting all the network protocols and stuff done, and he actually wrote that Space War game that a lot of us were really enamored with. The second one was Paul Shoemaker, and that was talking about the game he did based on Erico's game. What the heck was that called again? It has some really weird name that confuses a lot of people because it sounds like it's a beta.
Yeah.
Something test, something 7 or 8 or something. Like it's a very confusing title.
Yeah, that one. The whole thing where you're bouncing the clowns off trampolines and getting them into the Honda Civic.
Yeah. And then Brian Weasel, of course, there just to introduce himself as the preeminent CoCo collector, and of course the person that inherited the Robert Kilgus collection. So talking about a bit about collecting, and then a general Q&A. So I hope Boise keeps this up, actually, a yearly thing, and picks different guests each time, especially some of the ones that maybe don't get on the show or aren't that public. You just see their posts occasionally on Facebook. It'd be nice to get some of these people that actually contribute a lot to the community but aren't very public about it, to get them their due, and also let people ask them questions. So
even the folks that are famous but telling you crazy crap they did in college. I like the show. It's fun.
The thing about Boise is he's very professional sounding. You know what I mean? He doesn't goof around or anything. He's real serious about
he gets to the point and hits all the points.
Yeah, he's like the complete opposite type of speaker as me. I just blather on for hours and end, which is why our shows are 5 hours long. But anyway,
that's all right. It's us.
Huh? What's that, Curtis?
Don't start me blathering, David. And then the last one was the CoCo Deluxe. This first bit here was just kind of a test thing. We were trying to get it up and running, and then Brian and I presented the Deluxe. Brian did most of the hardware presentation and kind of the whole, inheriting the collection that included this, and what a surprise it was to find it, because Robert himself had no clue that was in there. And then I kind of covered the Advanced Color Basic, which is a team effort too. That's been between, I think Roger Taylor's done some of it. Tim Leonard and I have done a fair bit of it too, disassembling the ROMs, and that's an ongoing project. We should have it done. And as I announced at the end of that one, I do have copies of the Deluxe version of Deluxe version of OS 9. Level 1, and I'm hoping to have that ready for next year's show. That'll be the presentation, is seeing the Deluxe run that.
Great.
And then the auction, they had a lot of technical difficulties. But other than that, it seemed to be quite successful. Any comments in the auction for those that attended? I didn't even get a chance to attend it for 5 seconds, so I didn't see any of it until after.
It was fun.
Did anybody pick up stuff they hear on the panel?
Oh yeah, I picked up like $450 worth of stuff.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I now have. Let's see, I now have one of each produced CoCo. Let's see, I have the 2 with the regular 6847. I have a 2 with the T2, but that was an auction. That was another one, or T1 in it. And I have the 3, which mine was the first 3 that was on the block. And I got that for $250, which is, the auction prices are starting to approach the market prices in eBay, but that's to be expected. Some random stuff. I got like a color burner, and I believe I got some. I think I even got like a banker or a lower kit. I'm not really sure which. Might have been both.
Okay, that's cool. And the nice thing, like if you're figuring on prices at CoCoFest usually are better than eBay to begin with. But even if they are getting higher towards it, at least this goes to putting on the show next year, where eBay could just go to somebody's going to flip it in 2 weeks.
And there's no shipment. So, Curtis, you mentioned in private that
there's a piece of software you need the manual scan for.
Quick Pro 2.
So whoever bought the Quick Pro 2, we could use a copy of the manual.
Yeah, because right now the discs, I believe, are on the archive, but the manuals are not. That was one I set aside that first night, but then I was gone the next day, so I couldn't really tell anybody if anybody else was involved in trying to figure out what needed to be pulled aside. I know Grant pulled a few things aside we'll put in next year's auction, but basically we wanted to make copies of them first. That was one that got missed.
Were there any activities or games or trivia or anything like that at the fest?
There was no trivia game this year. There has been in past years. As far as games, I mean, there was a whole game on challenge with a prize actually this year, which I'll let Ken talk about if he ever comes back.
On my other video on my
Hey, Sloopy can talk about it.
on my other video that I didn't show, I think it shows the Bruce Moore's setup, you know, and his he had stuff going, he had his games playing or whatever. It was pretty nice. It was very
that wasn't part of the game on challenge though.
No, but it was kind of polished up, you know, looked inviting.
Yeah, though his son did win the game on challenge, but we'll let Ken talk about that a bit here. Anyway, if you haven't checked out the seminars and you weren't there live to see it, definitely go check it on the Glenside Color Computer Club channel on YouTube. They're, I think, roughly an hour long each, except for Mark's, I think, was half an hour. Now, I will mention there's a couple other podcasts that are also looking into this whole legacy and will thing and what to do with old equipment, make sure that it goes to the appropriate places if you pass away. And they're actually going to be involving lawyers and stuff to make sure you do this, you know, fully legal, so it's not a contested will or anything like that, as we've, you know, hit on a few other occasions recently with people passing in the community and other retro communities for that matter. And I've mentioned to them that Mark did this. I sent him a link to it, and they're going to check it out. And when they actually go to do this show, which is going to be covering all retro, not just the CoCo, they're probably going to have Mark on there as part of the panel. So once we find out, you know, firm dates on that, if you guys want to actually talk to some actual lawyers and stuff that deal with this stuff, you know, on a regular basis, to make sure your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed, etc., to make sure that your intentions for your old hardware actually get followed upon, which is not what happened with Steve Bjork, for example. Even though he told multiple times in Discord, he mentioned it on some of the forums he was on, that he was willing it all to Glenside, and none of that happened. And instead, Roger Taylor had to spend $7,000 American to accumulate what he did, and that wasn't all of it. So we want to try to avoid a situation like that in the future. And a big thanks to Robert Kilgus, of course, for, you know, notifying me that he was planning on throwing a bunch of stuff away if nobody wanted it. And then we made the arrangements with Brian eventually to go pick it all up. So that all got rescued, because that all would have been in the garbage too, including the Deluxe with the ROMs and everything else. We wouldn't even know that it existed.
Whenever Roger Taylor finally decides to come on our show, he's going to be a great one to listen to. I mean, he's got all kinds of ideas and thoughts, and he's made, you know, all kinds of...
Yeah, and he's been involved since like the late 80s, early 90s
Right.
too, so...
So I almost got him talked into coming on this show, but he just, I think he's shy. I don't know.
Yeah, I do want him, like, if you can find out from him if he's willing to put our show on his Roku CoCo channel too. I know I've pestered you about that before, and I'm hoping he does pick that up, because I would like to see that happen.
He hasn't done a whole lot with it. He says if he gets time, I think in the past he said that he would like to revamp it and have a lot of the newer software that's being currently made on there, you know.
Yeah, like ads and stuff.
Yeah.
So the other alternative streams was on the CoCoNation. That's the one we're talking about that Mark Bosley set up. And you got some live streams that actually go for like 4-6 hours, I think, 7 hours in the one case. So if you wanted to see kind of the live show floor, there was some audio being recorded, as Mark mentioned. It wasn't, you know, just general room night. Sometimes it was a bit too focused right in front of the camera. But if you want to just kind of get a feel for the show floor, you can go through these videos here. And there was chat available, but unfortunately there was nobody really sitting there to chat back. So it was just basically the people in the chat talking with each other. So we'll try to get that fixed up for next year so that we have a bit more interactivity with the actual crowd that's attending the fest, as well as the people that are in the chat from all over the world.
So I think Saturdays was 10 hours, and then Sunday was, what, about 4 or 5?
Yeah, and then broke into a couple bits.
I cut it off at 2 o'clock on Sunday. So
Yeah, because
9
at
to
that point,
2.
a lot of people are packing up. So, hey, plane flights to catch.
Right.
Also, as you notice here, our regular episodes are live on here as well as the live Game On challenge. So that you got that to look forward to, but that's where the live streams will be. And we'll properly announce what's going on which channel next year, weeks ahead of time, so there's not the confusion that caused Nick to miss all the seminars. Which, I mean, honestly, he would have just been, chastising me for my terrible presentation. So I'm kind of okay with that. He missed it, but
I had to hurry up and find Mark B. That May the 4th artwork would fit on, screen.
Yeah, we had to get
running out of time.
Had to get the size right.
Yeah, but it looks good. It came out all right.
And this is one of the ones that didn't keep getting yanked due to copyright violations.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know if people even noticed it was, him there.
Yeah. All right, there's tons of stuff on both those channels. So let's get into the actual summaries of the show. So Bob Emery, La Coco Strangiato, did a 21-minute video where he actually just wandered around and kind of showed all the different booths. I'm not going to play it all here because we've kind of gone through that with some of Ron's videos already. And is there anything particular, Bob, that you think really stands out that we should show that maybe wasn't covered in Ron's?
Nothing special. Mostly mine was after everybody was already either out asleep or out having dinner. It was kind of late Saturday night during the jam session, and I was just taking a break from working on stuff.
Okay, so I'll just maybe just
Yeah,
move it forward here just to show a couple clips. Yeah, so here's the what is this called? Something design or dungeon or something?
Tech Dungeon.
Tech Dungeon, thank you. They were selling the joysticks like the one you showed earlier.
Mm-hmm.
That was their booth.
And then right next to him, there was an ASCII Star Wars plan that crashed as soon as I stopped and started watching it.
Oh, there's a jam session too, briefly.
Oh.
No copyright strikes on this. Sorry.
Yeah, because we sucked. What can I tell you? Well, Paul didn't suck, but I sucked. I was definitely feeling my cold by the time this jam happened.
Right.
Anyway, he did a kind of walkthrough. Did you go through the auxiliary hall too, or just the main hall?
Just the main hall.
Yeah, so some of the other stuff like the break key and some of the other people in the other room would not have been in the video. Once again, better signage to point out, this is where the other room would have probably helped people kind of find that stuff. We'll get it fixed up. We've never had a multi-room vendor situation before. That's brand new to us here, so good problem to have. We had too many vendors. Anyway, go check that out on Bob's channel. Another one here is from Obscure 9B's channel. I'm not sure who that is. They did a 6-minute quick video. I'll just play a little clip of it here at the very beginning. One thing I liked is they actually used real CoCo generated music as his background track.
Did. There you go, CoCoMAN.
And these are all public domain songs because most of them are like classical stuff from 300 years ago, so that should be safe.
Now look how nice that is. Laid out.
Sloopy. And Rick selling something by the looks of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I couldn't get Rick to take my money right away. I had to wait.
Of course, the big Dino Wars poster of Tim Linders there, now signed by the author of Dino Wars himself, Robert Kilgus.
That's pretty cool.
There's Doug Maston's, of course, the author of Contras. And his dad came out again this year, which is awesome. Anyway, I'm not going to play the whole thing here because the show's going to be pretty long anyway. Go check that one out if you want to like a quick run through without any commentary. That's a pretty good one to do. It's only 6 minutes long. Another one was by Computer Hobbies. Now, he actually was at CoCoFEST last year and did one, and he kind of does a walkthrough with a bit of speaking about some of the stuff that he noticed and stood out to him. So he doesn't cover everything in detail, but he does cover some things that interested him or were interesting exhibits or exhibitors. So that's a 5-minute. I'll just play a little clip at the very beginning to kind of give the feel for it, but go check it out afterwards. Computer Hobbies on YouTube.
Hey guys, Dave here. Welcome to Computer Hobbyists. I went to CoCoFEST 2024 on Saturday. It's the Color Computer Festival. There's a lot of really cool stuff here. There's some CoCo2s.
Why is it pausing all of a sudden? No, don't ask me. Anyway, it's probably because I got too darn many tabs open. Anyway, go check it out. It's a nice little quick summary as well with some commentary. So if you prefer commentary, probably pick that one. If you prefer having classical music background generated by the CoCo itself, the previous one's a good one to go to. And if you want a more lengthy one, then Bob's is really good. And look forward to the ones coming out from Ken, from Jason, and I'm sure there's going to be a few others also coming out in the future. And the last little bit of the show floor thing, I wanted to show when Ken and I went to go visit Robert Kilgus in Flint, Michigan, and his home, where he's actually not going to be much longer. He's actually moving to be closer with one of his kids. But we set up the Dino Wars poster there and actually had him sign it. And we actually took a picture of him actually signing it, so you guys get to see that.
Oh, neat.
So that's a bit of a sneak preview of our interview. This is where it took place. At the kitchen table just to the right of this photo, but Ken and I were quite surprised that actually the poster fit.
Right?
We were kind of worried that wasn't going to work.
Please tell me you got the actual signing of the poster on video.
Ken, did you? I don't even know. Was Ken back yet? Of course.
He saw something shiny.
No,
and
I was
wondered.
just taking pictures, so sorry.
Well, he's actually signing it there.
I'm disappointed in you, Ken.
Yeah, me too. I'm a horrible videographer. Wait till you actually see my videos that I'm putting out. Then you'll see how bad of a videographer I am.
Yeah, 3 hours and 45 minutes into the video is when you remember to take the lens cap off. So,
oh, hold on. Let's start over. I forget to hit record.
It's mostly just audio.
Actually, have you checked in the footage yet, Ken? Just out of curiosity.
What? I have footage?
Of course, it's perfect.
Well, it's not footage. It's something else because it's all metric.
There you go. It's meterage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect word.
All the meterage turned out fine.
No, it's Canadian, so it's got to be metrage.
By the way, Ken, you have a comment. Retro Techie in the chat is saying, "Is Canadian Retro Things here? I need him to fix my CoCo STC."
I didn't know that was something you did.
I do. Wait, that sounded like I knew what I was saying. I do.
I do. Ooh.
That could be a sarcastic remark. I'm not sure.
There needed to be a question marking into that one.
Yeah. I mean, I could
Anyway,
try.
fascinating guy. Just to give you a sneak preview of a little bit, besides the signing here itself, he's been involved with computers since 1962 on a Burroughs S5500 mainframe. That's where he got his start. And he got a Tier City Model 1. He was one of the people that put down a $100 deposit to pre-order it, had to wait 4 months or 5 months to get it because there was so much demand.
Actually, Curtis, 1962 is when he got out of the Army. He was playing with some computer-like things while in the Army, too.
I thought that was 61. I don't know. Ken's got the actual interview. He can make sure it's right. I'm just going by memory here.
They had computers in 1961?
They had computers in 1945.
Yeah, actually earlier than that, if you want to count the undercover ones for the war.
They were in a big room.
But as far as like general purpose programmable digital computers like we would understand them today, I think you're looking at ENIAC 1945-ish, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, Colossus and a few others were earlier in the war, and they were more specialized for 42, 43 around that area, but
they were secret.
Yeah, he was definitely in the actually, Ken, you picked up a nice souvenir from him that some people saw at the fest.
I did.
Is it something you want to show on air, or do you have it handy?
I did not take it on the airplane with me because I did not think they would let me.
Oh, so it's still at your aunt's place. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's still in
Darn.
Saskatoon.
Was it a sawed-off shotgun or something?
No, it was a very large diode from the rectifier circuit on the
that thing.
On the Burroughs.
The Burroughs.
Well, why would they not let you take that on a plane?
Because it's a giant truncheon.
It looks like something lethal. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a giant hunk of metal with a big wire
at the end of a
handle
cable.
on it
Yeah.
that you can swing around.
It's like a mini version of Thor's hammer. That's kind of what it looks
Yeah.
like.
You could open doors, remove windows, whatever you needed.
Actually, just a second. I might have a picture of that.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing because I got to switch windows anyway. So if you want to show it,
Okay, just give me a second here. I gotta look and
I'll
see if I
get
have
my
it.
next one prepped up.
Crap.
Look like something
What's
from
that?
a World War II grenade.
Exactly.
Kinda, yeah, it did. I remember Jim Brain was quite impressed with it.
Yep.
I think that's gonna. It probably would go over just as well as Frank's phone charger.
Did Mr. Kilgus have a PC or anything that he regularly goes on, or could he potentially watch our show? Or
He does have a PC. We're trying to convince him. He doesn't want to come down to a fest because he's 82 next month.
Okay. There we go.
But he is thinking if one of his kids helps him get set up for doing live streams like Discord or Zoom or whatever, that maybe we can convince him to come on.
Oh,
there you go.
Oh, that thing.
With a
By the
coffee
way,
mug
the thing on the right is what we're talking about here, not the coffee
not
mug.
not my coffee mug. They let me take that.
Oh, I thought it was. I thought you usually used a banana for reference.
Well, I didn't have a banana.
Didn't have a banana.
that
The
looks
thing on
like
the right weighs more, right?
it looks like a fusible link.
Yeah, that's,
I
that's kind
could
of like
see.
what
I could
it
see.
was.
That looks like something that might be sketchy to take on a plane. Yeah.
Yeah. I can see Ken's point.
That's why I did not take it on the plane with me because I did
Now,
not
because
want them
I
to
don't know much
confiscate
about
it.
electronics, though. What is the size of one of these things nowadays?
You can fit about 10 of them on your fingernail.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the problem is you don't need this much current nowadays. Why would you have anything this big anymore? It's just a dinosaur. It's like, how big should a Tyrannosaurus knee be today? Just so too big.
Well, I do remember he there'd be pictures of the burrows, not the exact same one that he worked on, but the same model as part of Ken's interview video. And he had mentioned that there's all these cabinets. You guys have seen mainframe cabinets. Like here's the tape drive one, and here's this.
Right.
He mentioned that one of them was just the power supply, and this thing's like 6 feet tall by 3 feet wide by how many feet deep. And then another one is like just the CPU. It's a whole bunch of stuff put together just to make a slow CPU by today's standards. So that you can see why something of that scale there, which now, like you said, 10 can fit on a fingernail nowadays of the exact same thing and doesn't take anywhere near as much juice.
Hey Ken, where do we get a cup of yours?
Oh yeah, you might as well plug that, Ken, since you just started that.
Actually, on my channel, there's a link just under my videos. It's
Is it under $45 like the meal we had?
And what all do you have available? Is it just cups, or do you have more stuff?
I have cups, I have shirts, I have water bottles, I have hoodies.
Capacitors.
It's
No,
it's
just
the same
diodes.
company that we use for doing
Spreadshirt?
the CoCoFest stuff. That spread shop or spreadshirt or whatever it's called.
Spreadshirt. Yeah. So you have a spreadshirt shop.
Yeah.
The CRT spreadshirt shop. Yeah. Say that 3 times fast.
That's a tongue twister. Do you have a Neutroid hammer? Because I'll order one of those.
So spread shop. What is my log in?
So your reproduction diode cheap.
And Bob's either got a sleeping dog that's very, very still, or that's a still photo I haven't figured out yet.
Let's see. Sleeping dogs live.
Let's hope it's sleeping.
Yeah. Anyways, if you go to my YouTube channel, there you can link to the shop underneath the videos.
They'll start stinking in about
YouTube
3 days.
channel. And what's your YouTube
thank you,
channel?
sir.
My YouTube channel? Why? That's Canadian Retro Things.
So that's like youtube.com/@Canadian Retro Things.
Or just go into YouTube and type in Canadian Retro Things into the search bar.
And
Are
by the
you
way,
the
we should
only-
mention Ken had a promo code for ordering stuff off Retro Rewind CoCo STCs, which Frank had made a bunch, and then he couldn't make it to the show, unfortunately, due to life. Well, you want to mention your code and how to do the checkout?
yeah. So if you're ordering from Retro Rewind and you're signed into an account there, when you're checking out, use CRT10 and you get 10% off. I think we also have one for this show too. So
yeah, you can use either. It helps both. So
yeah.
CoCoNation. Have you started manufacturing CM8 doors?
Have I started? No, I just steal them off of other people's computers and then resell them.
He's one of them eBay flippers.
Yeah, when I'm at a show like CoCoFest, I got 6 CM8 doors from CoCoFest.
All right, the tent matched your monitor. Just
Yeah.
check one out.
Sometimes Ken has ordered like a CM8, the whole thing for like $50, and he sells the door for 100, so it's a good profit margin.
Exactly. And then I just steal another door, and then my system's complete again.
See,
And
now
Mark
we-
Overhauser, now that you're back, did you want to mention what your seminar was about?
Sure, I guess I can. It's on the Glenside channel. It's the first one of the day. Basically, preserving your CoCo legacy. Basically, making sure you plan ahead about what's going to happen after you can't take care of your CoCo legacy anymore. And that would be your physical CoCo equipment or any websites or any sort of information that you've generated. I guess books would probably be pretty straightforward, but if you have editing materials for something like that, having them somewhere available. The precursor to that and your research, I guess you could say. Then, of course, any websites like the Cocopedia or personal blogs and all that, have somebody be able to take those over so that they don't get lost and eventually erased.
That's a good point. I kind of forgot about when I was trying to talk about when you were gone there, but I forgot about the websites. And Nick Morendis actually went through this when Brian Joyce passed away, who was hosting Nick's site, and all of a sudden Nick's locked out of his own webpage.
That was one of my examples, in fact. In fact, I misnamed him as Brian Palmer, and I greatly apologized to him. And I told Brian Palmer, well, now you can use the line about the rumors of my death are greatly exaggerated. Anyway, what was the thing is that the Wayback Machine at archives.org captures a lot of stuff, but I've noticed that usually it's only web pages, the text. It doesn't usually seem to catch always the graphics, and a lot of times attachments like zip files and stuff that are binaries and stuff are not included. So don't rely upon the Wayback Machine to back up your site.
Yeah, I found that out with my old Freenet site that I was trying to recover some files that I no longer have that got lost. And
so I'll put this all down because I'm going to write this all out and put it in a document you can print out if you so desire and have it available on the Glenside site if they'll do it. Otherwise, we'll put it on our site.
Yeah, and Mark, see a chat here concerning that. He says, "Where do we leave our Coco cat?" Since most of us seem to have one.
I think we need to start a registry of cat owners and then have availability. So I know my wife and I are looking for a kitten.
Coco cat type.
Yeah,
situation.
exactly.
Not
my wife and I are looking for a kitten, but yeah, Mark B is not on the list. In fact, he's got too many. But some of the others of us could probably take on a cat or something.
He's on the handout Coco cat page, not the adopt a cat.
Yep.
What's the name of your cat there, Bob Emery?
Buck.
Buck.
He's a sound asleep. I'll say that.
That's an ugly cat.
Yeah.
That's a weird looking cat you got there.
He's a little over 15 years old, so.
So he's entitled to his rest.
Yep. Living his
leg.
golden years, the best life.
Yeah. When he kicks his legs while he's asleep, that's about the most exercise he gets.
Oh, gee.
Is that lazy?
And honestly, when I got back from the fest, that's pretty well exactly what I looked like. A couple of Cocos laying in the bed beside me because I was too tired to unpack them all and just crashed.
You're laying on your tongue and all that.
Okay, so next I'm just going to go quickly through some of the upcoming shows, other than CoCoFest now that one is over. So let me just share that screen.
So sad.
Okay, so the first one up is the Festival of Portable Computing, May 18th and 19th. So that's literally next weekend, and this takes place overseas in the UK. And this is covering portable computers, so this covers numerous tandy models like the Model 100s and 200s, 600s, etc.
PortaCoCo?
Well, we do have portable CoCos. We have PortaCoCo. Ted and Amy have done a few, like the Frank Swagger did a few as well back in the day. So that definitely does apply. I don't know if any of them will be at this particular show. It'd be nice if they were. I just wanted to kind of plug because the Center for Computing History here at Cambridge actually hosts multiple shows, including the Dragon Meetup and a general VCF style show, plus this one. So they're actually hosting more and more retro shows. So if you're in that area in the UK, that's a great place to go because there's multiple shows per year, all relating to retro. And a lot of us here, do collect machines other than the CoCo. And that's a good place to just kind of gather it all in one specific physical spot. Next up, the Bay Area Tandy Assembly Meetup. This is the second one of these. It's a single day event. But in this case, it's going to be on June 15th at the San Francisco State University, which I believe is the same place it was last year, between 1 and 5 p.m. So just a single day. There's special guests this time around, and you're allowed to send questions even if you aren't able to attend. If you wanted to ask him, is Bill Hogue of Big Five software fame? And I think Nick can probably say out of all of us here probably best what Bill Hogue is famous for, but he did some of the very best arcade style games for the Tier City Model 1 and 3. Nick, are you there to maybe mention a couple? And no, he's not.
Man,
I haven't even started the
Curtis,
news
nobody
yet.
wants
Why
to
are you
talk to
asleep?
today?
They're dropping like flies, I'm telling you.
Normally they all fall asleep during the news, not before.
Curtis, you're
All
just
right.
boring, dude.
Okay, I'm back.
Well, I know.
I'm back.
Did you hear the question?
Yeah, I did. I actually did answer, but I was on mute. So Bill Hogue and his company Big Five were one of the very early game developers on the TRS-80. I think he started way back in 78, 79. He used to work for Radio Shack, and he used to do a lot of his programming, his early programming, while he was working in the store using the Model 1 that was on display. When it was quiet, he just sat there and programmed games. But the games he did was very professional, very arcade-like, very polished, and he pretty well became very famous and rich from all the sales of the games he did.
Yeah, and did Big Five they expand into other platforms later on too, or did they
He
change
moved
it?
on to the Atari, and he released Miner 24-9er, which was very big as well.
Yeah, so he's like
And
a good
actually,
success story.
that would be a good question to ask him, because Miner 24-9er was actually translated to through different people, of course. Actually, back in the day, was one of the most widely translated games, and it was converted to all sorts of machines. And would be a good question to ask him. Was there ever a version translated to the TRS-80 Model 1 or the TRS-80 color computer? Since he was very much into the Tandy computers, I would have thought he might have actually organized to have a Tandy one at least. But
I will mention that the Tandy Discord, not the CoCo Discord, but the Tandy Discord actually does have a channel specifically for this Bay Area Tandy Somebody Meet him, and Peter Sadinsky's invited people to leave questions to ask Bill Hogue. So if you do want to ask him some questions directly, I would definitely join their Discord and send it up to him, and then hopefully we'll get a report back as to what his answers were.
And they have a separate Discord channel, right?
Yeah, not a channel. They have a whole separate Discord.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like
it doesn't have as many channels, so you can actually find your way around.
Yeah, it's not buried in ours. So in
Sorry,
other words,
Mark.
I don't have to go searching for it. Okay, yep, I'll have a look and I'll add that question to it.
And by the way, Nick, yes, there was a version of Miner 2049er on the CoCo. I just can't remember the name of it right now.
Yeah, that wasn't an official one.
It wasn't an official one, but it was.
Yeah. Somebody
made one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I played that one. Games at the time.
Yeah, we played it on the Game On Challenge.
Was it one of those Cuthbert games?
No.
What was it called?
Cuthbert Goes to the Mine. Okay, wasn't that? Okay.
I can't remember.
No.
It wasn't
an Fudo or something, was it?
Started doing the Game On Challenge. It was like my second or third game.
Yeah, it was a very early one we did.
I'm just not remembering it then. Or I'm forgetting what Miner 2049er sounds. Or
It's the one where you have to walk through like the kind of a Donkey Kong style girder thing, and you have to walk across every piece of it to change the color of it.
Oh, right. That was
yeah. It's one of the early CoCo.
It's a compiled basic one for the CoCo 3.
Yes, that's the one.
Mike, what's his name? He's the one who did a ton of games with T&D and Mike Snyder.
Mike Snyder.
Yeah, I think that's one of his. Okay, I do remember it. Yeah, thank you.
But that's not one of the official. Well, He never did
No, it
an
wasn't official.
version.
It's
for
as
it, yeah.
official as most handy games get.
Yeah, as most CoCo games are, like Donkey King. Yeah, as Ken Reichert said in the chat, what? Unofficial on a CoCo?
Labeled S for collard greens.
That's a rather famous line. All right, you can definitely attend that one. But if you do want to ask questions, if you can't make it, definitely send them on the Tandy Discord under the Tandy Assembly Meetup channel, and they will pass the question on. Next up, after that, we have two on the same weekend. Boat Fest, the third annual Boat Fest Retro-Computer Expo 2024 in Hurricane, West Virginia. Of course, this is Brent, Aaron, and John Schaller. And that's at the Social Event Space, June 14th to 16th. A lot of fun, cross-platform, definitely heavy emphasis on games, though there is also some hardware and other stuff there as well. And then the exact same weekend, if you're more towards the Dallas-Fort Worth area of Texas, is VCF Southwest, which has actually just made a comeback last year after a fairly lengthy hiatus. And this one actually has a mini Tandy assembly, kind of a group of all the Tandy people, because a lot of the people that worked at Tandy and Radio Shack back in the 70s and 80s still live in the area, and they actually came out and they did a whole panel last year. They're having kind of a not private, I guess, but they're having a meetup, I think on the Saturday night. And there's also some speakers here, like Boise is a speaker here, and then Jeff Wires of Chronology Gaming is also a speaker here. So a lot of cool stuff going on at this show. So definitely check that one out. That is at the Davidson Gundy Alumni Center, June 14th to 16th at the University of Texas at Dallas. After that is one that Ken's going to just miss, even though it's right near in his backyard. That's the Retro-Computing Expo 24, June 22nd, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. It's a one-day event at the Anvil Center in New Westminster, BC. There's a one-price admission for both the Retro Computing Expo and the Retro Gaming Expo. And they have a couple of presenters there, including George Phillips, who, if you join the Tandy Discord, is one of the active people on there. In fact, I think he was on the Trash Talk show we'll be talking about just last weekend when the fest was on. We also got a panel this year with 4 of the people involved with Naboo, including some of the original engineers that worked on it. And they also have the tech time traveler, Brad Hodge, who's a YouTuber. Put on by the Chilliwack Retro Computing Club. So if you're in Canada near the Vancouver area, this is a pretty good one to go to as well. Next one after that is VCF West. This is happening August 2nd to 3rd at the Computer History Center in Mountain View, California. This year, they are a full partner with the museum, unlike previous years. So with one admission, you get to see both the museum itself, which has a lot of cool stuff all onto its own, as well as the VCF, whereas in previous years, it was actually 2 separate admissions because it was 2 completely separate events. So they are taking bookings. I don't know if they've got any listed in here yet. Doesn't look like quite yet, but basically they're taking bookings on speakers and seminar presenters, etc. And they've had some pretty good ones in the past. I think this is the first place we saw the the huge version of the 6502 done, zoomed up to the point you can actually see like the stuff traveling around. I know Michael Furman, Tim Leonard, Mark Overhosen, and a few others have presented it here before and actually represented the CoCo quite well. There was a demo of Bosco's game with a GMC cart and stuff too that they hosted. So this is a good one to go to. Pardon me?
Cersei's Island.
Yes, that's what it's called. Thank you. Has anything happened with that? Is it finished and being sold or
No,
anything?
actually, I contacted Steve a couple of months ago. He said he'd set that aside and hasn't worked on it recently. He was working on something else. But I told him,
that's what a lot of us appear to do. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I know. Too much real life intervening, but I told him it was well received and it'd be cool if he got it out.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, too, a lot of us, it's the challenge of solving a particular problem for a certain project. Then once you've done that, it kind of like deflates a bit and you're going, the rest of this stuff's boring. I got to like finish actual coding and testing and documentation. And that's where, and I'll actually shine a light on Nick here. He's one of the few I know that can take a project from start to completion and does everything in between to make sure it gets done. Unless he doesn't like the game too much and they'll just drop it. But generally, he's pretty good at picking projects he's going to finish. Why you finished Neutroid, I still do not know. But what?
It can be a struggle, but yeah, you just have to set your mind and say, I will finish it. I will finish it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to do a Nitrous 9 too, but I get delayed for half a year too. So next up is the big one, VCF Midwest, and there's multiple people here on the panel, I believe, that are going to this one. Ken, I believe you're going. Sleepy, I believe you're going. Who else is going to that on the panel here today?
My arm has been twisted, however, not necessarily sufficiently for me to pull the trigger on purchases. It'll probably happen within the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm planning on going to.
Where do you live, and how far do I need to twist the arm?
I'm up in Massachusetts. It's easy to get to me.
Just go drag him down.
I'm planning on going. That's my intent. I have a room, so we'll see.
Now, how many on the panel are actually going to be exhibiting? Like, is Glenside being represented, Grant? Or
we don't know what the cost of tables will be this year, because this is the first year he's charging for tables, which after viewing the venue, I understand why he's charging for tables. It's a very upper scale hotel.
Yeah, I think it's really going to depend on what the cost is, whether I will or not. You know, because I don't usually sell a lot, but I like to go there and represent the CoCo.
Yeah.
Why don't you just go for the fun of it? Don't even sell anything.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I may just do that, but if the table's gonna, well, we'll just have to see. I'll just go, and if the table's reasonable, then maybe I'll think about it. But I don't want to lose money on a table.
Yeah, I'm planning on going myself. Of course, that's always the hope, is to plan. So,
are they planning to charge for regular attendees this year? Like they haven't done that in the past?
No, it'll still be free.
Okay.
Just tables.
So at least the locals can go. For sure. Anyway, for the details on that, September 7th to the 8th at the Renaissance Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois, the same place Rainbow Fest started back in '83. September 6th, the Friday is reserved for vendors, etc. to get set up. They've already sold out hotel blocks on the original hotel. They are secondary hotel. I believe that's already sold out too. So there's a ton of hotels in the area. So you can still find one, but you might have a bit of a commute to actually get to the actual venue, which is going to be huge. So definitely, if you can make anything besides CoCoFest this year, this is probably the one to go to if you can. Next up after that, September 27th, 29th in Springfield, Ohio is Tandy Assembly. And that's of course, covers the entire gamut of the Tandy computers. So this is from the Tier City Model 1 right through to the Pocket computer, the CoCo, Tandy 1000 to 4000, 5000s, Model 100s, all kinds of stuff. So this is the general Tandy one. Basically, I think it's Peter, John Linville, and Ian Maverick of Australia are kind of the main showrunners for this one. And they're also kind of the showrunners for the TSA Trash Talk, which we'll be talking about a little bit later. I know there's a few people from the CoCo community that regularly go to this as well. And this is at the Courtyard by Marriott Springfield. If you're flying in, they have a pretty small airport, if any. So I think if you're doing some big flights, you might have to fly into like Cincinnati and then figure a way to get over there. And I don't know, it's generally a pretty good show from what I've seen. I definitely plan on getting to it sometime the next couple of years myself. I know I've said that before, but I'm actually making more concrete plans for it at this point. And then the last one I've got for mentioned at this point is the Retro Computer Festival 2024, November 9th to 10th. And this is at the Center for Computing History in Cambridge, England as well, same as the portable one we started this segment on. This is currently in the early planning stages. Actually, it's November 9th to 10th. You can see here, it kind of only mentions the Saturday the 9th on there. But if you look a bit below, I did confirm with the people running the show, this is actually a 2-day show, not a 1-day show. And this is kind of the VCF of the UK type thing. So it's covering all retro machines. And I'm hoping some of the Dragon people will be able to go out to that one, maybe get some pictures or even, pop in live on our show if they want to do a quick thing in the evening. But I think they usually end up going to a pub or something in the evening. So we might have to wait for pictures afterwards. But this is another one I will eventually attend, as well as the Dragon meetup. Actually, for those in the chat there that are involved with the Dragon, like Tim Gilberts and a few others there, has there any been dates set for the next Dragon meetup for 2024, which is usually, September, October-ish? Please post that in the chat if you know, or if you don't know, just so we know to mention that we don't have a firm date yet. And that's it for the upcoming shows. And then I've got the Game On Challenge results and the live Game On Challenge and anything else Ken and Sleepy want to talk about.
Okay.
Oh, do I have
Assuming
to?
they're awake.
You guys ready?
Hit it, Ken.
Okay, roll the footage.
Roll that beautiful beat.
Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Crystal Revenge. We had a total of 16 players. We had Mark O with 200, Mark B with 400, Annie 700, Low Level 1355, Ed Rhodes 1575, Mike 1760, Tasman 1975, Sloopy Malibu 1990, L. Curtis Boyle 2000, Canadian Retro Things 2690, Coconut Bob 4150, Jim Rye 4510, Dr. Ted 5495, Kasiran-san 6900, Shenley 6950, and this week's number one score belongs to David Ladd with 7,850. Thanks everybody that played. We'll see you again next week.
Is this the first time David Ladd has actually won a Game On Challenge?
I think so.
I'm not sure how that happened. I don't know.
I think we'd have to ask him.
So, David, is it the first time you've won it?
Wasn't there a challenge maybe 2 or 3 years ago? I might have been
We're getting
first or second.
old.
I can't
Every
remember.
time we win one of these, it's the first time.
well, especially for me, because usually it's Tasman or
Dr.
you know.
Ted or
Ted.
Yeah.
David Ladd.
Yeah, well, there's also one thing that I want to point out. This program was written in BASIC, and
Yep.
David is very fluent in BASIC.
Oh, so you're saying he cheated? I got you.
He had an inside edge.
He might have just read through the code and learned tips and tricks.
Yeah, he hit break SC equals 7,000, whatever you said, and cont.
Yeah.
No, because the fact that I believe I might have posted a video along with that screenshot. I don't know. There was one of them I posted a video, so you can see the gameplay.
I will stand behind David on this one. He did not cheat.
I'm impressed then, because, I mean, one, David does not enter the Game On Challenge that often, and he actually got first place in a game that is quite difficult starting on the second level from my play of it.
I thought it was third. I thought it was option 3, and then the second option was 4.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I played on.
Really?
Yes, really.
Really?
I'm impressed, David. Honestly, I'm impressed. That is a great score for this game.
Actually, David, when he posts scores, he's usually pretty up there. So,
okay.
Well, I am a PC gamer,
unless
so
it's Predator.
Yes, don't even get me started on that game.
No, we're saving that for the final episode.
Yeah, that'll be the final episode.
That's going to be like a 6-hour documentary on David playing Predator.
When we end the Game On Challenge, it's going to end with David's Predator video.
Yeah, from what I understand it, not only is it a game playing masterpiece, but it's also a required watching for anyone going into the psychological arts.
Okay,
that'll be the best rantiest episode ever.
Now, let's get back on track here. Before we start talking about Crystal Revenge, we'll talk about Return of the Jedi, which is a game currently still going on. We did play at CoCoFEST, so there are some live scores there that will also be included in the results video next week. I had mistakenly put down that it ended this week, but, you know, I was probably drunk at the time, so.
It was tequila night. Cinco de Mayo kicked in.
Yeah, he was so drunk that he couldn't even write the directions on the scorebook. And
have you seen A, my penmanship, and B, my spelling ability?
Yeah.
For those few people that actually read the instructions there, they would have been lost if I had written it.
Yeah. Well, he was too drunk to actually write it, and I was too drunk to actually come up with proper words. So between the two of us, we were able to get something written down that was somewhat legible.
And wrong.
Yeah. Still
Anyways,
wrong, but
for the live show, we did have about, I think, 9 or 10 scores submitted. Hopefully, if we do this again next year, we'll have the sign up so that people can see that they can go into the other room and play the game on challenge. Because I think a lot of people, well, A, didn't know about the secondary room, and B, didn't know that they could go play games in there. So,
yeah, once again, we have to get better signage and talk about it on the show for weeks ahead.
Yeah.
Now, you had something different, too. You also had a secondary theme of games that aren't officially part of the game on challenge.
Well, I tried that. I'm not sure anybody actually ever played them, but I tried putting some multiplayer games up and see if anybody wanted to play them, because it's one of the nice things about the CoCo is that there are 2, 3, or even 4-player games that you can play on the CoCo. So,
and Henry Strickland's network one could have been one of those.
Yeah, it's simultaneous playing too. So,
no. So that'd be stuff like Gauntlet and Glove and Gauntlet 2 and Rampage and Cashman and.
Yep. Anyways, hopefully we'll learn from this year and have it better organized for next year. And
yeah, this is the first you've ever tried it, so I mean, there's bound to be some rough spots. Just I mean, you did the first thing you did really right is you did not include Neutroid, so that was good.
Oh, well, I didn't want to scare people off from the CoCo because there's new people there, people that may be just discovering the CoCo, and that would just turn them off.
Yeah.
It's a no-skill competition.
Yeah, competition for keeping your sanity.
Well, if people played Neutroid, they could just turn it on and could probably get a better score than if they actually played it and just let it play itself. That's what I did during the game on challenge.
So Soupy's just bucking here to defend Nick's game, I can tell.
I actually did get a better score from just letting it play than I did playing it, but
yeah, Rick's really not going to like the Gatecrasher review that's coming up later either.
That's because neither one of you have any skills for real game playing.
Now, also, because this is the first time you did it at the show, I mean, not only is it a competition where these players that normally maybe aren't on the Thursday night live game on challenge, but they actually get their scores included, but there's also a prize.
Yes.
For getting the best score at the show.
And we gave that out. It was some good Canadian chocolate that we took down there for giving away. And
a Canadian provided cup.
And a Canadian provided MC10, and it was all won by a Canadian.
So it all got shipped down to the States and all shipped right back up.
Yeah. So it was
the beauties, yes.
Deeper's more son. What's his name? Jacob won. He actually went into the to play the game in the morning on Sunday and played it for like 3 hours straight to get the high score.
So how competitive was I didn't get to see the other scores. I think you have an official scorebook. I'm just kind of curious. How did the other players do?
Well, you'll see next week when I post the scores.
Okay. You'll differentiate which ones were from the live.
I'm gonna asterisk all the ones that are the live game submissions. So
okay. Any tips or tricks for either of the two games so far?
Well, first I want to talk about the reviews that I found for Crystal Revenge.
Okay. Go ahead.
So
I'm impatient.
Worry about your own segment, Curtis.
Yeah, but everybody sleeps through that, so that's not much to worry about.
Okay, so let's see here. The first one is from Color Computer News, September 1983. And it's basically just a rehashing of how you play the game. Though in the last paragraph, they talk about it's a very enjoyable game. The graphics, sound, and action are good. The false color that they use in it, which is something that's talked about more in the other review. They used it very well. It's very well controlled in it. By false color, I think they mean the
artifacting.
Artifacting. Yeah.
You even got the ad for it there too.
Yep. And the game is divided into 3 sections so that it will run on a 16K computer. So let's just go back to and then the Rainbow, I believe this was like November of 1983, has a much more in-depth review. Some of the stuff that I did not actually know about the game, because I never read any instructions on it, is that you're actually playing the bad guy in it. That you are a galactic imperialist, and you're driven back to your home world and are under attack from the various races whom you had sought to bring under your enlightened rule. So it's interesting that you're playing from the point of a bad guy.
So you shouldn't feel guilty if you lose then, right?
Exactly. Now the graphics
I feel much better now.
The graphics are excellent. It does have, according to this, a complicated point scoring system with different levels of points for ships hit from succeeding waves, bonuses for conserving laser fuel, minimizing hits on your planet, saving cities, your supply base, and the home world itself. The colors are excellent. They've devised a way of controlling 4 colors in P mode 4, which is the false colors. And you're able to control that through saying yes or no on the color of the ship at the beginning, so you don't have to use the reset button. Now, something that I did find interesting is that the artifacted areas of the ship are armored areas. So if you actually hit the artifacted area, you don't destroy the ship.
That's why I thought I hit the stupid ship and it didn't die. Oh, okay.
Me too. And yeah, like it says, you lock onto an advancing ship, you fire, nothing happens, you hit an armored section. Also, another interesting thing that I found in this review is that if your supply base is destroyed, then your lasers don't refuel for the next wave. So one of those areas on your planet is your supply base. So
it's saying something about you only have 30 shots per wave, so refueling is essential.
Yeah.
So is there a way to refuel between waves, or is it still just you have to complete a wave?
You've got 30 shots to destroy 10 ships, and then as long as your supply base is not destroyed, it refills for the next wave.
Okay.
And they're talking about fitting the 16K with dividing it into 3 modules. And it uses a Sugar Software auto-run machine language program to govern the loads. So
yeah, that was where you could load a basic program and it would just automatically start up off cassette. You didn't have to type run or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And you could also design a semi-graphics title screen for it too, as well. A lot of people use that Sugar Software thing.
And the reviewer here, Detective Fuzzy, says that the program is worth having even if you're not fond of arcade games.
Now, I will mention, it mentions that the author at the top is Tom Roginski, I think. Yeah. That's the guy who owned Owlware, and they later sold like hard drives and PCs. He was more of a hardware guy most of the time, actually, than a software developer. So I was kind of surprised he's the one who actually wrote the game. I've met him at Rainbow Fest back in the 80s.
Okay. Anyways, it looks like it was a fairly advanced game for being, well, mostly basic at the time.
Yeah, but for basic, it's a good game.
Yep. So, unfortunately, I can't say that we've got to lynch Sloopy for choosing this one.
Well, yes, because I know how to choose good games, unlike other people. If we look a few games back.
Hey, I was having the month of pain for people by choosing bad games all month.
Yeah, so when you hit them with a good game, it's like a dopamine hit, you know, because
exactly
the torment that can put them through.
I was taking them to the bottom of the barrel and then just rising to the cream of the crop.
Retro Techie says 1983. I wasn't even born yet. I'm so young.
All right, so tips and tricks for playing the game. Obviously, things that I learned there that I did not know during playing the game is don't shoot them in the armored sections.
Mm-hmm. I did not know that either.
Protect your refueling base or your supply depot at all costs. because yeah, you're pretty much done if that gets destroyed. And if you use up your 30 shots, you're dead in the water.
By the way, a quick hello to Henry Strickland, Strickyak, who's now in the chat. Of course, he did the multiplayer network game for the CoCoIO. So welcome, Henry. We'll have to have you on the show
Henry.
to get a deep depth thing about all the stuff you're doing.
So does anybody else have any tips or tricks for that game?
Not really. I mean, the first wave, the ship just basically moves in a straight line, so it's pretty easy to line up ahead of time and hit it. After that, they start wandering around vertically as well.
Wave,
so
they start actually shooting.
yeah. I didn't get that far, so I don't know. But yeah, the difficulty definitely ramps up pretty steep wave by wave. Like it's not a very gradual one. It's a pretty big jump. So definitely would recommend running with a speed up poke, as the menu options give you, even if it's just the CoCo 1 and 2 ROM speed up poke.
Yep. And
So it reacts better.
definitely one of the things to learn about is going at the bad guys at angles. Because if they're at the bottom of the screen and you're at the top, then figure out the best angle to try to get down to them, because you're only moving slightly faster than they are. So
yeah. I guess there is one tip I would give. If you have just destroyed an alien on the top or the bottom, I start moving the sight ahead of time in the opposite direction. And even if it does pop up around the same area, it's pretty quick to reverse direction, but you already get that lead if they're way on the other side.
Yeah, I usually try to go towards the center as soon as possible, so that you can see where they're coming in and then adjust accordingly.
Yeah, I would agree.
all right, so that was Crystal Revenge. And the other game that we're playing, and the game on challenge that we had at the fest, is Return of the Jedi, which is basically the speeder thing from Return of the Jedi. So it's a good game to take some frustration out, because you can just knock those bad guys into the trees and watch them explode.
That is so satisfying when you nail that move, because you get this nice thumping splat and particles fly off as they get hit on the tree. I liked this game when I first got it back in around 84, 85, and I still like it to this day.
Yep, it's actually a really good game.
And for those of you who played the Spectrum or the CoCo version of Death Chase, it's kind of that, but it has 2 extra levels with a bit more varied gameplay. And quite frankly, it runs a bit smoother and faster, I think. I like it better.
So any tips or tricks for that game? Collect the Ewoks when you're going through. They're worth the most points.
100 points each. Yeah. That you generally try to run the other guys on the, what are they called? The air bikes or whatever the heck they're.
Speeders or
speeders.
Speeder
Yeah, sorry,
bikes.
speeders probably better. But you can run them into trees, but after a while they'll start flying up on their own, and you can still shoot them. So get underneath them and shoot them to take care of them as well.
Yeah.
Watch out for the logs laying on their sides, because of course that gives you a much wider area to hit them. So you got to try to dodge those.
Don't hit trees.
Yeah.
Avoid the trees.
Yeah. And don't
Just
get,
like real life.
Yeah, don't get boxed into a corner. Like on the left and right.
The second level basically just steer as quick as you can, so you give yourself time to slow down so you can navigate through the little holes in the walls. And then on the third level, you have to move slower. You move giant steps over when you're first zooming up to the satellite, and then slow down so that you can actually pick off that 1 pixel wide thing you got to hit to destroy it.
Yeah. Although even if you miss that, you don't lose anything, do you?
No, you just don't get the bonus points for completing the series of 3 screens for the level. And it goes pretty fast as you go up. I will say that. I would have loved to have seen what Jacob, when he got his score that he won the cup and chocolate with there, because that would have been running really fast by that point, I would imagine.
Yep.
Did you witness that one, or did you just hear about it afterwards?
I watched some of it. It was going pretty fast. He beat 3 or 4, maybe 5 levels.
Okay, yeah, he did way better than I did. I barely made it to the third.
Maybe
Fun game.
6.
It's a fun game. Thunder Vision. I will never forget that name.
All right. Well, I guess nothing else to say there, but how about we take a look and see what is going on for next week? Next 2 weeks. Now, I have had a request to play an OS9 game by
Scripts it. No, I'm just kidding.
somebody.
Yeah, Nick. Thanks, Nick.
Yep, no problem.
So,
Nick, I didn't know you wrote Neutroid for OS9.
He didn't, and that's why OS9 is better.
I chose a an old classic just to start off.
Rogue.
Yep, we're gonna play Rogue. So, this one you can load it from disk on OS9, and if you have not loaded an OS9 game before, then when you boot it up first, you type DOS, then it goes into OS9, and then when that's finished loading, type Rogue.
If you're playing off the original disc, yes.
If you're playing off the original disc. Otherwise, you can go into the Nitrous 9 Ease of Use, and it's in there. So if you go into the G Shell, go into the level 2 games, text games, it's in there.
Yeah,
Then
just
you can
double click the icon.
Double click the icon to load it.
If you're running with the OU, you require 512K or higher CoCo 3. It does require CoCo 3. If you're playing it off the original disk image from the archive, you can play it in hardware text mode, either 40 column or 80 column, depending whether you got a TV or a monitor, with a 128K. If you want to run the graphics version, which is what the EU one does by default, where you actually have little characters instead of letters and stuff, you have little pictures of, like, flasks and potions and things. That will require slightly more than 120K, so you might as well just say 512.
So I can't run this on my CoCo 1 or 2?
Nope.
Nope. CoCo 3 game only.
The code itself's 48K, I think. And then in the screens and stuff, and then the
I bet you could on a Moo.
Yeah, you might. I know Boise actually, I gave him the source code for the one I've crunched down for your use, because I've crunched it down several K, and he actually got it to run on, was it Fusix? Something that it didn't fit before, but it actually does run on that now too. So that's another way to run on the CoCo.
Anyways, if you're into retro computers, then I'm pretty sure that you've seen and probably played Rogue before. So
yeah.
Great.
Now in this one, are you allowing save games so people can keep progressing, or do you want them to just die then start over? It's hard to police, obviously, but
yeah. I mean, I would prefer no cheating, but or I guess
Yes,
saving's
but
not really cheating, but
that raises the question: is saving cheating? Honestly, I would say.
But there's a way that you can save it and then keep that save state.
Yeah.
So
I would say no save states, because otherwise you're going to get obscenely high scores. Are you not?
No, the game gets pretty hard. And
no,
it does
but,
have an end if you can get the amulet at the end.
If you're going to save it, so like if you're playing for like an hour, you can save the game, but don't use that as a point to keep going back to and continuing from.
And your score will be based on a combination of the amount of gold you had when you died and what level you made it to. So if there's a tie between scores, then the person who made it deeper or got the amulet came up closer to the surface would be the winner if there's a tiebreaker.
Oh, okay.
The game does have an end. If you go down to level 26, get the amulet in there and come all the way back out, you actually win, which I don't think I've ever done without cheating. Oh yeah, don't use the cheats. There's a whole cheat mode in there. Don't use those.
Don't cheat. I mean, that's kind of what we say for every game, but
yeah, I think I'm going to do what Ken suggested. I'm going to go full Rogue and play Neutroid instead.
Have fun. That score will not count.
Why? You said all we had to do is play Rogue, and I'm playing Rogue.
Well, Neutroid's a lot better game than this one, anyways.
You know that
Hey.
Nick Renty's money is not going to last forever.
I mean,
I was
Oh,
gonna
Chris,
say,
there is-
I
Go
think
ahead.
Canadians are just racist to Australians. I think that's the problem here.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah,
much.
we're both Commonwealth countries.
You know, we could do Come Guy to be a Ninja.
Didn't we do that already?
No.
The OS9 one? I don't think
Well,
so.
it's the same. It's the same as the regular one.
I just felt like playing Rogue, so that's what we're playing.
So screw the rest of you.
So that's it.
Chris Durr says, last time I played Rogue, it wasn't a retro game. So apparently it's been a while.
Hey, it's still fun.
Yeah, and there's versions of Rogue for every other micro that has enough RAM to do it. So if anybody wants to try one of the other platform versions during the live Game On Challenge, which is when?
Thursdays at Eastern time.
That was your cue, Sloopy. Wake up.
Oh, my bad. I was thinking about playing Rogue on my Spark Station under Sun OS 3. Sorry. The Game On Challenge Live is Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern, where we will be playing another round of Return of the Jedi, and we will be playing Rogue. So fire up your machines and bring all your other machines. Yes, like that Sun Spark Station 2 where you can play Rogue, or that, let's go get your SGI working and play on that. Or if you really want to be special, set up your PC to run Minix and you can play Rogue on there also. Or
I think I'm just going to play on my Commodore 64.
Yes,
just to make everybody angry.
I would suggest doing it on your 128 and playing in the CPM version. Or you could really say, hey, let's go Microsoft and run Xenix on your 8386 and play it on there.
I could
now, there's a bit of advice here from Ken Reichert, brother of Jason, in the chat here, says don't play Rouge by mistake. I've done that mistake.
Oh yeah, wouldn't that be where you use that color computer from VCF VCF Midwest last year by the Taylor and Amy show? Isn't that when you're playing?
Yeah, that was where they had the whole kit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, since we're playing Rogue this week, I'm expecting Jim Gary will have a version for the MC10 by the end of the week.
Oh, nice.
He does have a version of Rogue, doesn't he? Or something similar?
He? Oh.
But he did.
I haven't, I never actually looked.
I'm going to have to see if I can convince Rob Flack O'Hara from the Commodore World. He's got his own podcast, and he's been doing that for decades already. Also published the book Commodork. And he's a huge Rogue fan, as I found at a Boat Fest. Him and I are probably the biggest Rogue fans in that entire show. So I got to see if he'll come on. Even if he's playing the C64 version, he should come on to the live game show if we can convince him to do so.
I think I'm going to try and get the CPM version running on the Fuginet on the CoCo with this 32 by 16 and bring that on Thursday, since I have Thursday evening off and I can join you guys for it. Yes.
Yay.
Yeah. Or you can run it on the CPM emulator that's already in Nitrous 9 that actually is truly running it on the CoCo rather than running it on the Fuginet itself and just being a terminal.
Here's a really silly.
It'd be slower though.
Here's a really silly question for you. Does it, when you're running it in OS 9, can you play it on a terminal through a serial port?
If it emulates OS 9 codes, terminal codes, and there used to be a program that did that, then yes, you probably could redirect it.
Yeah, because I have a Weiss WY55 terminal. Maybe I should hook that up to my CoCo.
Yeah, the CoCo version of Rogue does not have a term cap library link or anything like that. It's basically hard coded for the OS 9 codes. So if you had the old OS 9 term program, and there was another one too that somebody else made back in the day, it would theoretically work with that. I think the sound doesn't come through because they use some custom sound routine that talks to PIE directly, which isn't much. It just beeps. I don't know why they did that. Control G would have worked just fine.
Okay. Darn, that would be nice to play it on my Weiss terminal.
Yeah, I wish OS 9 term was still around because that was an excellent PC one. It actually supported overlay windows and 1480 columns and change of working area and a bunch of fancier stuff as well as the standard cursor XY and things. And it was great. I uploaded it to CompuService on one point and it's disappeared. I don't have a copy anymore. I don't have the source anymore. It's long gone. Hey, that's your two games for next week. Ken, thanks for picking an OS 9 game and a classic at that. I will promise not to use save states. Actually, what I'll have to do is I'll have to kill my high score file, though, because when I take the screenshot there, it's probably going to show games I've done 20 years ago that had pretty high scores from saving a lot. So I'll wipe my high scoreboard.
Actually,
just for
what you could do is just download a new version of Nitrous 9 EOU and play on that.
I might have some scores on that too, though. I can't remember if I left any. You can just delete the scores file and it'll just restart it. That's the easiest way to clear it out.
Anyway, just try not to cheat, everybody. But that's
Yeah, well, that takes the
But,
fun out of the game, right?
I mean, if you want to cheat and winning the the game on challenge is that
the
important to you,
fame of.
then I guess, yeah.
Then you have no morals, so I mean, whatever. Now, if you want to cheat at Neutroid, on the other hand, just so you can get through the stupid thing, then you can go ahead.
Or you just let Neutroid play itself.
I wish you quit bugging Nick. He did fix
Yeah,
Neutroid
we
at the
should.
end.
Otherwise, he's not going to finish his other game that we're looking forward to.
Now,
That's
Nick,
right.
I know you've been mentioned numerous times that your reaction time on arcade games isn't what it used to be, so you generally don't join our game on challenges anymore. Rogue does not require any of that. Would you be interested in joining this particular one?
It was never a game I liked anyway. So.
You could
what is
boot
wrong
up-
with you? No wonder you like Neutroid. Oh my god.
You could boot up Nitrous 9 and stare at the trash can while you're playing it.
Yeah, you can even have in the same window if you want.
I'd be putting Rogue into the trash can.
I don't know if it'll fit in there with Neutroid.
Yeah, my trash can in Nitrous 9's already got like 12 versions of Neutroid in it.
It's only half of them. And Sloopy's not even defending him anymore. I'm kind of disappointed.
That's it. My new game is cancelled.
Well,
here,
good, because you kept
just-
promising us Neutroid 15 or whatever. So
Yeah, I thought you were just going to do a Neutroid skin for it.
no, I was hoping you might give it a try, but I didn't realize you didn't like Rogue, Nick. I
Yeah,
thought you were okay
I
with
knew
it.
that. Anyway.
Sloopy's shaking his head.
That's that for the Game On Challenge. Unless anybody actually wanted to see some footage from the live game.
Do you have footage
this
from the
week.
show or just footage from the?
Just footage from Thursday.
Oh, okay. I was hoping we had some footage from the show too.
Well, Mark never set any cameras up in there, so how?
Well, surely somebody took a camera phone around at some point and recorded that.
I did. I think I have some footage of the station, but nobody was playing at the time.
Oh, okay. Just to encourage people for next year, like you should join in the active fun. Look at all
Yeah.
these people enjoying these games. We'll have to leave it for Sloopy next year. You're gonna have to film the live game on challenge at the show, so we have footage.
They weren't playing Neutroid, so they weren't having any fun.
That's right.
I'm
Anyway, yeah, if
biting
you
my
guys want to
tongue.
play some Thursday night footage, go ahead.
Okay. Now where is it? There we go. Oh no, that's not it. Yeah, that'll do.
That'll do, donkey. That'll do.
That'll do. That'll do.
Oh, cool. That looks like the game on challenge from Thursday.
That's what I said. It is the Game On Challenge, and Sloopy, you're supposed to be talking about it. Selling it.
Oh.
Tell people why they should be there.
Because we are playing awesome games on our CoCos.
Yes, look at the fun we're having.
Yes. Yeah, we had I think we had up to 5 players at once. But most of the time we only had 4 playing. It was a wonderful time. I hope that we get more people coming out to play. I mean,
To be fair, after CoCoFest, some people I think were just too tired to.
Yeah,
I barely made it myself.
Yeah, I kind of figured it was post CoCoFest withdrawal and recovery. So
Now that you've actually got the live stream from Thursday running here, I do want to mention something about Return of the Jedi. This game, the game itself, is in a regular P mode and works fine in a CoCo 3, but the actual text screen that contains your score is a higher semi-graphics mode that does not work on a stock CoCo 3. It will only work on a Gimme X equipped CoCo 3. Not many people have that. But VCC actually has a bug where it'll actually display that correctly, emulating a CoCo 3, which it shouldn't. So if you want to play with an emulator, VCC would probably be the one of choice because it will actually display correctly. Or if you play on a CoCo 1 or 2, of course. or any emulator that's emulating a CoCo 1 or 2.
Not a bug, that's a feature.
What was that?
That's not a bug. That's a feature.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Also, one thing that I noticed is it said that the colored areas on Crystal Revenge are shielded.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's only the red parts of the ship are shielded. The blue parts are not shielded.
Right. No, it's the because it's the parts that are yeah. But what I'm trying to say, I can't remember words right now.
Yeah, because it uses
yeah, one color is shielded and the other color is not.
Yeah.
And I think that feature of it being able to display the semi-graphics is a feature actually.
Yeah, no, it was intended that way. It's a higher
Yeah, it
semi-graphics,
was
like
intended.
12 or might be 8, but I think it's 12.
Yeah.
But your high score is shown on that screen. So if you play in CoCo 3, it cuts it off, so you actually see your score.
Yeah.
Unless you snapped a shot while the gameplay itself was on, then you'll see it. But there's Crystal Planet zoomed up for those of you who've not seen that game before.
Being played by that professional Canadian game player.
Who's that? Curtis?
No.
Go, I know.
Some guy
Frederick.
named Ken.
Yeah, Frederick. Yeah, it was fun meeting Frederick in person for the first time at the show. That was good.
Yeah. All right, so Thursday nights, be there, people.
Yes, Thursday
We
night.
have a lot of fun.
Eastern US.
Yeah. By this next Thursday, everybody should be recovered. It was at the fest, so we should get more players.
Yep.
Yes. I expect to see you out there too.
Who, me?
No, those people in the chat.
Oh, okay. Good, because I don't want to go.
Chris Nurse is asking, what about those of us that can't get it running on anything? You can probably try it emulating a CoCo 1 or 2 using XROAR Online. If you go to the archive and find the entry for Return of the Jedi.
Now, if you're having trouble using, it's the version that is on the archive. It doesn't work on very many things. There is a version that Curtis posted 2 weeks ago in the Game On Challenge that has the what's that called?
ROML utility.
ROML utility. So you have to run that first, because whoever put that on the archive, all they did was took a cassette version and stuck it on a disc. So when you try to load it off the disc, it goes, "What the heck is this?"
Yeah. The problem is that on a cassette system, the graphics screen starts at 600 hex. On a disk system, it starts at E00. So if you load the cassette version, it goes over top the disk buffers and all kinds of stuff, and it starts, screwing up memory. And BASIC, it's hopelessly confused and crashes.
So you have to use the ROML version.
Yeah. So load ROML exec. It'll ask you at the name of the file. Put in JETI, JET-I, no extension. Hit enter. It'll ask from tape or disk. Hit D for disk. It'll load it. Give you some hexadecimal stuff. Hit a key to start, and it works fine.
Yep.
Actually, that solved the problem for a few people in the chat by the looks of it. So, yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Okay, since we have a fair bit of news, we have 2 weeks of news to cover, including Game On News. I think we should take a break before we hit that, and then I'll just hit the game part first, and then the regular part, and just go as fast as I can. I won't be doing any deep dives on most of the stuff, except for the review of Gatecrasher, because it's going to bug Nick.
No. Okay, I'm ready for the news. I've got my blanket.
Hi, I'm John.
And I'm Aaron of the CoCo Show.
And you're watching or listening to the CoCoNation, the live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer and its cousins.
All hail the CoCoNation.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3SCARTcable.com.
G'day from the land down under, where toilets flush backwards and thongs are a respectable form of casual footwear. I am Nick Morentes and I have been developing games for the CoCo for over 35 years. Welcome to the CoCoNation, the interactive live video talk show for all enthusiasts of the CoCo family of computers.
Hi, I'm L. Curtis Boyle. And I'm Ken Waters of Canadian Retro Things. And you're watching the CoCoNation show.
Only the bravest souls enter. Only the most cunning return. Defeat innumerable monsters to ransom the king's scepter, stolen by the evil wizard. Your sword, shield, and wits are your only allies. Pray you find a magical inn as your only respite in the forest of doom.
For the tiny color computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017, if you dare.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L. Curtis Boyle.
Oh, waiting 3 hours for that.
And you stayed awake the whole time. I'm impressed.
Oh, not really. Crickets.
Okay, getting on to the game stuff here. First one up, chronologically, gaming is back after a bit of a break. Some of that was voluntary, some of it was not. He had some issues with the internet provider doing some upgrades that didn't work, so he lost his internet for a couple weeks, plus his planned break. So he's back, and he's got a bit better bandwidth now, so hopefully that works better for him recording. So this week he was getting into some more stuff from near the beginning of October of 1982, and most of the CoCo stuff we don't have specific dates, so that'll be included in the end of October, and there's a couple pretty choice ones that got released during that time frame he hasn't hit yet. But he did have a specific date that was actually for an educational game on the Dragon called Number Gulper. Now, normally he does not cover educational games, because that's a whole genre of itself here, and they're more education than games most of the time. But he included this particular one because he liked the fact that it kind of used an unlicensed version of Pac-Man in it. So I'll play a little clip of that so you can kind of see what we're looking at.
2 minutes and 10 seconds. All right, so what game do you want to play? I don't want to do the self-test. We're going to do the Gulper game. Pushing number 1, and do we want to play with joystick or keyboard? For this time, I'm going to do the keyboard. And then type in the number you want to make or create. If you wanted to create 9,999, no, we're not going to do that. How about lucky number 17? And go. It's going to build or draw in the play area for us. It gives us a certain amount of energy, but look at the character we get to control at the very first time we've ever seen an educational title with Pac-Man. Look at this. Ready? And there he is, moving the most choppy of all Pac-Mans we've ever seen on the show. That is just terrible. But you're supposed to just make your way around the room, eating or gobbling up numbers to make the number that you decided on from the beginning.
So this is not one we obviously saw in North America on the CoCo, because it was a Dragon exclusive. I'm wondering if anybody in the chat there that is actually from the UK and maybe was in the education system at the time that this game came out around October of 82, if you've ever seen it before, and what was your impressions of it at the time? because obviously look in the context of what was available in 82. This actually wasn't bad. Obviously, it's in basic, as you can tell by the speed of the drawing of the graphics and the paint commands, etc. stuff. But I mean, presentation wise, it actually doesn't look that bad for the P Mode 3 screen. It is obviously very slow. They probably hadn't learned the even byte get put buffer trick yet. But what is the opinions of some of the people that may have played it back in the day, if they did? Anything on the panel before I go on to the next one? Your impressions of this? Is this a game on challenge contender there, Ken? Or Sloopy?
Double crickets.
I'll take that as a no.
Chirp, chirp. Yeah, I guess it is a contender, but it would be up to Ken because I'm not picking the game anytime soon.
Well, that's next week's game. How did you know?
Even though it involves math?
I love math.
By the way, Ken Reichert is a contesting, and he said it's not Pac-Man, it's Casey Munchkin. I think it's missing the antenna of Casey Munchkin.
I'm good with math until they include letters.
And that's why you're a hardware guy, not a programmer.
Right, that's when it becomes math, is when the letters come in.
For me, it'd be when it becomes all these weird Greek characters. That's when it starts becoming math to me.
Well, I mean, it's arithmetic until the letters come in, and then it's math. So
yeah, then it's algebra.
Yeah, I don't know my ABDs very well.
Oh, you did fine if you were in Greek.
I will mention he's got quite a few. Like this is one of the first months that the entire gaming industry really took off. So there's hundreds and hundreds of titles getting launched this particular month. This is by far the fullest one he's going to hit, because this is right before the video game crash in '83. So people were just putting out all kinds of stuff, including a lot of crap, which caused the video game crash in some aspects. So there's going to be a very long time to get through October, November, December. Of course, people are trying to push out stuff for Christmas. I will mention there's a few CoCo ones that are of some note for October 82. One that I will mention in particular, I'm not sure when I'll get to it, but it's Colorpede, which is actually our first version of Centipede that I say was actually getting close to the arcade. We've had a few others before, like Caterpillar Attack and Caterpillar by Aardvark. Caterpillar's not bad graphically, but there's almost no sound. Colorpede had fairly decent sound. 2 players, analog joystick controls. The mushrooms actually change colors between waves and stuff, just like the arcade. It's a very well done one. It was the very first launch title for Intracolor too, which we later done. Other games like Robotac and Woolie's Warehouse and Candy Co that we actually have played on the challenge before. So I'm looking forward to when it gets some of those to see what his opinion is, especially compared with what was on the Ataris and the C64, etc. at this time. Next up, Tim and AJ. Played one of my personal favorites, actually, Andrew Prekursky's Climb. And this is one that was published on Chromaset magazine, copyright by Claude. That was the company that produced Chromaset. He also wrote stuff for Color Computer News. He did a ton of games that were also on T&D Software's tape magazine. And he cranked out sometimes several titles a month. And they were usually smaller machine language games. But this one had some really cool sound routines in it. The gameplay is addictive, and it does get fairly hard. Later on, it starts off easy. I can't remember if we've covered this one, Ken or Sloopy. I mean, you'll have to tell me if you recognize the screen. But this is one I found kind of funny because Tim beat AJ on the score, but once you get to a certain level, it's a really hard one. You have to really figure out how you're even going to possibly solve it. And AJ actually did figure it out, but then she had her keys on the wrong part of the keyboard, so she kept hitting what she wanted to move a certain direction, and she was hitting the wrong key, so she died. But she would have made it, and Tim couldn't even get close to it. So AJ kind of won in a way. So I wanted to give her a plug here, but I'll play a little bit of the actual gameplay here, and you guys can tell me if we've played this before, because I can't remember if we have.
1983. All right, there's a very fun, unique feature about today's game.
Well, you can show it off when you get it.
Okay, I can't wait. All right, here's the game. You gonna go first round?
Yeah, you talk and tell them what you know about the game.
What I know is there is 3 puzzle pieces that spell out fuel. You need to go touch each one, and it'll drop down to the bottom. And once each one gets to the bottom, it will spell out fuel, and you win that round. And I assume you go to another round. We only played 1 round for practice. As usual, I get the bare minimum of practice. Yep, another round. The alien bad guys, you can't kill them, you can't do anything with them, but if they touch you, you die. I assume you lose a life, or is the whole round over? I couldn't remember.
I believe you lose.
And that's a good description of the game, so I'll stop it there. Ken Reichert screaming out in the chat exactly what I screamed out when I first watched the video. Tim should know better. He's running this in composite color mode on an RGB monitor equivalent, so that you got this stupid gray. It should be yellow. So type RGB before you execute this next time, Tim. But yeah, it's an interesting game because basically you have no way to combat these things. You basically got to collect the fuel, the 3 parts to spell out the word fuel. And basically, they try to follow you as close as they can. You can start leading them on certain ladders and stuff because once they commit to a ladder, they have to get to the next level before they can change direction. So you can kind of lead them around. But at some of the later levels where you have these isolated chunks that there's only one entranceway, exit, on, off type thing to get to another chunk that you have to get some of the other parts of the fuel, it gets very difficult to get past because you've got them all swarming at you at once type thing. And it's a fun game, and the sound effects actually are a bit better in real life than they are in the video here. It sounds like they're a little bit choppy, a little bit faint. It's actually got a cool reverb effect. It's one of the first Coco games I ever heard with a reverb effect in it. So a props on the sound of this one. The gameplay is original and fun too. So Andrew's kind of famous for that. He wrote these small little 16K machine language games that were most of the time not clones of anything. They were actually pretty unique. He was really good at simple game design, and he had quite a few of these. At least a dozen or so that I know of. And I think we have covered a couple of them on the Game on Challenge before. I don't remember if this is one of them, though. And I don't know if either Ken or Sloopy remembers whether we have played this one or not. If not, I would highly recommend putting this one on the list, too. Next up, and this will probably affect the Dragon people more than us, there's a game called Hunchback. And I can't remember if we played this one on the Game on Challenge before either, but it was actually originally created in the arcade. So this is actually an arcade game that then got ported to the Spectrum, the Dragon, and a few other machines at the time. And this is one of those comparative videos that actually goes through the various versions and shows you what the differences sound-wise and graphics-wise are. I will play a little clip of it just so people that are not familiar with the game will get kind of a feel of it. It's kind of a platformer where you got to go and on the first screen, you have to go ring the bell while jumping over things flying towards you. The next one, you've got kind of a pitfall, hairy thing where you got to catch a swinging vine to go over a pit, etc. So I'll fast forward to the drag. Well, I'll show you a little bit of the arcade version, I guess, first.
Out into the mists of arcade history. Anyway, let's not all get depressed. Let's rediscover the one game that was successful for a century, and that game is Hunchback. So many fond memories playing this game on my ZX Spectrum. The game is loosely based on the 1831 Victor Hugo novel The Hunchback of Notre Dame, and the player controls Quasimodo. Set on top of a castle wall, the player must guide the hunchback from left to right while avoiding obstacles on a...
So that's a bit of gameplay on the first 2 screens of the arcade version. And if you want to compare the Spectrum and, the Oric and all these other versions, Amstrads, etc., feel free to watch. I'm just going to fast forward to the Dragon version, which you'll be able to tell by the green background pretty quick. Because, of course, they do not have artifacting.
Hunchback. This game port was developed by Bella Barna. I think that this version is perhaps a weaker version of the ports. Let's have a look.
Rather irritating sound.
Jeez.
So we didn't even play that much of it there. I played it a bit further in. I mean, the gameplay is not that difficult. I would have to agree, though, it's one of the weaker versions from the other versions I've seen. Not the worst, though. So I'm presuming that most of the people in the UK that are in our chat have played this, or at least seen it before on one of the platforms, at least. I was wondering on the panel here, for those of us in the North America or in Australia, how many of you guys have played this before? I know I have, but has anybody else tried this before? Or even seen the arcade game?
I've never seen it.
Okay.
I've only ever played it on the C64.
Oh, yeah, I played on there. Okay.
Yeah. I have it on tape. It's from...
Oh, you have an original?
Yeah.
Wow.
I have it. Oh, geez. I might even have it right here.
I will mention Brian Walsh in the chat is saying that game is super easy once you figure out the secret to get past that level.
Nope, I don't have it here.
Okay. Anyway, it's a good one of those comparative videos, and it's kind of interesting to see, you know, how different platforms implemented it. The Acorn Electron, I think, isn't that a VDG-based one too? No.
No.
It was the Acorn Atom, I think, is the one that has a VDG. I don't know if there's a version of that, though.
One of them did, yeah.
Like here's a Spectrum 48K, obviously a bit more colorful. There's the Game Boy, which is totally different. Some of the later versions are quite different. Anyway, good comparative video. Next up, Erico Montero actually released this just before the fest. He actually sent me a message on Discord to put it down on the show here. And of course, we were so busy, I didn't check my Discord, so I didn't see it until way too late. But he released a video of the actual gameplay of it as well. This is a Savage Sword of Kokon, obviously taking Conan. And he's got some music in here. I don't know if it's copyrighted or not, so I will play like a split second of it so you can just hear it's kind of like Bruce does for some of his commercial game or ad commercials for his games to give you a good theatrical presence as he's showing the demo. But I don't want to play it just in case it's copyrighted. I don't want to get a copyright strike on the show, so I'll mute it now. But written in UG Basic, if you guys have been following that compiler language, that's cross-platform. And once again, he does an excellent job of using the Semigraphics 4 mode, so we can get all 9 colors. But with UG Basic, which actually has some, you know, fairly quick routines and stuff, here you actually got the full side scrolling and drawing the text while it's side scrolling, etc. And his font here, which is, you know, 3 pixels high, basically, is actually pretty readable once you get used to it. It is Kokon riding a horse or something. For those of you that were not at the show, did you guys kind of keep track of this as Erico was releasing it? Because I know he released it on Facebook for download. You can actually go get it, give it a shot. Another possible suggestion for a future Game On Challenge. That's a new game. And as with Oil of Erico's, it's really well presented, especially considering how low res it is. And after that, it's basically a 2-player fighting game where you, or it might be single player against the computer, I can't remember. But you got a sword and a shield, you get to block, you get your health bars at the top, you can see how injured the other player is. And there's some of your stats. Looks like you get some bonus where you can actually bump your stats up and kind of try to recover from battle. Now, obviously, this is not playing on a real CoCo's screen for this particular video demo. You can see the little square lines outside of each of the square blocks, which, of course, wouldn't appear on the real thing. So I'm not sure exactly how he used it to generate it. But anybody on the panel here tried it, or anybody in the chat actually tried playing this yet?
No, it's very good. Like I haven't played it in detail, but just the presentation of the whole thing.
Yeah, like the whole intro side scroll, bit of the storyline behind it, the sunset colors, you know, on the top, and
all in
Semigraphics 4
resolution.
Yeah, he's a master of that resolution, I have to say. Anyway, it's freely available on Facebook. You can download it now. I think he's even posted it in the General Games channel here on Discord too, on the CoCo Discord. So if you guys want to grab it, I think it just requires 16 or 32K. Runs on a CoCo 1, 2, or 3. But it's the one Semigraphics mode that's fully supported in the CoCo 3, so it should run on everything just fine. I think he released Dragon versions of it too. I can't remember for sure, but I think he did. So go grab it. This is actually one that could port over to the MC10 if UG Basic supported the MC10 6803 chip. It's definitely capable of doing it. So see if that happens in the future. Speaking of the MC10, now we go to Jim Gary, and his game release this time around was Success Mansion, which is ported from an original on the CoCo, written in 1986 by Paul Ruby Jr., and that particular one actually was a speech sound pack game. The game actually spoke all the locations and stuff to you, so you could play it audibly, not even have to look at the screen, really. So it's one of the text adventure games that would have been friendly for the blind, for example, which is kind of cool. This one obviously does not have any of that, but it basically he's ported the entire game. It's a single load. I think it runs in 20K. I don't think you need the 32K upgrade. And is a pretty standard adventure game otherwise, but interesting that it came from a talking CoCo game. Now, Jim Gary also mentioned in the comments here, and I did not even know he was planning this. If you guys have tried looking at his list of all of the games he's ever done, he used to have a section on his site at the university that he teaches at. And now he's actually decided to set up a new place to host all of his MC10 and his CoCo stuff. And this is now on the Internet Archive. So the new URL for it is archive.org/details/@James_Gary. And you can get a list of, I think he's got 605 programs on here now and screenshots of all of them. And you can go in there and download them. You can take a look at the screenshots and see if it's a game you're interested in doing. But he's got his entire collection on here, including educational games, arcade games, MCX required games, some CoCo games itself. Like here's his like Oregon Trail for the MC10, for example, music editing program, Minotaur, just tons and tons of stuff. And we all know how prolific he is. So I'm not sure. By the end of the year, he might even hit 1,000. Who knows? Anyway, that's the new home. If you want to go check it out, if you're an MC10 owner and you want to grab this kind of stuff, there's tons. There's like over 600 on there now and more. I don't know if he's actually got everything ported over, if he has more than that already, or if he's caught up and now he's just be adding new stuff as he creates it. But still, I mean, for the MC10, which I think Tandy might have had, 20 software packages, if that. They have over 600 programs ready to go. Cool. Thanks, Jim. And thanks, Jim, for contributing the MC10 coffee cup that was part of the prize for winning the Game On Challenge at CoCoFEST this year. Next up, we have 2 quick gameplay videos from Expert Tech. This is a guy in South America that has been doing these on his real CoCo2 on an Amber monitor. And the 2 games he put in the last 2 weeks here is Fury by Computer Shack, later Mitchtron, which is kind of a Time Pilot, not quite a clone, but definitely based on Time Pilot. And the other one he did was Project Nebula, which is, based on, but not a perfect clone of Star Raiders, called Project Nebula from Tandy, written by Robert Arnstein. So I'll play a little clip of Fury for those who have not seen it. I know we have covered this one on the challenge before. Had some deep, speech synthesis and software on there. Fast forward a little bit. Maybe. Sometimes you just go around shooting things. You have to collect people in the small balloons to rescue them. And then Project Nebula, which has a lot of different gameplay modes. I think he's basically just doing the simpler ones here, but... This is one of my favorites when I was a kid. 2 analog joysticks required. I don't know if we've done this one for the Game On Challenge either.
No wonder I could never figure out how to play that game.
We have not done this one.
Yeah.
It requires 2 analog joysticks.
Yeah. One's for your speed control, which is critical if you want to dock with the space station, because you have to be going within a certain range. And the other one controls your direction and firing. And keyboard controls if you want to do maps and everything else.
Oh, so you basically got a HOTAS.
Got a what?
HOTAS.
HOTAS.
Hands on throttle and stick.
Oh, okay, yeah. I used to tape my 2 joysticks on a big armrest chair, like Captain Kirk's chair, and I had 1 joystick on each side, and I controlled both. It was awesome. Thank God there's no pictures of that. That'd be embarrassing.
That'll work for tank games too.
Mm-hmm. That is true. But if you like Star Raiders on the Atari, this is the closest clone of that we have. And some of the graphical effects are a little bit better, actually, like the zooming of the ships. Also, the Atari version, I think, just has a radar on the front. This actually has 2 radars you can see in the bottom part of the screen. You've got a radar going in front of you and a radar going behind you. So when a ship zooms past you on the front, it'll switch to the back radar, and it has the distance to the nearest one out of the ones on that particular direction. So you can kind of keep track where the ships are, even if you can't see them, which is really cool. I would definitely recommend it once you get used to the controls. Play Star Commander Advanced on the most advanced difficulty. It's a lot of fun. This is the one Nick's been waiting for, and it's the amigos, Brent and Aaron, reviewing Gatecrasher. And this is a longer one. Most of their Coco shows have been around the 20, 25, maybe 30 minutes mark. This is 52 minutes. So you can tell it's a pretty extensive one here. And a bit of a spoiler for Nick. In general, they liked the game. The actual 3D and stuff, they were quite impressed. Brent actually thought the fisheye looked better. He thought that was a really cool way because he figured it's just all curved walls. And I know it's something that, for me and you, that kind of bugs a little bit because it should be square, but it's due to the, speeding up the calculations here. But they had some of the same issues with Gatecrasher that I did back in the day. Can you guess what those might be, Nick?
Lack of skill.
I'll let them know you said that. Actually, I was going to ask you, I did notify you about this one before I left for CoCoFEST.
Yeah, I did. I've seen it, yeah.
Did you actually watch it live and comment?
I didn't comment. What was it that they didn't like? I mean, the fisheye was one thing. The firing wasn't accurate enough.
Yeah, because sometimes you think you're hitting it dead on and it just misses.
Sometimes you think you're dead on. So that's where I should have had a crosshair or something.
Yeah.
But anyway.
For me, the big one, and they mentioned it too, is that there's too many ways to die. Because you can die by getting shot. You can die by running out of ammo or health packs, and like that kind of makes sense. And then you can also run out of the timer, and you don't need all of those, especially when you're trying to explore a level and trying to find that last computer thing. Having a timer on top of the fact that you've only got limited health and limited ammo on each level, and if you run out of any of those, you die too. The timer is kind of like a redundant, stupid way to die. And I remember back when you first made it, I actually complained about that too. So I'm glad they agreed with me. But like you've kind of been thinking about possibly redoing this with a better engine or doing something similar with a better engine. Is that something that you would take out? Would be the timer?
I have many ideas, and one of them is to do an improvement on a 3D game. I don't know if I'd be redoing this one, but doing a 3D engine that doesn't do the fisheye effect. Can take out the timer, things like that.
Yeah,
there were obviously areas I could improve on it, but this was 20 years ago, and it was.
And you were pushing the envelope at this time.
That's
honestly.
right. At this point, there was no other 3D game like
this. This is no Neutroid. This is a good game.
So obviously, you learn over time. You just learn better techniques, and I think I could do a better and faster game, because I mean this doesn't use any of the stack blasting or any of those sort of techniques for speed. This is my old school coding. So
yeah. And this one, for those of you who don't know Nick's history, Nick was producing games for the Motor City Model 1 and 3 since starting in what, 82?
82, yeah.
Yeah, and then you did some CoCo stuff, starting with Neutroid, ironically enough, in 84.
That's right.
And you kept producing games, and you were planning on trying to get some sold through Tandy later on in cartridge format, which never happened, but you actually did sell some of your cassette ones based through Tandy, in Australia anyway. And then you started publishing ones that you were selling, privately after Tandy shut the CoCo down, including like the Pac-Man tribute and stuff. And when you went to Gatecrasher, which, was probably the most visually advanced game for the time, doing the full 3D perspective, etc. And then, the sales, I think, were like 40 copies, including mine, that I bought from you.
Yeah.
And you were so disappointed, you actually quit the CoCo market for a decade and a half.
That was before that. I quit after the Cosmic Ambush, because this came out in around 2000.
Yeah, you started testing in 99. Now, Cosmic Ambush was in 92?
Yeah.
And then you did Pac-Man in 97.
Then I left, and then I came back, and Pac-Man was the first one I did again.
Yeah, because you did Pac-Man in 97, you did Gatecrash 2000, so just a few years apart, and your break from Cosmic Ambush was only 5 years. But after this one only sold 40, you didn't do anything else till 2017.
Yeah, probably.
It's pretty sad when I know Nick's commercial history better than he does. But this is the one I remember you said, like, you were so disappointed in the sales figures for this one with all the work that went into it, and it's such a groundbreaking game that you said the market's too small. And then your first comeback was Popstar Pilot, which has sold like 130 or 150 by now.
Yeah, well, that might be right. Yeah. Yeah, the cocoa market was shrinking, so
And now it's expanding again. So
and now it's expanding.
now this one, have we played this? We have played this one in the Game On Challenge, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, we have.
Yeah. And by the way, as far as the timer goes, I will mention that Buck Owens contributed some video that runs in the background, and he actually wins the game. So you get to see the final level and the final boss. But he had to get a cheat poke off you to shut the damn timer off. That should tell you something.
Yeah.
So,
but yeah, it would be good to do another 3D game, but putting in some of the things I've learned in Gatecrasher.
Yeah. And in general gameplay design.
That's
like
right.
Like they're having too many ways to off yourself. But definitely a challenging game, visually good. If you like Mastermind, which Nick seems to really like because he puts it in a lot of his games. Brent, actually, not Brent. Aaron really liked that actually because he said it was a simple enough version of Mastermind that he could actually unlock the doors and he got a sense of accomplishment out of it, even though he hated the board game growing up.
It's not hard.
Yeah. And he liked the fact that you can actually get shot at while you're busy trying to unlock it, hack it into a door. So he thought that was cool.
Well, it's a bit more realistic. I mean, they're not going to sit there and watch you break a code and say, carry on, break through the door. No, they're going to shoot you, aren't they?
So I'll just play a little bit of it here so people can kind of get a feel for the review. And then
this is
you
just
can let you go see it on your own.
But when you press down that shift key and you really start whipping around the place, it runs really, really well. That was the second thing I was really, really impressed with. You don't get an on-screen crosshair, and which would have helped. You have a pistol, and it's at the middle of the screen, and it's animated.
Anyway, that's a little clip just to kind of give you a feel for it. But if you want to see the full review, hit the Amigos channel on YouTube. They also do it on Twitch. It'll stay up there for whatever Twitch's policy is now, 30 days or something like that.
They don't show you the ending. It's got a great ending.
They show you a bit of it in this little area here.
Yeah, that's right.
From Buck Owens playing it. They never got that far. Neither one of them got past the second floor, even with maps.
And I think a lot of people, probably have never seen the ending.
Yeah, and as Aaron puts it, he said that the title of the game makes a lot of sense when you make it to the last level.
Oh yeah, it does.
And that's all I'm going to say. There is a bit of, you can see a bit of it in the background there if you get to near the end of the video. So for those of you who've not seen the final boss, I will let you see if you can figure it out looking in the background there. It'll be a bit small, but if you can pick it out.
Another comment they made, which is valid, is the levels are probably a bit long because there are five of them.
Yeah.
And,
I know they were saying there was too many red doors, the ones you have to unlock and hack into, versus the green doors because it just becomes redundant. That's what Brett was saying. You spend more time.
This was out in the days when we're all a bit younger and have a bit more skill. Whereas I think
and memory. That's the thing that kills me because I never remember where the hell to find anything in the thing.
Yeah.
Like nowadays, for us old people, you probably have to add in like auto mapping.
Yeah, an auto mapping feature would be cool in a new version.
But finish your current game first because I'm looking forward to that one as well, as is Ken. Let me go check it out. It's almost an hour of fawning on Nick, basically, with some legitimate critiques. And next up, this was an interesting one here. Glenn Dahlgren posted this. So basically, his mom was looking through some stuff and found in a newspaper article from back when he was in school, like not college, but in proper elementary or high school, of him and a friend creating a fantasy game.
14.
Sorry, what was that?
He's 14 in the article. His friend is 11.
Yeah. And basically it's creating a fantasy game along the lines of Dungeons and Dragons or something like that. And they actually got published here. But he mentions in the description, he said, and I'll just quote it here, especially for the audio listeners who can't see the screen here. Some of you may know that I released a Tandy Color Computer 3 game entitled In Quest of the Star-Lord, which is a graphical adventure game that he published, one of the earlier ones from Sundog. You may not know that it was inspired by a tabletop RPG I co-designed in junior high school with my neighbor. While we never actually released it, we had such big plans for it that I researched printing, bought polyhedron dice in bulk to add to our packages, and got cover art designed by a guy who lived down the street, who ended up illustrating the covers for a bunch of my subsequent CoCo games. And we talked about that during one of the Glenn Dahlgren interviews. I even convinced a local reporter to take up seriously enough to write this article, which is a testament to the power of the pitch. My mother found this while cleaning and thought I'd like to see it again. I thought it was fun enough memory to share. And it is, actually, because I think he totally forgot about that when we were interviewing him. So for those of you who played in the Quest for the Star-Lord game on the CoCo 3, this is a bit of history as to where that game, kind of got its ideas from an RPG, tabletop game that they created years before. So that was cool. That's it for the Game On news. So now we'll switch over to the proper snoozy newsy. Thanks to Michael Furman creating that title. Okay, first up, CoCoTown released Game Revolution Cycle 9 of his project of finishing the Mood Patrol game he started as a teenager, and he's attempting to finish it now using all the new programming techniques he's learned. And if you watch the previous episode of his blog on this, you got to see the fact that the scrolling speed of the landscape in Mood Patrol kept changing. It would go fast, and it would suddenly go slow for a bit, and then go fast for a bit without any intervention from the player. So this episode, which is just about half an hour long, is him researching and using the MAME debugger to figure out what the heck is going on here and why is it doing this, which he does eventually figure it out. And because he went down, many pathways to figure that out, he doesn't actually have the problem solved at this point. That's what the next episode is for. So I'll just play a little bit of the intro for those of you who haven't followed this before, especially considering we did get some new people joining in our Discord and on viewing our show from CoCoFest. Welcome to everyone. Just to give you a bit of a flavor of how he presents here with a sense of humor, and enough to give you kind of a hint of what the episode's about. And then we'll leave it up to you to watch the full episode.
Hello, and welcome to Game Revolutions, the series where I take a video game that I started writing in high school and see if I can improve it now, with all of the knowledge that I have gained since then. Why? Why am I doing this? Because everybody knows writing games for the CoCo is the quickest way to earn enough money to afford a Ferrari.
Hey.
Nod to Nick.
I had removed game elements so I could focus on double buffering and stack blasting and getting the scrolling speed nice and fast and smooth. And in the last episode, I added back joystick support to slide the car left and right. But in so doing, I ran into a performance issue where the scrolling speed would stay fast and then go slow and then go fast and then go slow. And I was left wondering what was going on. In this episode, I'm going to walk you through step-by-step my performance investigation to figure out what's going on, narrowing down the cause, and pinpointing the ultimate thing that needs fixing. No spoilers, but if you're curious to know what the ultimate cause was, I'll give you this hint. If you're really into deep technical content, you're gonna have a blast.
And there you go. I like the nod to Nick. I wanted to play that specifically because I knew Nick would appreciate the Ferrari comment.
Nice to be a trailblazer, Nick.
What was the problem actually? Or do we have
Well, you're gonna have to watch the video to find that out.
Damn.
You can literally skip to about the last 5 minutes. It kind of narrows it down.
Yeah.
And do subscribe and like.
Yeah. No, he does really good, actually. He's one of the better presenters for teaching assembly language in a fun way. And he's got a sense of humor. He shows you the mistakes and going down the completely wrong path and type of thing, which is what, actual coding is really like. Most of us aren't Ferrari owning geniuses like Nick that can just do everything right, start to finish type thing. Never make mistakes or bugs.
Well, to tell you the truth, Curtis, I really love watching his videos because he's good at the presentation. He makes it funny. It's just so many things that just
it's not dry like some some of the tutorials can be because it's a fairly complicated topic. And he does it so visually too. Like he'll draw animated diagrams stuff. Like I'm too lazy to do that. I would just put some text on the screen saying this is an MMU block or whatever I'm trying to present. He will go through and actually animate things so that it's much easier for your brain to grasp, especially if you're not that familiar with the semi language or how bitmap graphics work or sound works or something like that. So it's much easier to follow. He does a really good job in presenting. I hope we can get him out to a fest soon. I was kind of hoping he'd make it this year.
And since you're on his page, hit the subscribe button.
I'm on the CoCoNation page. Do you want me to subscribe from there?
No.
I am subscribed on my own page.
Ah, okay. Didn't want someone pointing that out to us.
I was like, I'm also subscribed.
Yep. Actually, he's doing pretty good. He's got over 2,500 subscribers already for teaching machine language. That's pretty amazing, especially on teaching machine language on a CoCo, for example. Next up, Taylor Naming. Now, this has nothing to do with a CoCo at all. This is actually something they bought at VCF East. Sloopy and Ken, or Sloopy, I guess, because you were at VCF East, you can probably tell me more about this. Henry, you were at VCF East too, weren't you?
Yes.
So this is a single board computer based in 8085 with a bubble display.
Yeah, what they got was you know those good old fashioned calculators that had the red LED displays in them.
Mhm.
Yeah, so take that, make them 16 segment, and make them really cute and tiny. So you've got a 16 segment full alphanumeric display capability. They've got four of the 4 character modules. So you got 16 characters going on there. I almost bought that while I was there.
So for those of you who don't recognize the chip number, it's an Intel part, but the 8085 is a fairly rare beast. It's not like an 8086 or an 8088 or the later ones like 81, 86, 286, etc. So that was the same chip that was used in the tier setting Model 100 and 102. And that's probably the only mainstream computer that I know of that actually did use that chip. So the single board they built here is actually pretty cool in and of itself. But one thing I wanted to mention is that they actually mentioned that they were sad they couldn't make it to the CoCoFEST this year because they have become regulars since joining the YouTube community. And they also gave a shout out to the CoCoNation show. So I wanted to give them a thanks, and I'll play a little bit of the intro, even though this is not CoCo related, because it's kind of returning the favor. And for those of you that are just into hardware and stuff, you guys will like this anyway.
Hey, Amy.
Hey, Taylor.
Do you remember that time we went to VCF East in 2024?
Yeah.
And yeah, we filmed some stuff there, which...
As we do. Sometimes. Oh, I remember.
Y'all, I'm sorry. It was just a nausea-inducing shaky cam montage combined with us looking like, well, me, I looked like I had been dead for 3 days. And when we tried to do it there. So here we are back in the lab with the lighting that helps me. But we did want to talk about cool thing we got there. Yeah. First cool thing we got there.
Yeah, this is pretty cool.
What's this?
That's
It's backwards.
Taylor and Amy
Are
people.
you referencing our own logo?
Yes.
Oh, baby one.
Friend of the channel, Bill Hurd. Did I just do that with my pinky out?
You're so fancy.
Fancy.
We're nothing if not incredibly fancy here.
Yeah. Made us an actual Pyrex logo flask. How
We
fun
had
is that?
No idea.
Isn't that cool?
That he was gonna do that out of nowhere. He's like, "Oh, hey, I made something for you." Really, really? That's great.
Anyway, I'll let you watch the rest of the video on your own time. But yeah, that was kind of a nice thank you from Bill Hurd, of course, who's quite famous in Commodore circles. And I think a few people here have met him before. And he's actually moderated some panels that Taylor and Amy have been on, amongst other people. Yeah, so it's kind of nice to get that tribute. And then they go into the 8085 computer, get it up and running. And that's just a cool hardware project in and of itself. I was not aware previous to what the bubble display was. It actually looks pretty decent. And Brian and I have sent some CoCo stuff to them, so hopefully we'll get some more CoCo videos coming out soon. So thank you, Brian, for shipping that on my behalf. This is an interesting one here. So Tim Lindner and AJ decided to do a time-lapse of a full recording day. Now, what they do for their show, they publish it weekly, but it's actually 4 shows recorded on one evening, one Friday. So they basically do recording for the entire month's worth of shows at once. And you actually get to see them rearrange the furniture in AJ's house and then put up the green screens and stuff. And then you can watch Tim, loading up the next console or computer onto the desk or on the table to hook it up and play, and then they come and do the playing. I'll play just a little bit. I'm going to mute the sound because I have no idea if this is public domain sound or not. And there's not anything besides the music anyway, but you can kind of get an idea. There's a lot more prep into this than one would expect. And as I mentioned in the chat or in the comments there, I said, you guys put a lot of work into this. This looks like way more effort than I'd be prepared to do. And anyway, I'll let you watch a little bit of it. It's the full video is 9 minutes, covers an entire set of 4 episodes. But I'll just play a little bit at the beginning. I'll fast forward to the Coco part later on.
So, Curtis, through the stuff that they do, I find it interesting that all the work they do, this is why you do a whole bunch of episodes all in one. So that way you're not doing this every time.
Weekend. Yeah. This would tie up a Friday pretty good. The other interesting thing I find out when you go through here is because they want to make it look like it was recorded every week. In between each show that they're recording on the same day, they go and switch their hair, switch clothes, which is, again, way more effort than I would put into something like that. I'd wear the same darn thing all the way through. I wouldn't bother, but.
Well, that's the reason why I have about 16 of the exact same shirt in my wardrobe. Why nobody ever notices that I'm wearing the same green shirt. Or the bright orange one.
Oh, we notice.
Go ahead, Nick.
I was just saying, we notice.
We noticed.
About David's lack of changing clothes.
Yeah.
Hey, I change clothes. You just don't ever notice that it's a different shirt.
But actually, he's got like ring lighting and everything else. You're like, I don't do that. I have just an old 30-year-old lamp that just blasts into my face and gets too hot in the summer. But they got like green screens and proper lighting and all kinds of stuff. And here AJ's kind of joining in. She actually cooks a bit of supper for them too that they eat before they fully get started. And I think her husband even sneaks in the background a couple times because we never see him on the show. But there's a lot more work here than I had expected.
Actually, I think I have one of those ring lights.
Now, I'll fast forward a little bit, just so you can see like their first costume change. Okay, so that's the first one. You can see what her hair looks like in that particular episode. And here they've changed shirts. She changed her hair. Now they're playing. It looks like is that an Atari 5200 or something? I'm not even sure which one that is. And then I'll get up to the Coco section. There he brings the Coco 3 out. Another hair and costume change. More drinks prepared, of course, too. So as they've told me a few times, by the time they get to the last computer of the night, they're getting pretty hammered. And this particular sequence here, the Coco's the last one, so.
Where's the rum? Why's the rum gone?
Anyway, it just shows you, like, for the people that actually, get pretty good views and have nicely produced shows, that they actually do a lot of prep time. Now, a lot of people just think you turn a mic or a camera on and go for it, and then you get millions of subscribers and you can retire. And no, there's a lot of work into it. I know, like Henry, you do a lot of stuff with your backgrounds and stuff too that you try to make it look professional.
Is that what our problem is?
Yeah, because we're too lazy.
Well, the biggest thing for me is I don't want to have to put up and tear down all the time. So I'm fortunate in that I have like a room that's large enough that I can make it work and not have to take everything up or take everything down and put everything up all the time.
Yeah. Ken, you do some production on yours too, because you got like overhead cameras and green screen effects and stuff too, don't you? No, he's sleeping again. Sorry.
Actually, one of the things that I'd like to do if I had my own place is actually paint the room the correct green.
Yeah, just have the background walls be green so you don't have to worry about putting a screen up every time. Then you can put it whatever you want.
Yeah.
be careful about that because our particular computer hobby has a lot of green in it, so you might want to go with blue.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we have that nuclear green screen to start with.
When
That's
I
why
did
we're
video,
all calm people.
when I did video production back in the 90s, we actually painted one wall green just for that. And then we never used it because the only time that we needed a green screen, we were somewhere else.
Yeah. Hey, it's a pretty fascinating behind the scenes view, and we don't usually get to see that with too many of the the professional YouTubers or podcasters these days. We have versions of electronic backgrounds you can do now, but those tend to be a bit iffy because they take a photo of the background with you not standing in it, and then with you in it, tries to figure out when you've moved across. But sometimes it misinterprets when you're holding stuff up, and like we had people try to show us something and just disappears in the background, so you can't see what they're showing. It takes some thought. Good.
So that's Tim's house?
I think that's AJ's house, actually.
Yeah, that's AJ's house, but Tim does live with her.
Yeah, I was going to say, green screen, I think for a lot of stuff is easier than it trying to remove the background. So,
even Zoom, if you do a Zoom background removal, you'll find that Zoom does a passable job in general, but when you give it a solid color behind you, whether it be blue or green, it's much happier.
Yeah, it's easier for it to figure out the masking. Anyway, really cool time-lapse video. I found it fascinating. I actually watched the entire 9.5 minutes myself because I was trying to see what all kinds of things do. See if Tim's going to spill another drink, which he's rather famous for. Next up, TSA Retro Programming posted a couple videos. The first one is kind of going to some details of the flashlight. Because one of the parts of the game where you get a flashlight, you go upstairs in the attic, and the light actually will kind of train on being able to see things up there. So I'll just play.
Go up the ladder, and if you have the flashlight, the lights come on. And like I've said, a lot of you have seen this before. There's a guitar over here and a few boxes, and normally you can enter.
So he kind of goes through an explanation of that. It was a nice little visual effect he did, and this is all basic. So, he's got some pretty cool ideas. He's sometimes a little bit not willing to take some advice, I guess, for some other techniques he could be using. But on the other hand, he comes up with a lot of original stuff too. That's pretty cool. So, and this is a game unlike any other that I've seen. So it's just interesting that, and this game is actually getting close to completion here too, and it's actually set up to be a multi-cassette game with save spots, etc. too. So looking forward to see that. I'm still trying to convince him to try to CoCo 3 because some of his complaints have been on lack of color and speed, etc. And there's a lot of things you do in the CoCo 3 with palette animation stuff that solve a lot of his problems. And he really wishes that the CoCo had a full screen editor. Well, those people that watched the Deluxe CoCo know we had one back in '84. It just never got released. And the other one he did here was basically based on something from one of the basic manuals. I think the extended basic manual, which is basically just a little demo of random drawing lines and painting and stuff here. Just kind of a graphics demo. But it was funny because I don't think he's gone through the manual completely because it's got some of the little shortcuts you can do in that listing that he wasn't used to. Like line number 5, if you can see over here, does line dash X comma Y P set. There's no start position, and that's because BASIC will keep track of the last place a line ended on, and it'll just draw the line. If you just use the dash without a starting coordinate, it'll start from wherever it last left off and continue on, so you can actually make rays that keep projecting from the previous position. So that's a bit of a technique. And then also he hit the next without a variable, and this is one it took me a little bit of time to figure out back in the early 80s too, because I'd see listings like for C equals 1 to 10, for D equals 1 to 10, next C, next D type, or next D, next C. And you don't actually need to specify the variable. It basically keeps track of what the previous 4 loops were in order, going inside nested loops. And if you just do next, it knows which one to properly do the next 4 automatically. And it saves you, some bytes of code. You don't have to remember the order. If you put them backwards, you might screw yourself up somewhat. So it's a technique I actually use quite a bit nowadays, but I remember when I was young and learning BASIC, I was totally confused by this. So a couple of little, tricks in BASIC there as well. Next up, I'll let Henry talk about this one since it's his video. I just want to play his reaction here near the end, and then I'll let him explain.
Nice. Excellent. Excellent. Yes.
So, Henry, why are you so happy?
Because I was like, what in the world's going on with this thing? I'm doing everything correct and it's not working. And so when I finally got to the point where I'm seeing what everybody else who's doing this thing is seeing, I was just like, this is awesome. I now have access to like the Matrix, as it were. And just understanding that I have something that I've built that is working, that's doing what it's supposed to be doing, and that I didn't have to spend 18 hours trying to debug made me happy.
Yeah. And for those who can't read the title on the screen here or listening on audio, this is about Fuginet. So you actually constructed the Fuginet hardware board. Now, this is the latest, not the final, but the latest version that's actually cartridge based, doesn't need a cassette cable or anything like, or serial cable or anything like that.
No, it doesn't need a serial cable, so we're still beholden to the DriveWire DriveWire rubric. They are working on getting it so that you're not having to use even the serial cable, so that we're working on the parallel bus from the extension or from the cartridge port instead of tethering to the serial port. But this one does work. You do still need that dongle on there. The board's designed for that. There's a couple of things that you have to do to the board as stands in order to get Autobot working, but none of it's really like major. You just do a couple of bodges and you cut a jumper wire, and that's it.
And if I remember, the other thing that's different between this and your earlier version, the one that you used, is that this one no longer needs a USB power supply. It's actually powered by the CoCo itself, correct?
Correct. It is powered by the CoCo itself. It pulls its 5 volts right off of the cartridge port.
A little bit simpler there too. And I'm presuming this is the version we received from William Athing. It's basically this design, I'm guessing.
Yep, it's going to be that design. You'll want to check, because I'm not sure what he did with the board itself, but there is a jumper. There's a jumper J1 on the board that if that is shorted together, it will not work properly on a CoCo3.
Okay,
because
that's good to know.
What that jumper does is it shorts cart to queue, which is how you do an auto start for a cartridge on the 1 and the 2. But on the 3, you need to let it. You can't do that because you need to let it load its ROM bodges first.
Yeah, the basic patching.
Yep. Okay. So if you leave that jumper set, if you don't chuck it out there with a utility knife, then you'll wind up with it running trying to run in CoCo2 mode instead of CoCo3 mode. The other thing you need to do is you need to check the back of it and see if there are a couple of bodge wires going to the ESP32 from the bank select switch. And what that does is you select your bank, whether you're running on a 1, 2, or 3, and then that'll tell the ESP32 whether you need to be running at 38.4, 55.6, or whatever it is, or 115,000 kilobaud.
Okay. So basically, watch the video if you want to see him actually construct this later generation board, and the sheer joy of getting it to work the first try after on the previous one taking like weeks to figure out. I think the HDB DOS revision was a little bit off, and
HDB DOS revision was wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a CoCo3 version?
There is.
Yes.
The firmware that you'll burn into it, and the ROM that you'll burn to go alongside of it, have versions for the 1, the 2, the 3, and the ROM has the ROM that you burn, the EEPROM, has a diagnostic card on there. The firmware, if you set up your bodges properly, will detect based on switch position which ROM you've selected and determine the DriveWire baud rate from that.
I will mention William Athing is the one who gifted them to Brian Weezer, myself, and others. He says, yeah, the ones I built are of this version with the bodge wires and the jumper cut.
Okay, no, nice.
But do they support a CoCo3 video modes?
I've seen some of the programs are now supporting them. I think the built-in ROM stuff is still just 32, basically because it's in common for all of them.
Right.
But I have seen some other stuff that he's done that is supporting like 40 columns, etc. And
Yeah,
80
I
column. I
can't
think the
wait.
terminal program. Very good.
I was going to say, yeah, I can't wait to build this up for myself because it's another networking thing that would be nifty to play with.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's no wonder David needs a 16-slot multi-pack. He needs all these floppy drive controllers and all these various, networking controllers and stuff now.
Never ending.
And my serial ports, you can't forget those serial ports because I want I want my faster drive wire and I want the mouse. I gotta have the mouse.
Anyway, check out Henry's The Break Key on YouTube and subscribe to it, please. And I will also mention that you were not only demonstrating Fuginet and the new board that you made at the fest, but you're also demonstrating your new upcoming 4th ROM that you're working on.
Yep.
Which is basically to replace the basic ROM with 4th.
Yep, in the state of development that it's currently in, which is to say, it does MDAS. And I walked up to the display and saw somebody had tried to do string work with it, and I'm like, sorry about that. Wish I'd have been here to tell you that it doesn't work and why it doesn't work.
Also, a main thing is mentioning in the chat, but I don't think the SD card sockets are correct. SD card won't work. Wi-Fi is good. So
SD card. There might be a flow issue with the SD card sockets, or there might be a mechanical issue with the SD card sockets on the ones that you guys received. Because I think it was a physical problem with the SD card sockets that was mentioned.
Okay. Okay, next up after that, we have Alderson Retro-Computing, which has put up a lot of short little videos lately about the CoCo. This one is just a quick demo for those who haven't seen how to do it. He's showing running VCC to run the CoCo3 emulation. And he shows that, if you're running under Windows or Linux or whatever else that you have VCC running on, I guess it's OVCC if you're on anything besides Windows. But basically, you can take like a text editor native to the OS, type in a quick basic program, you can cut and paste it right into VCC, and it'll accept it, and then you can save it on a disk image or whatever else. So if you want to use a full-blown editor rather than typing it in by hand at the OK prompt, that you can do that. So I will play just a little snippet of that. It's a pretty short video to begin with, just barely over 2 minutes, but I'll skip to where he starts talking about that.
Something that runs on Windows 11.
All, and then I do it, put it into the buffer. Close Notepad. And I bring up VCC, the emulator. VCC has a way of entering text. You do a paste text. See, it entered it for you. And then I'm going to press enter, and it's in the buffer. I can list it. And then I can run it.
Anyway, you get the idea. I was going to ask Nick, I know you do use some cross-development like this with VCC. Do you do this kind of thing too, where you just cut and paste code right into VCC itself, or do you actually transfer a whole disk image all the time?
No, I use VCC and I transfer the text straight across into a text editor and do most of my actual creating of code in the text editor. And then I usually retype it into the
really
into the VCC. It's
oh
a
my
good way of
god!
checking. Yeah, I know it's long-winded, but I found
you should do this then. Just cut and paste your code in with just cut and paste. That it's less chance of error, faster.
Yeah. But that would be new and intelligent, and I don't do that.
Yeah, and you wrote Neutroid, so you gotta get a pass. I know, like the one I use on the Game on Challenge is running under Wine, but it's an older version, so it doesn't actually support this. I can't do that. But the copy I have in my Windows 10, actually, I should do this. Though, to be honest, in my case, I use MAME more because I like the debugger better. This one here is kind of a follow-up. So Retro and Gaming on YouTube did a one where he received a CoCo1 and was trying to figure out, what parts are working, what parts are not. So I left him a fairly lengthy comment on the YouTube video telling him, a few tips and tricks, like how do you determine the amount of RAM in a CoCo1, how do you test the sound, what commands you use, testing graphics and colors and stuff just to make sure everything's working properly. So he did some of that, and I also had mentioned the Hitachi 639, so he decided to order one, and he's in Europe, and they had a minimum order of 5, so he got 5 63C09E chips, which is the 3 megahertz rated part. And he ran a little benchmark program in BASIC, and then you kind of compared it with some other 8-bit machines at the time. And then I think he misunderstood when I said that 609 will speed things up. It will speed things up if you have software that supports the extra features of 609, but out of the box, it boots up as a 609 compatible chip, except it takes a lot less power and a lot less heat. So when he ran the benchmark course after installing it, made no difference whatsoever. So I kind of left him a message explaining that, and I mentioned that there's some games and stuff, and the OS9 level 1 operating system has been optimized with 609. And if you compare those two versions, then you should be able to get a better representative of what the speed up is. So I'll wait for his response, and that he might do a follow-up video. But basically, he was a little bit disappointed that it made no difference whatsoever for a basic program. I did mention to him the speed up hook, though, because I don't think he knew that. You can speed up the ROMs. Hook 65495,0 for any of you who don't know it already. And that works on a CoCo 1 or 2 or Dragon 32. So I'll wait to see his response on that to see how much the score improves against other 8-bit machines actually running the ROMs at 1.78 megahertz and leaving the RAM at 0.895. Next up, we hop over into Facebook for a little bit. So Mike Kadoff, and I think he just posted this today or yesterday. He said after 5 months of working on it, he has, quote, completed my remake of my 1980s project and have a working 2-meter ham radio repeater using his CoCo2. And he's got a lot more extensive details on how this all hooks up and stuff here. And he's got a picture of it, which I'll zoom up. Now, I never was a ham radio operator. I know some of the people on the panel have been in the past. I don't even know what a ham repeater is. But if one of you out there or in the chat for that matter wants to kind of explain what that is, and even just general about ham radio, because a lot of us don't know that kind of stuff.
Yeah, amateur radio is a licensed service in most countries. It is a service that's licensed for the experimentation and technological development of radio services. It's also licensed for emergency communications, as most governments recognize them as being valuable for both of those. Your repeater that you're looking at there is probably going to be along the lines of a VHF repeater. You usually see those happening around 50 megahertz and then on up. The most common repeaters during my activity times were located on 2 meters or 144 megahertz. Basically, what they do is they receive on one frequency and retransmit on another. They are used primarily to make the signal of a single operator available across a wider range. Because I mean, your 5 watts might be able to hit the repeater site, but it may not be able to hit the site of the person who's 100 miles away, and the repeater site might be able to hit them.
Well, that's the thing. The 2-meter rig is pretty much a handy-talkie generally, and so you're going to need to hit a repeater to talk to the rest of the world. And here it is for the CoCo2 driver.
Even if you got a 50 watt base rig, though, unless you're up on a 600-foot tower, you might still need a repeater.
Okay.
So that's what it is. It's a communications relay device.
Basically, to extend your range is kind of the purpose.
More or less.
Okay.
They can also serve to, depending upon how they're configured, to take your signal on your radio and literally patch it right into the POTS. So you can make a phone. So with some repeaters, you can make a phone call on your handy talkie.
That's kind of cool, especially for back in the day.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Now it's on internet.
Yeah.
But...
There was a pretty nasty wreck on my way back from Hamvention one year, and all I had was my HT. And so I got up on a net and say, hey, can somebody patch this through? And it was easy enough to do.
Cool.
Also, the space station. They also have I believe, a ham node up there so that people can chat with them.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but the last three characters are ISS. I do know that. I can't remember where they're, what land they're in, though.
Cool. So it's interesting because ham radio is obviously an older technology than home computers is, but there's still some use of it today, by the sounds of it. Yeah. And you can, of course, link it with the retro computers.
Well, ham, is it's emergency purposes. When we started getting into the computer stuff, then you added the packet radio that then was put on top. So
Cool. Anyway, he's got a lot more details on his post on Facebook and the CoCo group. So if you guys want to check that out, and maybe if you're familiar with ham radio stuff or did some of the stuff back in the day yourself, feel free to respond and maybe reminisce a bit or help out with stuff or vice versa type thing. Next up, there's a bit of a request from Thomas Cherylms, of course, the creator of Fuginet. He wants to get some CoCo programmers, and he's made such advances on Fuginet lately, just leaps and bounds in a short period of time. But he wants to get more multiplayer games that are cross-platform. So these at first will just be turn-based type things, like the card game he's got displayed here. I think this is the Atari version. But he wants some help on getting CoCo ports to some of these that once they're implemented, that means you can play these against people all over the world. And you can also play against people that have Coleco items or Atari 8-bit machines or Commodore 64s, etc. So it actually becomes a multi-platform as well, all retro machines. And he mentions here, he says he wants to work on some trivia games similar to the Jacked games, which are actually semi-popular now. I know Frodo and L plays those regularly every week pretty well, as well as more group games like Yahtzee or even two-player games like Othello or Battleship. And then he's got some, I know one of the questions on this post here was that, how about doing some arcade style games like the one Henry Strickland had been demonstrating at the show. And he said the underlying infrastructure is not quite ready for that yet. They actually are working on it, but not quite. But at this point, he just wants to get the CoCo to be on even footing with some of the other platforms so that they can all start playing the same games together. And I think that would be fun. I haven't really looked at the code. I think it's written in C, if I remember, or some C derivative. So for the C programmers out there, I don't think it'll be too hard. And he's actually got some working code on working on the CoCo using the Fuginet and doing some of the network transfers, etc., and talking back and forth.
He's been working in CMOC and for the CoCo side of things, and for the 6502 stuff, CC65. I'm not sure about the other about any other platforms though.
Yeah, because the Atom would be a Z80 if I remember correctly, as an example. Anyway, if you're capable of doing that kind of programming, feel free to contact Thomas on the Color Computer Group on Facebook. He's actually active on our Discord too, and there's a Fuginet channel there, so you can maybe volunteer there as well. He's got all the source code for the other platforms in C already up on his GitHub, I believe. So if you want to see how the other platforms implemented it, which should give you a good head start on porting these, it'd be interesting to see, playing games against, people on completely different 8-bit machines. Next up, while CoCoFEST was on, there was also the Retro SC show, the 13th edition in Brazil, in Blumenau. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. That was on May 4th, and it's basically their retro show. We've actually shown it on our show before, but by coincidence, this past weekend, both were on at the same time. So the show's already running pretty long, so I'm not going to talk about individual photos too much, but I wanted to go through the photo album that Luciano Scharf, who has been in our show before, took from the show. So here's a picture of the poster, the 13th annual. The CoCo and CoCo clones, and of course, Brazil's rather famous because of their rather loose copyright and trademark laws, had a lot of clones of various machines, including CoCo's, by multiple vendors. And you can see a few of them here, like Kodamax's and multiple others as well. You might notice on the left LCD panel on the screen right now is the game that we just talked about earlier in the Game On part here that just got released by Erico. And that's the Savage Sword of CoCon. And obviously that was being shown at the show too, and Eric was quite proud of that because he literally just got it done just before the show actually happened. But they mentioned that the CoCo and CoCo clones were actually quite well represented at the show. Here you can see a bit of a zoom up. You can actually see CoCon running in the background there. And I won't go through all these machines because we've actually kind of gone through these the last time they were on last year for this particular show. But if any of you ever take vacations to Brazil, I would highly recommend maybe timing it along with the show, because it looks like the show is really good. And it's a general retro show, so it covers multiple sheets. And I see, Nick's Gunstar running on a CoCo 3. And Brazil never did have a CoCo 3 clone, as far as I know, that was actually imported. So they went out of their way to get that. And it looks like an Ed Snyder keyboard on that particular one, too, with real clicking. Now, I can't imagine playing Gunstar on a Black Beauty, like the joystick they have plugged in beside there, but...
Nah.
But
Curtis,
maybe they're more skilled than us.
More reasons to learn how to speak Portuguese.
Yeah. There's Puyan running. Some of the other clones, including the ones that were kind of based on the design of the Sinclair, Timex 2068 or Spectrum, depending on how you want to do it. And those were the CP400s, both of the original Chiclet keyboard and the later Oracle Travel keyboard. There's Savage Sword of Kokon again. There's a Mark Data Products one. Notice the artifacting colors is a bit different. Now, if I remember, Brazil had not quite PAL, but not the same as PAL. Similar, like
M.
frequencies, etc. What? Sorry?
PAL M.
Yeah.
I believe it's 60 hertz. But
So it's a 60 hertz version of PAL. So yeah, it's kind of weird. They are getting some artifact colors here, though. Like that blue glass, that's close to what it should be, but these should be much brighter reds, and this should be like a yellowish tinge. But it doesn't look just plain black and white like, say, the 50 hertz PALs looks like. There's Glenn Hewlett's Pac-Man transcode, including the loading screen. Sword of Kokon. Getting some of the younger players to come out and try Z89 or Z89 to Ken, Rick, and I, or Nick and I. Tuts Tomb, I believe, running there, a little bit blurry. Good attendance too. I mean, the place looks fairly full, and you get an idea for MSX machines and some of the other platforms over there. There it is, looking the other way. All right, definitely worth checking out. I don't know if they had anything too much new besides the sort of CoCon game this particular year. Sometimes they have new hardware or, joystick adapters and that kind of stuff too. So we'll have to maybe get a follow-up from them after they watch this. Because I didn't have time to check Facebook at all when I was at CoCoFest, so I just discovered this literally this morning. Next up, Rick Adams, a rather famous CoCo author that did Shanghai and Temple of Rom, etc., and good friend of Dale Lear, and they worked on stuff together as well. Now, you may remember a few years back, he had mentioned that he had a game based on kind of networking, hacking, that kind of thing called OmniStar. And he kind of remembered faintly what it was about, and he actually decided to recreate it a few years back, and he released it for the CoCo3 and became a fairly popular game. Now, he knew that he had started this game, 30 years ago or 20 years ago, or whatever it was, but he'd lost it. Now, he had since found some of the original source code. So this picture here, and the game was not complete. This is about maybe half done, as he's put it. But the thing is, actually, when he started going through the source code and figuring out what he had written for the original version back 20, 30 years ago, it was much more involved than the one he actually released. Like, he did that one kind of memory of what he thought the game was about. And it's roughly right. It's, the same context as to what the gameplay is going to be, but it's much more filled in. There's much more to the original version. So now he's working with Blado of Glenside to see if they can not only scan in the sheets here, but actually OCR the old line printer font and try to duplicate the code so that maybe he can go in and finish the game as it was originally intended to be, which is much more extravagant than the version he put out a couple years back. So I'm really looking forward if you can get that done. That'd be really cool to be able to resurrect that. But you can kind of see, I'll zoom this up a little bit here. But you can see this was originally being written in June of 1984. So literally, we're just coming up on the 40th anniversary when he started this. And obviously, this would not be a CoCo3 game like the OmniStar he actually released recently. This was meant for the CoCo 1 and 2.
Very clear. Should be easy to scan that.
Yeah, now he did say there is a glitch on the print head somewhere where a certain 2 columns later in the listing starts to fuzz out because the hammer got stuck or something like that. But he said you can probably make it out enough or, imply it that if you scanned in the OCR, you should just have to go through those sections and find those 2 columns and just fix that by hand. And then you should be able to go in and actually finish the rest of the game up. So that'd be interesting. I'm really curious as to what was added to the game compared to the version he released for the CoCo 3.
So this is another game 40 years in development.
Yep. Seems to be a popular theme lately. Next up, now I have not had a chance to finish watching this. I've only 25 minutes into a 2-hour show. But this is the live Trash Talk number 39 that actually took place the Saturday evening of CoCoFest last week. This is the one where Peter Satinsky's in the upper left corner there, and one of the main organizers of Tandy Assembly who had approached me to see if we can get anybody in the CoCo community to try to join them. It was too late for me to do it because I already had multiple things going on at the time, including right at the time this was happening. And I did put out the word on the show the week before, and I also talked to some people early on Saturday morning of the show. I don't believe anybody ever got back to them, and we should try to at least, let them have a little bit of a walkthrough, at least to talk about it, to help promote each other's shows type thing, because they do mention CoCoFest on their show, obviously. And, I mention their stuff as often as I can, like their live streams and Tandy Assembly, etc. So I'm hoping, I think they tape these once every 2 weeks or a month. So I'm going to see if I can get on the next one and kind of give them a rundown of the stuff of the fest, at least as far as I remember. I did not get to everybody's table. I did not get to talk to everybody. I did get to see all the seminars, at least, so I can talk with a little bit of authority on that. But give them a bit of a rundown on what happened at CoCoFest, attendance numbers, etc. But if you're into the tier setting model 1, 2, 3, 4, 4P, 12, 16, etc., as well as the CoCos and MC10, this is a good general show that covers, the broader Tandy range. Next up, this is a really cool one. I have not had a chance to go exclusive detail on this because it's a long one. I discovered this morning. It's almost an hour, and it's by a web or a YouTube. Oh,
ah, that sounds better.
I tripped my foot over the cable and yanked it right out of my mic.
You were having a stroke there for a second.
That would probably be an improvement for the segment. So this is a French site, and the entire video is in French, and it's a complete history and tech deep dive and game demos of all the Alice line, like from the MC10 original clone type version. Actually, it wasn't a clone; it was licensed by Tandy 2 Matra, but it goes through the Alice 32, the Alice 90, goes through what the different chips are, how the video changed, does some sample games from all of them. And this is one where he actually does have the closed captioning enabled, and you can actually turn on the settings to auto-translate French to English. And you can actually, close caption the entire thing, so you can actually understand what's going on. And it's detailed enough that I was busy trying to find stories and stuff here, so I kept missing pieces. I'm going to go back and rewatch this because this is the deepest dive in the Alice I've ever seen. And it's quite good. And some of the games at the end there, I've never seen them before. Like he did a couple for the MC10 version of the Alice, the original Alice. So he showed a basic, game running a car through a track type thing in semi-graphics. Then he showed the Pac-Man clone in P-Mode 1 that was done on the Alice. And then he goes into the Alice 32 and Alice 90 with the new graphics chips and new sound chips and stuff and demonstrates those as well. But he goes into deep detail. He's got different chapters if you want to skip certain things, though. The history, like how the whole Tandy Matra Hachette contract between the two of them, because they were officially licensed to make the Alice, the first one. And then going through the history of, the general, the market and, the mini computers, the really small ones like the Sinclairs and the MC10, how that came about and then failed. He actually has the MC10 itself being demoed here, you can see.
Is this in English, this show?
No, it's in French. But he does have closed captioning enabled, so you can tell it to display in English. And I'll show a little clip of that a little bit later here. Goes to the MC10. Here goes to the original Alice, including the whole, nice cases they gave them in and the color match cassette recorders, etc. And then it goes into the other Alice later on, like the 32 and the 90. And now it goes into the insides and kind of shows you how each one differs from each other and then how it progressed as it went through the different versions of the Alices later. So I'll just play a little bit. I will kind of lower the sound a bit here because we have too many French speakers. Frederick could probably listen to it fine. But I'll let you watch the closed captioning to see some of he's mentioning here. It's not a perfect translation, of course, because that's just YouTube, but...
And that one has a SCART connector, it looks like.
Yeah, and video overlays, something that Mark wanted to get into the CoCo3 at one point.
Que la IS32 ou pas. Alors peut-être une des choses les plus importantes, si ici, c'est plus TMS 4416.
It's got 32K RAM to start.
de mémoire
it really doesn't understand K of RAM, though it says kilograms. You can figure it out though. It's not too hard. But anyway, like he goes into a deep dive, and the history part is fascinating. There's some stuff in the history I did not know before. Some of the details of the motherboards on the various later versions of the Alice I did not know a heck of a lot about either. Then he has some game demos. So he does the little text adventure game. You kind of see that. I'm not going to bother playing that because it's pretty boring. And then he does the Pac-Man one that we've all seen in the MC10 with the 20K pack required. But then he starts getting into games that are on the Alice 32 here, like this Kangaroo game. So I'll play this. You can kind of see how much the graphics is unimproved by this point.
And does this have a VDG and the new chip, or the new chip does the VDG?
I think the new chip does a VDG. Like I said, I didn't get a chance to watch it fully because I was trying to find stories in another window, so I kept missing chunks. I had it playing in the background just so I could get kind of a gist of what it was.
What year did this one come
out? This one, I think the Alice 32 and the Alice 90 came out in 84, some months apart from each other.
So this would have been great for the Deluxe CoCo. If they had this video chip rather would have been ideal for the Deluxe.
Yep. Definitely more colorful. You can see like black backgrounds with colors.
Petit kangourou.
And then he does Galaxian on the Alice 90, I think, or is this the 32 again?
Génial. Ça veut dire que vous pouvez commander comme moi.
Yeah, he talks about some of the current modern SD card solutions, etc. you get.
Vous achetez. Ah oui, ça redémarre à zéro à chaque fois tous les vaisseaux.
But you can definitely tell it has a sound chip.
Merde, non, non.
Yeah, it's an L32, it looks like.
Mais c'est... Eh merde. Partie terminée. Mais je crois que je vous montrerai pas le troisième tableau.
But he really seems to know his stuff. He's a good presenter. I wish I understood French better. I don't remember much of that from classes back in the day. But the closed captioning, other than the fact it's not a perfect translation, you'll definitely be able to tell the gist of what it's trying to say. And it's a really well done. It's, like I said, the best documentary on the Alice series I've ever seen. So if you have any interest at all in the history of the Alice, the technical details of the Alice, I would definitely check this video out. And as usual, all of the links to all of the stories we're covering will be in the show notes that you can find in the news summary section on our Discord. Next up, Robo Nuggy. Interesting YouTube name. Posted a video about his finding and experiencing on revisiting the Dragon 32 of his youth via Karen Anscombe's Explorer emulator on his free BSD machine. So he's running a Unix or Linux based thing. And he kind of goes through the setup and what Explorer is capable of, the menu drop downs, so the fact that you can get ROMs for the CoCos as well as the Dragons and a few other clones. And then goes through and tries like a few games and stuff that he demos on it.
FreeBSD is not Linux. It's BSD. It's what the Mac OS 10 is based on.
Yeah, it's
based
Unix.
on Mock.
Yeah, it's
Unix.
mock kernel Unix.
Yes.
I'm an OS 9 guy. I just lump all that X stuff into the same thing, just because it bugs people like you, Mark. So he goes through here and he mentions the fact there's an online version. He mentions you can download it, you can build it, or you can actually download the pre-done. The fact that it's available for multiple operating systems. Then he starts demonstrating some of the games that are on it here too. Bonka, which of course is a Space Panic clone. Donkey King with the awesome color palette. I'm being sarcastic. Hunchback, ironically enough, covers that one. Little late bubble. And Vultures, which is kind of a Galaxian style game. So this is a machine like he had the Dragon 32 when he's young and decided to go back to try it out, 30, 40 years later, stumbled upon Kieran's Explorer, and the rest is history. He's got a whole video up on getting that set up and some of the options and throwing some games at it. He quite enjoyed himself on it. And he definitely had scratched the nostalgia itch, as it were. Next up, and this is another foreign language. Unfortunately, this one does not have auto-translate enabled, so I don't know exactly what he's saying. But basically what he's done is he's built a dual Atari 2600 joystick adapter for the Dragon, so you can actually do two joysticks at once. You can kind of see the two bin-in plugs for the Dragon side. The other side has the 9-pin connectors. And this is a Polish site. We've actually covered him before. and he goes through the actual building of it and then tests it with a bunch of games, actually using some big modern type joysticks using the adapter. And so here's an example. He's playing Lunar Rover Patrol using the stick adapter, which I'll be doing fairly soon using the one. I didn't get the adapter version. I got the raw CoCo one that we got from Tech Dungeon at the fest here. So I'll be giving kind of a try of these big professional joysticks and see if I do any better than I do with the Deluxe. He plays it in multiple games here. I found this kind of interesting. Like Mr. Dig doesn't have the artifact colors because this is a real dragon he's running on, but it actually does have kind of a grayscale on some of these that actually doesn't look too bad. So you kind of get the illusion that it's a 4-color grayscale game, even though it's technically just black and white. So it actually doesn't look too bad.
Morocco Grand Prix.
Anyway, he says the stick adapter seems to be working quite well. Obviously, you can't play analog games on a digital stick, but 80 to 90% of the games in the CoCo would work fine with a digital stick. So I will definitely be trying that on the one I picked up over the fest. And if anybody knows Polish and wants to translate, if there's anything really cool that he said in here, let us know. Next up is some Dragon updates. This is Julian Brown's posted so much stuff over the last couple of weeks. I kind of lost track what the heck's going on with what. So I'm just going to throw a few that I actually picked out, and if he's in the chat or if anybody's been following the Dragon stuff a lot closer than I've been able to the last 2 weeks because of CoCoFest, please catch me up too, because I'm probably missing some things here. The first part here is the latest version of his trying to get the PAL daughter board fully working. So this is revision 3, and he got as far as he could today. Then he was out of stock of 4 chips, 5 pieces total. So I know he was having some issues earlier on where it wasn't quite working as well as he would have liked, and I think he's just trying to kind of like redesign the board and tweak it so that it solves all the problems. So I don't know too much details on that. The other thing he's working on, though, this is kind of interesting, is he's working on a multi-pack, 4-slot multi-pack type thing for the Dragon. And a lot of spare space in the board, so I don't know if he's planning on putting anything extra on there, but I don't. The Dragon, I think, did have some official 4-slot solutions, maybe even 5 or 6, like some of the third-party CoCo ones did, but I don't think it was as popular as the multi-pack on the CoCo itself was. Probably because I don't think there was as many hardware carts that you would be using with a disk drive or together, between multiple carts as we have in the CoCo. Because we would have stuff like the RS-32 pack and a hard drive and a ORC-90 and a speech sound pack, and oh no, I'm out of slots. And then David Ladd would want his 16-slot machine. Yeah, it looks like a pretty good design there. He's got room to add stuff. I would love to see stuff like the strapping of the IRQ pins. If you're running OS9 and you want the IRQs to come through immediately instead of to manually switch slots to find an IRQ if it happened. That definitely helped us at work. Our RS-32s responded a lot better with that hack. And I know Ed Snyder on his Mega Mini, actually, you can enable that in software where you can tell it, I just want the currently selected slot to enable IRQs, or I want them all firing IRQs whenever they come off. And it actually has a little bit of an IRQ controller to tell you which slot triggered it. So you don't have to pair through them all one at a time, trying to hold them to figure out which actually did it. So Julian's been a busy boy. Next up, Phil Harvey Smith, who I believe was actually in the chat earlier. I don't know if he's still there because it's getting pretty late in the UK. So he did a redesign here of a top for a GoTech Dragon Drive, which is basically a GoTech in the Dragon Drive case, allowing the addition of a 0.96-inch 128 by 64 pixel OLED display. So this is the actual link in the Dragon group on Facebook to get, I'm presuming, the files to actually build this, or at least figure out how to build it. But he also actually put up an actual shot of what it looks like. And I'll zoom that up a little bit and then zoom it up some more. So basically on this, the GoTech, where you can plug in like a stick drive here and actually, rotate through the various things here. He's actually got an LED or an OLED that's fairly easy to read. You can kind of see, what position of the tape are you on, how much time is left to load it, what image do you currently have selected, etc. So for those of you that use GoTechs, particularly in the Dragon, this might be something you're interested in. Like I said, he's uploaded the actual files to make them. And if he has any further comments, he can let us know. And that's actually it for the news this week. I probably missed some. There's some stuff that flew by in Discord the last 2 weeks, and I just didn't have time to go hunt them all down. So if anybody here knows of anything I should mention or should be mentioned to promote somebody's project or some cool thing they saw on Discord, now is your time.
Well, we were kind of busy last week, so.
Okay. Anything else to go over? Because I need to get the yard mowed before the rain gets here.
No, I'm done.
So I won't be able to do it tomorrow.
Right. Right.
Okay. So
run that beautiful film footage.
If I can find the right button. Here we go.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
Okay.
And that's it for this week. See you all next week.
Another one in the can. Bye, all.
Bye, everyone.
Push the button, Ray.